Hello everyone and welcome to this session on Salesforce by Intellipaat. Do you know, friends, that Salesforce has been a leader in the Gartner CRM Customer Engagement Center quadrant multiple times? With an ever-growing demand in the CRM sector, Salesforce holds the greatest share with other industry giants like Microsoft, Oracle. According to a report by IDC, there were approximately 3.3 million jobs in the Salesforce ecosystem by 2022, which are expected to grow manifolds in the coming decades. An entry-level Salesforce developer can earn around $95,000, which can go up to $120 based on skills and experience. In India, the average salary of a Salesforce professional can range anywhere from 8 LPA to 15 LPA and grows exponentially based on knowledge and skill set of a professional. So, if you want to build a career in Salesforce domain and become a Salesforce expert, then this is the right time for you. In this extensive session, you will get to learn the ins and outs of the working of Salesforce Commerce Cloud. We will take you through a series of quizzes, comment section to enhance your learning experience. Along with these interactive quizzes, you will also get to learn through a series of hands-on and case-based studies. Now let us jump to the agenda of the session, but before we get started, please make sure to subscribe our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon so that we can make sure you get the informational content for you. So, we are gonna start our session with what is Salesforce. Moving ahead, we are gonna discuss what is role and sharing role in Salesforce. Then, we are gonna deep dive into field level security. Moving ahead, we are gonna discuss data administration and mass transfer records. Then, we are gonna also study about what is data loader. Moving ahead, we are gonna study customizing Salesforce CRM app. Then, we are gonna learn about formula field. Moving ahead, we are gonna also learn creating a custom object, tab and app page layout. Moving ahead, we are gonna deep dive into Salesforce campaign and administration activities. Then, we are gonna have a thorough discussion on what is object permission. Moving ahead, we are gonna also learn about how to view case in CRM application. Then, we are gonna study about security in Salesforce. Moving ahead, we are gonna also deep dive into capstone project on Salesforce Flow Builder. And at the end, we are going to conclude our session with Salesforce interview questions.
Cloud computing technologies has exploded in popularity in recent years. Salesforce is one such technology that has had a significant impact on the computer world. Let us see how it all began. Customer relationship management (CRM) solutions used to be housed on a company's own server before Salesforce. Can you imagine how much money and effort it required for business to develop their own CRM systems? It used to take months, if not years, to set up, and the cost might easily reach millions of dollars. They were difficult to use even when they were set up. What is a reasonable answer to this problem? I'm sure you guessed it right. Creating affordable CRM software and delivering it as a service totally online. Salesforce has founded on this principle. Salesforce began as a software as a service company and has since evolved to become the world's fifth largest software company. So let's see what is Salesforce. Salesforce is a cloud-based software as a service provider, which means it maintains an online application that customers can use. It is based on a subscription-based pay-as-you-go business model. Now let's check how does Salesforce work. Customer 360 is the world's number one CRM enabling digital processes for the new way of working by simplifying communications and information exchange between customers, teams, and partners. It provides tools that brings all teams together around a single shared view of client data on an integrated platform, including marketing, sales, commerce, service, and IT. How? Companies can fix customer issues faster because they have a holistic perspective of each consumer. It also reduces communication redundancy and enables highly tailored interactions. Now let's check what are the different certifications for Salesforce. There are various certifications for getting certified in Salesforce like Salesforce Administrator, Salesforce App Builder, Salesforce Developer, Salesforce Platform Developer. So let's check what are the different benefits of Salesforce. Number 1, Salesforce allows you to go from idea to app in the shortest amount of time. Salesforce customers generally say that it's unique for 3 major reasons: fast, easy, and effective. Because Salesforce is hosted in the cloud, your staff may access it from any computer with an internet connection. Salesforce is also cost effective, especially when you consider its extensive feature set. Salesforce is suitable for both startups and small businesses. Now let's see the salary prospects of a Salesforce professional in India. An entry-level Salesforce developer with less than 1 year of experience can expect to make an average total salary of Rs 3 lakh per annum, while an experienced Salesforce developer with 10 to 19 years of experience gets an average total salary of 14 lakh per annum. In the US, an entry-level Salesforce developer with less than 1 year of experience can expect to make an average total compensation of $65,000, while an experienced Salesforce developer with around 10 to 19 years of experience gets an average total salary of $116,000.
We already know that since Salesforce is a CRM, being a CRM, we have a specific relationship between the account, contact, opportunity, and cases, where the account is a parent, where is the contact, opportunity, and cases are child objects. So here, when you're viewing a parent object record, then the child record objects you can see under related list. These are contact, opportunity, and cases. So from here, you can create a new case. The advantage you'll get if you click here, new. See, I'm automatically getting the account name. It's auto-populate. If I cancel this and I need to create one more case, then here, go to end, there are cases. Let me see here the cases. Cases your organization will get if your organization has the Service Cloud license, then only, otherwise not. Then here, new, and here you can select the cases you're creating for which account and which contact. So for an example, say Devanshi raised a case. Devanshi is from ITC. It is case origin. Origin is, say, the person called us. Status. This is new, working, and escalated. We know that we have the support process. Support process that's been designed here or referred by the status on case object. Now these are type, case reason, web email, then this is subject here, not working, not functioning properly since its installation, and then save. So we created a case. Now every case in general terms, we are also calling it as say ticket. So here the ticket or case now is created. So this is the case number 1026. Now if I go to say ITC, the account, we have two contacts, two opportunities, and one case. So we got all. Then for a particular account or a particular record, if you're doing some activities, those activities we call as 4 different things. Like say for this case here, so if I go with, we don't have here activity, let me go with say contact, Devanshi. The first one is new task. Task is nothing but a work. So if you want to assign some work to someone, then we call it as a task. Then we have logicall.
Now let's take a look at the quiz, and the first question right here is, which of the following is not feasible for a client to do when the association's default setting is read write to a protest? And the options are change possession, erase records, first and second, and lastly, alter points of interest on records.
So logicall is containing what discussion this person did with the customer. So those all interaction is being stored here under logicall. Event is nothing but scheduling a meeting. So now if you go with say the difference between an event and a task is that when we go with a task only has the end date, due date. Don't have the start date or time. Whereas the event, it has both the start date and time and end date and time. Second, for the tasks, it is possible that a person overcome it or he didn't complete it. Whereas When it comes to an event is nothing but a meeting. So if you're not present, definitely then you are going to miss it. So these are the differences between an event and a task. Event, block your calendar activity as well, whereas task want. Then you can send email from the Salesforce server as well, from this email. So the advantage, since you are sending an email from Salesforce server, so that email is registered under the record. So these are activities. So these things we did till now. So once these things done now, if we want to communicate or collaborate with someone within the organization, then we require a collaboration tool. That collaboration tool we have is Chatter. Remember, Salesforce also bought Slack, which is a collaboration tool. Like it is a chatting platform. But Slack, your organization should have license for it. Whereas Chatter, this collaboration activities are provided free. So for this Chatter here, like let me go here. This is if I go to say Chatter. So on the Chatter, you can share a post with someone. So by default, you are sharing a post with your followers. So welcome to Salesforce. And then share. So this is I'm sharing with my followers. So here the Chatter post, it is mentioned. This person shared just now, welcome to Salesforce. And now the other persons, they can like it like it's a social media. How in our day-to-day life we do. Other person can comment it. Salesforce CRM tool to work with.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay. Now here, like I can refer a particular person. So say here, you might have know about the hashtags. Hashtags in Salesforce terminology, we are calling it as a topic. Congratulations. This topic or the hashtag is as of now not available. So it is asking me by pressing enter, I can easily create it. So this is, I created a hashtag or a topic. Congratulate. Now I want to refer to a person. So that we mention using at tags. So we have already a person by name security user. Don't go by name because we don't have many users here as of now. So congratulate security user on winning big opportunity worth 5 million from ITC. So this is a topic, and here this is at mention. We refer a person in our chat. So the advantage is if you refer a person, then that person will also receive this chatter post. Otherwise, this post you are sharing only with your followers. Now, if you want to share some files with someone, that's very well possible here. Go treat. Here you can share files. So you can share up to 10 files. So you can upload a file from your machine. Say here, desktop. Let's go with this. These are the 3 catalogs. So I share these files and share. So now the other persons, they can download it. That they can do. They can view the content, they can download. So the main thing is with respect to Salesforce CRM, by default, we do not have these functionalities about virus checking. Since it is simply storing those the files. If you want, then you need to check those file scanning related applications in App Exchange. But here by default, we do not have any such facilities. And this is within the organization you are doing. You're not doing outside the organization. It's pretty same as that you are sharing a file over Outlook with your organization other user. Definitely, the file may be corrupted or may not be corrupted. Is the Outlook really checking it before uploading or before downloading it? It's pretty same as that you are working with, say, your organization, and I'm working with my organization. So is it possible to communicate you and me both over a platform? The answer is no. We cannot do a chat. If it is so, then there has to be the user credentials. With that only it is possible, otherwise not. No, apart from this, here, if you want, you can put, you can format your chatter post as well. You can put an images, you can put even the emojis. All these things are possible. Apart from this, you can do a poll where you're asking your questions with some answers, options, or you can ask a question. So here, lead conversion. Like see here, I'm not getting convert lead in the CRM application. Any suggestion? This is I'm sharing with my followers. Ask. Now, how to know that whether it's a chatted post or a question or what it is? So you can check it out going here. So it is mentioned as answer, write an answer. Here it's a comment, write a comment. So with this, you can easily check whether it is a question or a chatter post. So these things as of now on the chatter we are doing. This is with my followers. If I go here, see left side, what I follow. So make a note in Salesforce, you can follow a person. How to follow a person, I'll show you. So go to that person, like see, this is the security user. So I'm going to security user. There's a follow option available. So I'm clicking on it. So this is, I'm looking at that person's chatter profile. I'm doing this. So I'm following this person. Who is the security user? This is name, title, email address, all these details. The person's chatter profile. After this, here the person's chatter activities. So no chatter activity. The person don't belongs to any group, no files. The person has one follower, me, and the person is not following anybody. So now if the security user is sharing some chatter post or something, then I'll get that chatter because I'm following the person. If I don't want to follow, I can do unfollow going on this. This is how you can follow a person. So this you shall be getting under people. So all the chatter profiles you can see at under the people there. If I go back to chatter here, so what I follow, to me, if someone mentioned in the chatter post my name, like at the rate and then the mention, then I'll get to me. Bookmarks, you can bookmark so that you can refer that chatter post at later stage. Company highlights, this is the entire organization. Related chatters that you'll get under company highlights. My draft, you are not sending the chatter post, but rather you are simply keeping as a draft. If a chatter post you place and after that you found that to modify the chatter post, you can edit here. Welcome to Salesforce. Henceforth, this to store our sales data and activities. So So here is one comment, two views. Now, the chatter post, I'm sharing the chatter post with my followers. But what if I want to do a group activity? This is where we do have a concept of chatter groups. So chatter groups you can create going here left side, or else here top, go to groups. Here you'll see all the chatter groups. So let's see here in the list view, active groups. I don't have any active group as of now. So right side, let me create a chatter group. So here is chatter forum. Description, information, what you want to write here, put owner. Then here, do you want to disable the automatic archiving? By default, the Salesforce will keep on taking backup of these chatter groups posts. If you don't want, you can disable it. Then we have the three types of chatter groups. Here you shall be getting only two, not three. One is public. Public means it's a public group. So in our social media, if we create a public group, so anybody can join a public group. If a person who is not a member of that group can see the chatter post, can like, can comment, not being a member, that's very well possible. Private, only the members of that group can see the discussions. Number one. If you're not a member, you can't see anything, you can't do anything, you can't like, you can't comment, nothing. That's private. Third one here we have is hidden. So by default, whether it's private or public, those chatter groups are visible under the groups tab. So a person can view those chatter groups under the groups tab. If you don't want to show them on the groups tab, you can hide from the groups tab, and nobody knows. If you are invited to that group, then only you know that there is a group and a person can participate in it. Otherwise not. So I'm going with this. This is Global Sales Chatter Group Forum. So I'm marking it as a public. Then we have allow customers. Please don't get confused with the term here, customer. Earlier we discussed contacts. So those contacts are nothing but our customers. Then what about this? So a person who has your organization credentials, remember a customer never has your organization credentials, never ever. Like if you are a customer to Samsung, then you don't have the credentials for the Samsung. Then what is definition of this? If you are, say, a technical person, if you are a financial advisor, if you are a tech support person who are providing support to the organization, but they are employee of other organization, then how they can join the discussions. So that time we call them as customer. And for that, the Salesforce administrator has to give them one license when they create that user. We call it as chatter external user. We'll explore it next week about the users, which type of licenses we do have and how to provide. But this chatter external user, they are the persons who can only access chatter in organization, no other feature or functionality, or no data, nothing. So those we call here as a customer. Usually the Salesforce administrator give those persons the chatter external user license who are not employee of our organization, but who should take part in some discussions. So we create groups and then we mark it as allow customers. Number two, allow customers are only possible in private groups, not in public groups, not possible. Broadcasting, you are aware about it, broadcasting. So not anybody in this or a member of that group can put a chatter post. They can't do anything. Only the managers or owner of that group can do. No other person. That's a broadcast group. Now I'm going with say next. So the chatter post data is not counting under your organization data storage limit. So no problem. You can have a number of data in the chatter groups. No problem at all. Second thing is with respect to files. Yes, we do have the organization file storage limit. So if you share a file, it's going against that file storage limit. So maximum file size is the file storage limit your organization has. So assume that your organization has say 4 GB of the file storage limit. Then one can upload a file up to 4 GB. Say here, what the group logo you want for your chatter group should be. So for the certification, you should know about, say, it contains the JPG, GIF, and PNG. The file size 16 MB. So if you want a logo, then next. Now here, you want to make few users as a member of that. It's important to note down here that under a chatter group, we have 3 different types of role. Number 1, a member. A member who can do a chatter post, who can like, who can comment, who can share files. That's a member. Manager can do everything what a member does. Along with this, a manager can invite or can add another user as a member or as a manager. That a manager can do. Then there can be multiple members or manager for a chatter group possible. Another thing, we have owner of that chatter group. Owner of the chatter group can delete a chatter group. But all the permissions are same as between an owner and a manager. So make a note, a manager can make another manager a member of that group. It can actually demote it, possible. The promotion is also possible. Promotion means a manager is making a member as a manager. That's possible. So these are the 3 different roles we have under the chatter groups. So now this is Global Sales Chatter Forum. I'm owner. So for this, since I'm owner of this group, so whatever the activities happen, these are the chatter posts and everything. So here say, welcome team sales here. So it has been done. Now I put a chatter post here. This post goes to only the members of that group. Here, have a look. To Global Sales Chatter Forum. Who are our members? See towards right side, group details. Manage members. If you want to invite some more persons or you want to add some more persons, you can do from here. 2 members, Harish and security user. I didn't share any file with this chatter group or no records, nothing. Now, apart from this, here I'm getting the email. So you must have noticed on the Facebook or any social media, if someone messages you, you are getting an email or it's actually a configuration. So when you want an email for this chatter group, every post, daily digest, weekly digest. Daily digest means end of the day, you'll get a combination, all the messages you will get here on the email. Weekly digest within that week. Limited is set by the user. So that we'll do later when we discuss the user's personal settings. So from here, you can decide. So this is I created now here I can check the engagements. So last 30 days, nothing happened. This is one chatter post happened. Current membership, last 12 months, last 30 days, nothing. On this February month, 2 memberships. 2 members, 1 post, no questions, no like, nothing. So this is on that particular chatter post, the details you can check. Similarly, if I'm going to create one more, say chatter group new, and here I'm creating say private group. Private group is not anybody can see the details what's happening within that group. So here I'm just creating it and I'm not making the security user as a part of it. A private, it is mentioned here. Rest all are same. So these are 2 different types of chatter groups we do have. Okay, third group, as of now within this practice org we do not have, but in organization we will be getting it. So if I go to see groups, see here the groups I can see. Active groups, you could see all the groups. But if it is a hidden groups, then those groups will not be here under the groups tab at all. So I don't know whether that group is actually existing or not, since those groups are not falling under this list view. Now, if I go here to say, this is I did on chatter, groups, if I go to chatter, let me go to say chatter. This is, if you want, you can add here a chatter groups as well. This is new group possible. This is here, yeah, see. Admin only, a private, done by this person 1 minute ago, welcome at this. This is 6 minutes ago. So all I can see here on my chatter. Engagement is showing us the details about the chatter group, like how many users, which user joined when, what is the progress. So how many persons did a chatter post on that particular day or say month. So last 30 days, no discussion. And then February 26th, there is one discussion, it is showing one. How many memberships? So past 12 months, 30 days, no membership. And then in month of February, 2 members joined. And then it gives us a summary. Now, if you share a file on Chatter, so those all files you can see under the Files tab. So now we are completing almost these all the tabs. Under this is application, home, opportunity, leads, task, widget, account, contact, campaigns. Dashboard will do later, dashboard and reports, groups, widget. Reports will do later, reports, dashboard, chatter, calendar, people, cases, all these widget. Forecasting will not do. So these are all the files owned by me. Share with me, someone can share a file with me. That's shared with me. Recent files, you can follow file. Since I'm owner of the file, so I can't follow these files, but you can follow files. So in Salesforce, you can follow a person, number one. So I'm following security user. Second, you can follow a file. Third, you can follow a record. So if any changes happen in that record, we'll get a chatter notification. So that we'll be discussing a bit later, but first we'll go and discuss these files. So these are the files. So here you can create libraries, and these libraries, you can give permissions to different users. So under that file libraries, all the files are accessible by those users. So that's library. So with this, you can use Salesforce as CMS, content management system. So for an example, see, so this is HR policies. Now I want to give someone access, manage members. Okay, here, public groups, we didn't discuss, so I'm ignoring it. People, and then here say I'm marking it as a security user. I don't have any other option. Okay, it is public group. Let me choose by people. Security user as viewer. Viewer means the person can only see the content. Person can't modify the file content or can't upload a newer version of file. That's viewer. Author can change the file versions. That's author. Administrator can give other users the permissions of that library. That's administrator. So I'm library administrator. So here, this is HR policies. Now HR policies, see add files. Now upload files. I'm uploading a file. See here, I'm uploading, say, logo. Okay, so if your organization has file storage limit is say 10 GB, then the maximum file size can be 10 GB or only one file. If you have say two files already available, say 1 GB, then now you have only 8 GB left behind. So here, so if I go with downloads, you can share this file, you can view the file details, edit file details. So this is logo. This is here, you can share this file. Who can access, whom you are sharing this file? Set by the library, prevent others from sharing or unsharing. These are the permissions on the files you get. Then there was a question sometime back related to file sharing. So those all are actually not these files which you are uploading here under the libraries. In Salesforce, we call it as a document. And there you can expose it at public level. So that we'll be discussing at later stage about the documents. These are files. Please don't get confused with the files and documents. These are two different things we have in Salesforce. So files which you are uploading or which you are sharing on Chatter, that is file. So this means these files you means the Salesforce cannot access or cannot work with. A person simply download the file and then work with that file. That's all. Your organization is being hosted by which Salesforce server? It's based on that. So we have different Salesforce servers. Salesforce servers which are starting with, since you mentioned here in the chat, so I'm doing a deep dive over there. We have NA, that's Northern America. So if your organization location is geographical location is in American region, then your server is being hosted by the NA and some numbers. If your organization is in European region or African region, then it is starting with EU. I'll show you our server is at which place. If your organization is in, say, Asia Pacific, then it is started with, say, AP. So it's purely depend on that. I'll show you our server details, where our server is when we discuss the admin activities and company information. If you really need that a particular time, the Chatter post daily digest messages should come. Yes, we do have the functionality in Salesforce that if you need that the daily digest should come every day at 6 p.m. That is possible, but via coding. It's not in a declarative manner possible. Okay, no, Prevendra, that is possible. Salesforce app is just for user interface purpose. It see what to mention, determine tab order on navigation bar. That's all. If you're a manager and we have leave application in the organization, so if you're just an employee, you are creating a leave application and sending that leave application to your manager. You have just that thing. Along with that, you'll get, if you go to that leave part, that how many leaves you took, that report and all these things you can see. If you're a manager, apart from this, you also do see that the leave applications to approve or to reject. Now, when you are logging into the, say, your application, you are a marketing person, you are viewing all. Now, you can see only the campaigns. since you are just a marketing rep. But if the marketing manager is working, he should get here a new button as well. These are again the permissions given by system administrator. So this is where the differences do come. But if a person is a support person, then why should he get here the marketing? He should get here support or service something. So we created one application here. So when we went to developer.salesforce.com and we created an account, we got an entire org. In that org, we are system administrator. Because of we are system administrator, so we are getting these all. But when we are creating, say, sales users or anybody else, then definitely those persons will get less privileges. Let me go here with C. This is on top, we have the search option. This we call as global search. So if you are searching here something like say CA, then where you want to search? So it's searching in all the objects of Salesforce. That's why we are calling it as a global search, like say CA and enter. So it's showing me here. This is Einstein, the artificial intelligence with analytics with artificial intelligence. We call in Salesforce as Einstein. So account 2 records, left side. Contact 2 records, cases 1, chatter, nothing, all it is showing me. These are the search results available. Now, if I'm searching only for C, enter. Oops. This is certification question. That to search something, there has to be minimum 2 characters. 1 character, you cannot do this, not allowed. If you go here, like say the CA, actually the CA is searching what? If I'm looking at the account name, like say Salesforce and GD Point, nowhere I have CA, then what it is searching? So make a note, whenever in global search you are searching, it is searching in a text field and text area field, number 1. Number 2, it's search if a word CA is available. I'm repeating, if a word CA is available in text or text area. Let me go with Salesforce. This is a text area field. There is a CA. That's why it was there. Okay. And this has to be a proper word. What's definition of a word? Word means before that and after that there is a space. That we call as a word. If you want to put, you can put here a wildcard like say star. You know star means what? So if you mention CA star, this means a word beginning with CA. Again, I repeat, a word beginning with CA. Percent will replace 1 character. This replaces multiple characters. So a word beginning with CA. Let me go here with say ED. Contact 3, 1, ED and question mark. Those gone. Earlier I was getting multiple, but now this means I need a 3 word where the first 2 3 character word. The first 2 characters should be ED, third character anything. That's question mark. If you change with the star means multiple characters you are replacing. And these are generic. Everywhere we get the same thing, the star and question mark. You cannot go with say C question mark. Minimum 2 characters needed. This is global search. Then few records here, like see here. This is a favorite. You can mention some favorite list. This is here. We call it as global actions. Like as of now, I'm in account and I want to create say a new opportunity. What to do? I have to go to this app launcher and then search for the opportunity tab and then I'm creating a new. Other than this, here I can go easily to this global action. From here, I can quickly create a new opportunity, new event, tasks. These things I can quickly do. So we call it as global action because anywhere you are, you can quickly do some actions. That's why we call it as global actions. What should come here? This is decided by system administrator, marketing person, or say support person. He don't have access to new opportunity. Then he will not get this option here. Global action is common to all. Okay. Now, if a person who don't have the new opportunity create permission, he can see all other than this option. This does not mean that as an administrator I removed. No, I didn't remove it. But since he cannot create an opportunity, that's why he is not getting this option. But whatever you said, that's common to everybody. So you cannot say that these two should be available only for salesperson. These two should be available for, say, a support person. These all four should be available for, say, marketing manager. No, we can't do that. The number of actions, no such limit. Then here, this is basically the guidance center for your organization employees. So this gives you the help, how many trainings they did, all these things are available here. The next, this is help. So from this, you can get help. This will be doing it for setup. This is notification. So we mentioned the tasks or say event. So event is scheduled at say 10 a.m. So 15 minutes before there should be a notification. Like usually it happens, we do in Outlook. So those notifications you will get here under notifications. Then this is the user's details. Here, the name of the person, this is the the domain details. There can be multiple users. If you have on the Salesforce, then you'll be getting here. So you will not get anything. If you have different accounts for this, then you will get like I have. This is how you want to show, comply or compact the view. This is from which you can switch to Salesforce Classic. We are not doing Classic, Salesforce Classic user interface, but from here you can move to Salesforce Classic user interface. We'll take a walkthrough at later stage because we just completed the walkthrough on Lightning. So if we take immediately the walkthrough on Classic, then it will confuse you. So we'll do it at later stage. This is adding a username, now it's everywhere, even in Google also we do have this option. So now we'll discuss about the user settings. This user setting every user will get. So here, the user's first name, last name, aliases, email, and the other details. A user cannot change its username. This is not allowed. Nickname. Nickname is what should be the user's name on communities. That's nickname. Then other details a user can put. Then here, if I go left side, I shall be getting login history. So login history tells about when a user logged in last, when last time a user's password get changed or reset. Since I'm system administrator, so I'm also getting here the login history, and I can download the login history of last 6 months, but a user will not get. So make a note that administrator can download the login history for last 6 months. This will be in form of CSV files. Salesforce only deals CSV file format, no other file format. So other users, they'll only get this last login details. Then we have here the language and time zone. This language and time zone is determining where the user is located. So time zone, local, in which local it is, what should be the language. So these are different languages we do have. And then if a user is writing an email, then this email encoding should be in which language. So should it be the general US, Western European, Japanese, Korean, or Chinese? So this is language in time zone.
So this time zone, like if the user can change his, like he's in Indian time, but he can change it to US time. So the user digest we were talking about, it will get into the user time zone that is in US time, or it will still go through the server time, like Salesforce server time?
Server time.
Okay.
Because we are working on cloud, so definitely the users are from different geographical locations. So the time zone determine the events. Next thing, local and language, both the places I have English. So where do they impact? So make a note when we go with say locales, local determine, let me write down somewhere, determines number one, number format. Number format is, so should it be, is there any difference between these numbers? So there is no difference. Basis on geographical location you are in. So in Germany, if where we use comma, they use dot. Where we use dot, they use comma. Second, date format. So that's day, month, and year. Should it be month, day, and year? Should it be year, month, and day? So this is determined by the local. Next one, name order. Name order means should it be first name, comma last name, or should it be last name, comma first name? This is determined by local. And address. So these are the four things have been determined by local. Language. Language determine two things. Number one, on the user interface, we do have the labels. So the label should come in which language. So here, if I go, like see, I can see here these languages and time zone. If I go here, say sales. See, these all I'm getting in English. If I go to say an account, I'm getting all this in English. So that. Number two, online help. So if a user takes help, online help, top right corner, there is a question mark. Why this? Then the help should be in which language. These are determined by language. So let me show you here. I'm changing it to say French. So I'm getting here the conversion. Now see, everything I'm getting in French. What about data in this case? See, I'm no way talking about data would come in French. No. Data will still be in English. If you want the data to be in French, then as an administrator, it has to enable the multiple languages in organization. And then it has to go with the translation workbench. This is system administrator's responsibility. Then only the users with that French language will get the data in French, or they can insert data in French, otherwise not. So that is changing just the labels, not data. So that's language and time zone. Now, who can access your logging? So only two persons in the organization can access logging: system administrator and the Salesforce support team. So you should give them permissions. The company administrator and Salesforce support team. Here we give permissions. Then we have change my password. So with this, a user can change its password. These we'll discuss later, the approval settings. Advanced user details, the user will not get. We are getting because of we are system administrator. So we are getting it. Then coming to here, let me go down to say chatter, email notification. Do you want to receive the chatter email notification? Yes, check this. When? If someone follows you, someone posts on my profile and blah, blah, blah things, check this out. Set frequency of personal digest, daily, weekly, or never. And then in the groups, these are the groups, admin only, and then global says chatter forum. I'm member of these both groups. So when I want the digest, email on each post, daily digest, weekly digest, or limited. So that we are deciding, that a user decides. So there was few questions related to the email notifications. Then here, this is, yes, let me go here. I don't want any notification. So let me remove it. Then my chatter feeds. So in this, if you create a record, then do you want to follow automatically a record? So that if some modification happen in that record, automatically you'll get a chatter notification. So here, see, if I go to say opportunities, so I'm not following this record. Let me follow this record. Now I'm changing the amount. Since I'm following this record, so here if I go to chatter, now here what I follow, now here it is filtered, all updates. So it's showing with this record changed by this person, just now from this to this amount get changed. So I received a chatter notification. So if I am a sales manager and there are a few important opportunities on which I want to keep an eye, here I'm getting here, right? If you want a notification here, email notification, enable it. Okay, so that's chatter feeds here. Now, when you want reminders on the calendar, activity reminders. So task reminder in Lightning Experience, you want the reminders. When you want reminders, every day 8 a.m. This is your local time. Show event reminders in Lightning Experience. This is task reminder and event reminder when. So that's 15 minutes before. These reminders you will get under this bell icon.
Okay.
Email me when someone assign me a task. So you'll get an email if someone assign you a task. Otherwise, how you will come to know that someone assigned you a work? Task is a work. Then if I go with say email, my email settings. So what should be an email name, email address? Do you want to automatic BCC yourself? So the emails which you are sending, automatically one copy goes to this location. The email signature that automatically attach below every email. That's email signature. How to compose an email? Do you want to use the Salesforce email composer or email application? And then these all are send apex warning emails. If you want to receive, these all are technical one. CRM content or CRM content alert at daily digest. If you want to receive these emails. So here it comes in a standard manner. So those we cannot decide. Then we have here unresolved items. So here you'll get your events and tasks. Okay, so that is basically for the batch processing. So batch processing is typically for the development activity. So here we'll not do anything with this. This is here the add-ons. If the person mentioned that a task is completed, then what actions to take? Then accordingly, the stakeholder should receive some, say, email or some notifications. So these things here, this will do later, data import wizard. So these things, a user setting which each user has in Salesforce. So this is all about looking at the Salesforce CRM application from end user perspective. What all are an end user can do? Now we'll go with the administrative activities here. So actually now we'll be starting our main content. So this is here setup. So now we'll go to, do not want this. Here we'll go to the first setup. So as of now we'll discuss setup. Later we'll go with the service setup. So here setup. This takes me to this place, setup, where we have two things, home and object manager. So if I go with home, then I'm getting here homes, recent records which I viewed. Left side, there are different options available. So using these options or menus, the system administrator customize or configure the Salesforce CRM application for the organization basis on requirement. Then we have object manager. Under the object manager, we'll receive all the objects, which are objects we have in CRM application. And if you want to customize the application, that system administrator does here. So that we'll do later. So I'm going here with say home. Now here, I'm going with the first option to know about company information. So left side, if I come down here under company settings, we have company information. But since you are very new to Salesforce, so we don't know that the option is exactly available where. So in top left corner, there is a quick find available. So here I can start typing. As I'm typing, below it's filtering those options. And it is searching within the options. So here I'm going with the company information. Now this, let me click on edit. So what I can modify here. So here it's asking me my company name, primary contact, division, phone, fax, address related details, these all. So here, these are the organization information. If I'm coming down here, the local settings, please understand this local settings, it's a bit confusing. We often get confused that this local settings is for the company or head office, their local settings, but it is not. This local settings, which all are we are setting here, these all are default for a new user. Make a note, these are default for a new user. So this is useful when your organization, most of the users belongs to one domain. They need the local language and time zone, similar types. Then we set this. If it is multiple, then whatever you set, that would come when you create a new user. Let me show you here. So I'm going to users. I'm creating a new user. It's asking me time zone, local and language. Of course, I can change it. Why I'm getting this? Because of these are there. Now, if I'm changing this to say GMT plus 9:30, language, Japanese. Let me save this. Now, if I go here, let me create a new user, cancel this, new user, come down, see. So what all are the system administrators set at the company information level? So those becomes the default when a system administrator create a new user, the local language and time zone. If your organization is spread out multiple geographical location where we have the daylight saving concepts, where we even fast our clock or we slow down our clocks.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
If it is so, then we have a function date value. So what the date value should provide us? So in this case, we have to write down a formula actually as an administrator to know that which date particularly when the daylight saving applied, then automatically change the date, change the number of hours or not. In place of that, if you want the date value, function should give a higher accuracy for daylight saving, then we should choose this. So this is only give us advantage. It is mentioned here as well. And I would suggest to you that as an administrator, you always read this, whatever is written on this screen. This gives you a lot of help that what that option do. Your organization currency is which currency? So this is useful when your organization is working with just one single currency. If your organization is working with multiple currencies, we have to activate multiple currencies. I'm doing it because of our organization is working with multiple currencies. But make a note that if as a system administrator, you enable the multiple currencies, then after that you cannot disable it. So it's a one-time activity. Do you remember I talk about the data translation? So if administrator is setting up the translation workbench and multiple data is allowed, then the enable data translation has to be done at company level. Then Do you want your organization users should receive the Salesforce newsletters and admin newsletters? If yes, check this, otherwise remove it. Then next, about the system maintenance and the system downtime. The Salesforce will show the notice. So whenever a user logs in, then immediately after logging, the user will get that on Saturday between this time to this time, the Salesforce server will down. So do you want to hide such notices or not? Usually we don't, but if it is so, check this. So these all things are configurable at company information label. So I'm clicking here, save. So this is, I was working with the edit page. So this is now I'm looking at detail page. So on the detail page, these are already we know. Now I'm going here with this. So left side is already we discussed. Now I'm going with this. Use data space and used file space. So as of now, I use 373 kilobytes, file space 14 kilobytes. 7% I used 0%. So this is the data storage and file storage. So we have in Salesforce two types of storage limits, file and data storage. So how these storage limits will be and how Salesforce do provide. Let me show you here. So I'm going to see Google, Salesforce storage limit, file and data storage allocation. This is always take help from help.salesforce.com. Usually the organizations, they go with two different types of editions, enterprise and unlimited. And in the certification exam also, they'll be focusing on these two certifications, these two editions. So here, let's go with this. So during a discussion, we shall be focusing on these two, enterprise and unlimited, these two editions. If you want to know that which all we'll be getting in this enterprise and unlimited, then under the Salesforce products, you'll be getting a comparison chart. So with this, data storage will get 10 GB of data. Plus for every user, you will get 200 MB. This means if your organization has 2 users license and it has enterprise edition, then 10 GB plus 2 into 200 MB. 2 is 2 licenses. So that's 400 MB. So 10 GB plus 400 MB. That's your overall data storage limit your organization has. And to make a note, one record in Salesforce takes 2 kilobytes of memory. This is fixed. So if you create an account, 2 kilobyte. If you create a contact, 2 kilobyte. If you create a campaign, 2 kilobyte. If you create a lead, 2 kilobytes. If your organization has say 2 users license, how much is the total file storage your organization will get? 10 GB, 10 GB plus 2 GB multiplied by 2, that's 4 GB. Please keep a note of all this. This is important. You may get questions on this, about this during certification and during interviews. So you should know all this. Okay, it is the reason I shown you this complete. With examples it is mentioned, so it's easy for you to remember. Along with this, even the entire certification is majorly focused on the enterprise and unlimited. But sometimes they may ask for the professional as well. And professional here is 612 MB per user license. You may not get any question on contact manager or group, but sometimes they ask on the professional edition. So for enterprise, unlimited, 2 GB in addition to 10 GB. So if you have say 10 users license, Then file storage will be 10 GB plus 2 GB multiplied by 10. That's the total storage. But if it is a professional edition, then 10 GB plus 10 into 612 MB. Okay, this you should know. These all are the shared memory. So this is the entire allocation is given to at organization level. Here, if I show you, so if I click here, it takes me to storage usage, or here I can go with say storage usage. So it's my choice. Either I can go from here or from here. This is here, the entire organization level. I have the data storage is 5 MB. Now, if organization exceed it, we cannot categorize here that out of this 5 MB, this 5 MB is a shared memory. 20 MB, the file storage is a shared memory. Here we cannot decide that one user can use data storage up to 1 MB and the other user can go up to 2 MB. No, we don't have such categorization because we are working with a CRM application. So one user can eat say 4.5 MB, other user is only having 5.5 MB. Very well possible. So if it is crossing this, then you should contact Salesforce to purchase more number of data or file storage. That you should do. Okay, so these are the files which your organization's users are sharing with other users. So I'm system administrator, and there is one say sales manager is shared some file with other sales manager. How can I remove it? Now here it shows opportunities, 33 opportunities I have, 66 kilobytes, 18%, and it's showing me all this. How many records I have, and then what is the total storage we have. That's object level. If I come down, file storage, photos and content bodies, sorry. 2 photos, 13 kilobytes, 5 content bodies, 849 bytes. This is the storage uses I did. Harish used 336 kilobytes. System administrator and automated process, these storage uses done. This is for the file storage usage done. So the entire graph, as a system administrator, you can look, you can see servers at company information. Now here, we do have the API request streaming APIs. These are nothing but from the tool or from an application or from a software you want to connect to Salesforce server. Then you can make some requests. So there is some limitation. So for my organization, it is 15,000 for 24 hours. Streaming APIs, 10,000 for 24 hours. As of now, I didn't make any request. 0. So more than this, I cannot go. If it is so, then again, I need to talk to Salesforce to increase these limits. Otherwise, this org has these limits. Then we have the Salesforce organization ID. So in Salesforce, every record has an ID. So from database terminology, we are calling it as a primary key. So every record must have that value of that field. And it is required, mandatory, and it cannot be empty. Like for an example, if I have a bank account, then bank account number has to be there. If I am an employee, then there has to be an employee number. Similarly, if you store a record in Salesforce, then how to access that Salesforce record? So for that purpose, we have the Salesforce ID. This ID is of 2 types, 18 digits ID and 15 digits ID. 18 digits ID will get in Lightning experience, coding will get 18. In Classic, we'll get 15 digit ID. So have a look what I'm viewing. Don't you think that it is a record under company information 1 record? So this record ID is this. This is this company information, this record ID. Only this, that's all. Nothing more than this. At present, our organization is working with developer edition. If your organization has enterprise, unlimited, or any other edition, here you'll come to know. This is the only place where you come to know that which edition your organization is working with. No other place. And your organization, this instance is being hosted by which server? I belongs to New Delhi. That's in Asia Pacific. So my instance is AP16. 16 is server number. So I have AP1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like that. So this organization is being hosted by AP16 server. If your geographical area is European region or African region, then it will be EU. If you are from US region, then it is NA, Northern America. And some numbers you will get here. This is how you can check. If you go to any other record, you can always see the record ID. How to know that record ID? So if I go to sales application, if I open the record, now I want to know the record ID. Go to the address bar. On the address bar, after this, I'm working with Lightning. This is I'm working with opportunity. After this opportunity, I'm getting this. This is ID of this record. So every record in Salesforce has this unique ID. So here, this company information is also an ID. So if I copy this, I want to visit that record, then this is simplest way to do so. So keep your main domain and then here paste the ID. It automatically opens that record. Company information, record open. Then here we get deactivate org. In real life, you will not get this option at all. Here I'm getting because of I'm working with the practice org. That's why I'm getting here this option. In real life, this is like committing suicide. Deactivating the entire org. Then these are the licenses we have. So we are working with the practice org. So with this practice org, these are the licenses which Salesforce gave us so that we can work with it. In real life, the organization need to pay for this. These licenses we are getting free here. Total licenses, use licenses, and remaining licenses. These all licenses are active licenses. Now here, out of these so many licenses, we'll not be focusing during a discussion all licenses. We'll focus on 3 types of licenses. Number 1, Salesforce license. This license is for Salesforce CRM user license. Means with this license, a user will see the user interface, what I'm showing you. So with this, I have 2 licenses. One I already used. That is my license, system administrator license. One I can use. It's with me. Second, we'll discuss about chatter-free licenses. So chatter-free means these users can only access chatters. We have 5,000 licenses. One used. These are pending. Chatter external users. Chatter external users, these we give to those users who should take part of chatter discussion, but who are not employee of our organization. Remember when we create a chatter group, that time we discuss allow customers. We are talking about this license, chatter external. So only these 3 licenses we will be focusing on. Salesforce, chatter free, and chatter external. See, Salesforce gave us an application to practice. This application is not only constrained to admin activities. It is a common application so that we can understand the different Salesforce functionalities. Permission set license, we didn't discuss about permission sets, so I'm ignoring as of now. We'll discuss it later. What is this permission set licenses? Then feature licenses. These are additional licenses on top of what we have here. So what they determine, we'll discuss later. What these licenses. Usage-based entitlement, this is into service cloud. So this will discuss when we explore the service application that time. What all are these entitlement? So this is about company information and licenses. If you want, you can see the licenses from here as well. Permission set license, feature license, or you can scroll down and you can have a look. So it's your choice how you want to see that. So here, left side, like advanced user details, we are getting because of we are system administrators, but end users will not get this. Change my password. So with this, a user can change its password by entering the current password and then the new password 2 times and then security question. Like from this, it can change. Then here grant account login access. So with this, a user can give its login access to only 2 persons. Make a note. That's one, the administrator. Second one is Salesforce support team. Only these 2 persons it can give. Then language and time zone. So language and time zone, where time zone, this is used during the events. So if you schedule an event and then you are inviting the other persons, then basis on your time zone and the other person's time zone difference, that person will get the invite in its own time, not the time which you set at your place. So that's where the impact of time zone would come up. Next, locale. So locale, this determine about the language, in this locale, the number format, the date format, the name order, like first name, comma, last name, or last name, comma, first name, and address. These have been defined by locale. So if I go here, here say, I do not have here anything. Let me go to the setup. Setup is for administrators. These things will not work at all for these 2 users. Okay, I'm using security user because of I need to discuss in chatter to refer other person, and unfortunately here in this practice org we don't have any other user. That's why I'm referring. This person's profile is analytics cloud security user and analytics cloud integration user. During a discussion, we are not going to work with these both the profiles at all. So here say this is last name, comma, first name I'm getting. This is basis on the locale. Language. Language is online. Help, if you're taking, then the help should be in which language, number 1. Number 2, the labels should come in which language. That's been determined by language. Currency. If the salesperson, if the user is or the organization is working with one single currency, then the user is working with which currency? So this is user's currency. So this user is working with INR. This means if a user is creating a new, say, opportunity, so there it is mentioned INR. Here, the user, whatever the amount it is writing down here, this is in INR. So that's user's currency. So as of now, our organization is working with one single currency, and that currency is INR. As of now, my organization, it's working with one single currency, and that currency is INR. Now, I'm not very sure that my organization is working in a region or worldwide. No idea. Because even though if you are selling a product to, say, a person sitting in New York and you are charging in INR, okay, so everything is done in INR. The person has to do the transaction in INR. So whatever the person's currency, it has to convert into INR. I'm working with INR. So when we mentioned here that the organization is working with INR, this does not mean that organization is only limited to a geographical area. It's nowhere mentioned. Only we are saying that the organization is only dealing with INR. That's all. Then we have email encoding. Email encoding is if a user is writing an email, then that email should be in which language or which format. Then login history. So login history here, a user can check when a user last login and then when it last changed the password. Login history and user will not get. We are getting because of we are system administrators. Make a note, login history we can download for last 6 months. It is mentioned here. And this we are downloading in Excel form, CSV format. So under this setup, we discuss setup. This is what the system administrator do. So this gear sign, the symbol, may not be an end user kit. It's only visible to administrator. So as an administrator will hide this symbol from end users. That will do in some time. So here, this is the company information, and the company information here. We mentioned about the details of organization. And then this is the default settings for a new user that we mentioned here. Then if your organization is working with the geographical area where we have the daylight saving concept, then there is a function date value. So you want to increase the date value accuracy basis on the time zone. So that automatically being done, whether the clocks are being fast or slow. So it automatically check. Then accordingly, the date value function gives you value. So functions will be using later, but here, if your organization is working in the daylight saving, then as an administrator, we check this. Then, is your organization is working with multiple currencies or not? We checked, as of now, our organization is working with one single currency. So now I enabled here the multiple currencies. So yes, my organization is working with multiple currencies, but as an administrator, I yet not set the multiple currencies in my organization. So I have to set. So as of now, only one single currency we have, that's INR. And this multiple currencies, once it is enabled, after that, the administrator cannot disable it. So it's grayed out. Then do you want to enable the data translation? This is useful if you want. In Salesforce, the data also should be in different languages. So why this translation workbench will train Salesforce that this word of one language and what its respective word in other language. That we need to train. Only after that, Salesforce server will use these words and then do the translation. If somehow you miss few words which are not there in the translation, Salesforce server will not automatically translate at all. So this is administrator's responsibility to do these both. Okay, so these things we did. Apart from this, we also check the data storage part that we did. So in the data storage, we check that we have two types of storage. So that's CSA data storage. Sorry, storage uses. That's data storage and file storage. So our organization is having the limit 5 MB of data storage and file storage is 20 MB. Big object where the data requirement for each record is more than 2 kilobytes. Usually for one object, one record, it takes 2 kilobytes. Like if you are creating an opportunity, it takes internally 2 kilobytes. If you create a contact, 2 kilobytes. If you create an account, 2 kilobytes. So that's the storage uses. One record equals to 2 kilobytes. So these all things at company information level we have. If I come down here, then these we have the licenses. So we have so many licenses available here, which in this practice org Salesforce is giving us so that we can practice and experience the Salesforce developer account. So during our discussion, we'll not be working on all different types of licenses, but we'll work with 3 types of licenses. Number 1, Salesforce license. So with this license, the user will get this kind of user interface. We call it as a CRM application. And why this? A user can work. So that is the Salesforce license. So in this, we have total 2 licenses. 1 license administrator is using and 1 license is remaining. So there was a question related to this. So that's because if you are working with the Salesforce license, but if you are using the other licenses, definitely we have multiple licenses. Those are not being used. So you can use them. Second, we'll be working with this chatter free and chatter external, these 2 licenses. So total 3 licenses we'll work with: Salesforce, chatter free, and chatter external. So chatter free, we have total 5,000 licenses. Till now, we used only 1. Chatter external, 500 licenses, we didn't use a single license. In reality, how many licenses we are working with? 5,502 licenses. So these many number of users you can create in your org. So there was a question that we can work only with 2 users. That was for Salesforce CRM application. But it is not. It is, we are working with 5,502 users. Total, which we discuss here, I'm not counting these numbers. The licenses which we are not discussing at all. So these are the permission set licenses and these are feature licenses. Feature licenses are the additional licenses. And then usage-based entitlement. This will be doing when we discuss the service application. That time we discuss these all. So the first thing about fiscal year. Fiscal year is nothing but, we also call it as financial year. So this is basically time period when the organization checks their account, their the finance data, how much business they did, what all are their expenses, whether they were in profit, they were in loss, all these things they check. That is fiscal year. So in Salesforce, we can create fiscal years. This fiscal year is of 2 types: standard fiscal year and custom fiscal year. Now, how to set up this? Let me show you. So here, I'm going to say fiscal year. Under company settings, I'll get. Now here I'm getting this standard fiscal year. So this is standard fiscal year. It's showing my organization name. So my organization name is ABCD. And this fiscal year is starting on January month. No, here this January month is ending month, not a starting month. So please don't get confused with this. Fiscal year start month and a fiscal year is based on ending month or starting month. So now if you choose this, this means the 1st of January, this is when your fiscal year is starting. If your organization decides the fiscal year should begin with any other date, like say it should start with, say 1st of April, you can mark here this and then save. So this fiscal year is going to impact the reports part, the forecasting part. So on the report, on the forecasting, we have a concept like next quarter, previous quarter, next fiscal year, previous fiscal year. So what all are the changes you do, that will impact the year. If you choose this ending, this means the April is your ending month. This means which is the last day of the fiscal year is nothing but last day of that month. That's 30th of April. This is when your fiscal year will end. Then fiscal year beginning would happen 1st of May. So that we set here and then save. Done. Are you sure? Yes. So this is save and done. Now, not all the organizations, they are working with this standard Gregorian calendar fiscal year. They don't work with this. So few organizations, if they are working with different types of fiscal years, Salesforce do have a support for it in a standard way. So for that purpose, as an administrator, we should go with custom fiscal year. But make a note, as an administrator, if you enable the custom fiscal year, after that, you can never come back to standard fiscal year. This is not possible. Number one. Number two, from the Salesforce, there are standard features given to you. Number one, quota. Quota is nothing but sales targets. Second, reports, which has the previous quarter, next quarter, those kind of reports. That, as well as forecasting. These three standard support automatically go away. So no way you can get it back. Not possible. If you enable the custom fiscal year. So I'm enabling it. And then here, say enable custom fiscal year. So it is clearly mentioned here. Here also it is mentioned. Enabling custom fiscal year cannot be undone and has impacts on forecasting reports and quotas. I'm going with OK. Now here, I'm into fiscal year and standard fiscal year gone. No way, I can't get it back. Now here, the custom fiscal year, this is important. You will be getting questions in exam. If I go with new, then here the custom fiscal year, we have, if the organization follows this kind of custom fiscal year, with this, we do not have the Gregorian calendar concept. We have here, we do not have the 365 days or leap year concept, nothing. Now the year definition is 52 weeks. That's definition of a year. And we do not have now the concept of month. That's gone. In place of month, we have a concept of period. So here, 4 quarters we have in 1 year. And in each quarter, we have 13 weeks. So 13 weeks multiplied by 4, that makes it 52 weeks. Okay. Now this 13 weeks we have in 1 quarter. So how to divide this 13 weeks? So we do not have the concept of month. So these 13 weeks we divide in 4, 4, 5. That means first period has 4 weeks, second period has 4 weeks, and third period has 5 weeks. Then fourth period has again 4, 4, 5. Like this, it carry on. If your organization follows this, then Salesforce has a standard support for it. If your organization follows this way, the first period, 4 weeks, second period, 5 weeks, then 4 weeks. There is another way of fiscal year definition which organizations follow. That's 13 periods per year and 4 weeks per period. So this 13 multiplied by 4, that makes it 52 weeks. So if we have 13 periods per year and 4 weeks per period, now these 13 periods, how to per year, how to divide into quarter. So quarter 1 has 3 period, quarter 2 has 3 period, quarter 3 has 3 period, and quarter 4 has 4 period. If your organization follows like this, in Salesforce, we have a support for it, standard. So directly we can make use of it. Now, if your organization decided to go for say 12 months per year, like standard Gregorian calendar, we can go for this. But remember, Even though if now you choose this 12 months per year, this does not mean that what you already lose, you will get back. Forget about it. So few of the reports, particularly the month related reports, those you will lose. Quota you will lose, and few forecasting you will lose. So apart from this, for an example, say one organization, it's working in its own fiscal year. If I take example of the organization, rather than working on say the solar calendar, they are working on lunar calendar. There is no support from the Salesforce provided. Standard support is not there. If that organization is getting the Salesforce CRM license, then they have to create their own fiscal year implementation. There is not a standard features are being provided by Salesforce like this. I took example of say lunar calendar. Your organization is following lunar calendar. That's not been supported by Salesforce. Then definitely either you have to talk to your organization developers, or you have to talk to some consultant organizations, or might be Salesforce itself, to implement fiscal year for your org. So they implemented it. Now, if you are facing any challenge with respect to fiscal year, that who implemented it, you should contact them, right? If the challenge is something else, then you'll contact to Salesforce. Got it? That whenever you are moving from standard to custom fiscal year, few standard support from Salesforce you will lose because of you are moving to custom fiscal year. This does not mean that you cannot implement it. You can implement it. You can even ask Salesforce to implement for your org. They will implement it. So this is here. Now, if I continue, for an example, I'm going with this 4545, continue. Now here I can decide that when the organization fiscal year begins. So now for this, I have to talk to the management, what they are giving me. This is not as a system administrator, I am feeding data. So I'll be getting these all data from the management. That okay, our fiscal year will begin on say February of say 6th. So this 6th of February, we'll be calling it 2024. Our week will begin on Monday or any other day, you should mention here. And then this is where the definition comes up. So first quarter, what does first quarter mean? First quarter will begin on 6th of February till 7th of May. First period, 6th of February till 5th of May, 5th of March. First week, this is the week definition, second, third, fourth week. Fifth week, this is 6th, 7th, 8th, like this, the week definition you'll get. So this we can customize, and then we can save this. So this is custom fiscal year. So I created. So in this case, my fiscal year begins on 6th of February, and then it's ending on 4th of February, 2024. Okay. There are organizations who are syncing their the week definition or period definition with month definition. So they have a concept of short week. So where their week is not of 7 days, they have a concept of 3 days or 4 days or 2 days week. They have concept of that. The organizations who do follow, they follow in that way. That is possible. So next I'm coming up with the currencies. So if the organization is working with multiple currencies, so currencies, we have total 3 types of currencies: active currency, inactive currency, and corporate currency. Active currency, this is the currency in which at present the organization is dealing with. Those currencies are known as active currencies, and we can have multiple active currencies. Inactive currency, these are the currencies which earlier the organization was working with, but at present the organization is not dealing with that currency at all. Those currencies, is marked as inactive currency. So once a currency added in the org, admin cannot remove it. Not possible at all. So once a currency is added, it will be forever. You can only mark it as inactive. You can't remove it, you can't delete it. Then third, we have corporate currency. Corporate currency is like, if I take example of say Microsoft, it is doing business in different geographical areas and the business is in local currencies. Now the Microsoft management want to know that within a fiscal period or say somewhere, how much overall business they did. So now they can't do it like that. They did 5 million US dollar and then 3 million euro and then say 2 million INR. No, everything has to come to one single currency. That one single currency is corporate currency. So in the organization, you can have multiple active currencies, multiple inactive currencies, but only one corporate currency. So as of now, I'm adding few currencies. Okay, org works with following currencies. That's US dollar, say Euro, Japanese yen, Singapore dollar, Australian dollar. Let me go with the, all right, these are sufficient. I'll go with this. So let me add these currencies. So here I'm going with the managed currencies. Remember this managed currencies, you will get only if at company information level, you enabled the multiple currencies, then only you'll get this option. Otherwise, you will not get this option at all. Here it's showing us active currencies. So as of now, I have only one currency, that's Indian rupee, INR, and it's corporate currency. Now I'm adding more currencies. So let me go with new. Which currency? So here I'm adding with say Australian dollar. What's conversion rate? This conversion rate is with respect to the corporate currency. So this is the conversion rate with respect to corporate currency, 0.018. Let me pull down here. I'm going here with say 3 decimal places, 7 new. Let me add here say US dollar. What is US dollar here? 0.012. 3 decimal places, 7 new. Then here I'm going over say Singapore dollar. What is Singapore dollar? 0.016. Then I go with the Japanese yen, 1.66. I think I read all. Euro I missed. Okay. Let me go with say euro. Euro is what? 0.211. 3 decimal places, save. So now here, these are the active currencies. This means as of now, my organization at present is working with these currencies. So if I'm going to say opportunities, let me refresh my page. And I'm going and creating a new opportunity here. These are the currencies. So I can use here the currency. Which currency? So if I mention here an amount, this amount is in which currency? So that I can select from here. It's not all about a new, but any existing opportunity, like say this opportunity. So if I edit it, here this is mentioned, let me go with say 200,000, and this is of say euro. So this 200,000 is euro. Here, this is the amount. This is 200,000. Now in parenthesis, I'm getting this. This is the user's currency. So the user is working with which currency? That it is showing in parentheses here. And conversion, it will automatically take from that conversion rate which is mentioned here. It automatically pick up. Our organization is decided to not to work with Singapore dollar. As an administrator, will deactivate it. I don't have here a delete option. I have here only a deactivate option. So Singapore dollar is deactivated. Now, if I come down here, refresh this page, and if I modify this, check the currency, the end user will not get Singapore dollar at all because the organization is not working with that currency. So Singapore dollar is not there. All other active currencies are visible. As an administrator here, say it is showing me, the salesperson, this is the opportunity currency and this is the currency converted into user's currency. So my currency is INR. So it's converted. If as an administrator, I don't want to show it. Here there is parenthetical currency conversion. It is enabled. We can disable it. So I disabled. Now on the opportunity, it only show the opportunity currency. This currency will not convert into my currency. So let me take an example. Say I'm based out of India and my currency is INR. But I have a customer who is in Japan and I'm dealing with that customer in Japanese yen. So here I'll be getting the currency Japanese yen. This Burlington Textile Weaving Plant Generator is my customer and I'm charging this customer in US dollar, not in INR. So when I'm looking at this opportunity, I'm getting in INR, USD, not in INR. Got it now? It's not mandatory that the salespersons, they are only dealing within the limited geographical region, number one. Number two, with one currency only. There is no such constraint. So I am a salesperson based out of India, and there is a customer, Burlington Textile Corp of America. With this customer, I have this opportunity. And to this customer, I'm charging in US dollar. I'm not charging in INR. So my discussion, everything is happening in USD. There's another customer. Here, so let me go with this customer. This is India location. I'll go with Singapore. We closed off. Let me go with, say, one more opportunity. Here, say, okay, yes. This customer, ITC. For this opportunities in Singapore location, we are charging in euro. Possible, right? The salesperson is saying different customers, different currencies he's charging. Very well possible. And in the Salesforce CRM, we have a support for it. So here, say Salesforce is allowing you to do so. So this is my opportunity. I can able to put here euro. Salesforce is not stopping me to do so. Even though if I go to say settings, here language and time zone, I opted here the currency as INR, not the other currency INR. But still, when I'm going to opportunities, I can able to put the opportunities in different currencies. Salesforce allows it. It's not stopping me to do so. So this is about the currency stuff. Next thing is that here, what about the currency conversion rates? So these conversion rates are with respect to corporate currency. Now we need to understand that how organization is working with the currency conversion rate. How organizations are working with the currency conversion rate? How about the financial institutions like banks? How a bank work with the currency conversion rate? How banks are dealing with the currency conversion rate? So can I say that every day morning, the bank management sit and decide the currency conversion rate. Remember, I'm nowhere saying that what is the market rate. I'm nowhere saying. I'm just saying bank management is deciding what should be the currency conversion rate. That particular day, the bank follows that conversion rate. Irrespective of what is in the real market, the currency conversion rate does not matter. So in other terms, I can call it bank work with the flat rate per day. So one particular day, a flat rate, that rate is decided in morning. Next day morning, again management said they decide a rate. That particular day, that rate will follow. Again next day, one new rate, that rate the bank will follow. Remember, in this world, none of the organization follows the live market currency conversion rate. It's really impossible to follow because it's changing every second. It's not possible. Otherwise, what will you tell to your customer? If your customer, you are charging say $100 and after half an hour you say that no, sir, it is not $100, now it's $101. After 1 hour, you are saying that no, sir, it's not $101, now it's $100.5. Do you think organizations work in this way? No, they don't work in this way. So we have a concept of flat rate. Different organizations, I took example of the banking industry or financial institutions who are working flat rate per day. Organizations, they work flat rate weekly, fortnight flat rate, monthly flat rate, bi-monthly flat rate, quarterly flat rate, half-yearly flat rate, annual flat rate. This is how the organizations work. And we are Salesforce system administrator. Remember, we are not the finance person. We are not the account person. So what should be the currency conversion rate? That's given to us by the account team. They will give us. So I'm Salesforce administrator and my organization works with monthly flat rate. Admin needs to set up the same in Salesforce CRM. So here we have a concept of advanced currency management. Now, as soon as I enable it, now, see, I'm getting here two options. Earlier, I was getting only one option, manage currencies. So under manage currencies, I'll be getting same. No difference. But if the admin enabled the advanced currency management, then manage dated exchange rates, he will get. This is just a demo. Continue. Now here, this is the conversion rate, and these all conversion rates are with respect to the corporate currency. So here I'm going with new conversion, new exchange rate, and these exchange rates are given to me by the account team. They are telling that, okay, from 1st of April onwards, this will be the conversion rate will follow. 1 INR, 0.20 euro. Australian dollar. 0.012 euro. Japanese yen, 70. US dollar, 3. So from 1st April onwards, this is the conversion rate will follow. Okay, I put it. New exchange rate. They gave me the rate from say 1st of May onward as well. Let me put on 1st of May onward. What it will be. Here, so this is the conversion rate I'm putting. And then save. So let's have a look. This is showing me 31st March and before. This is the conversion rate with respect to corporate currency. Next range, 1st April till 30th of April. This is the conversion rate. 1st May onward, this is the conversion rate. Now, how it's going to impact us? If I go to opportunity, and this is my opportunity. Let me modify this opportunity here. So this is US dollar. So 80,000 US dollar. If this opportunity is closing within March month, okay, let me close this here. Okay, it is already closed last. Let me change it, edit. I'm marking it as closed one. I got the deal. This is the conversion rate already applicable. Assume that this is not closed in month of March, but this is closed in month of April. 6th of April. So this opportunity annual revenue for India location, 80,000 US dollar is closed in on 6th of April. Save. What is the amount? This is the amount. How it got this amount? It automatically went to this particular, the dated exchange rate. What is the currency conversion rate? It automatically pick up and then shown here. Assume that this opportunity is closed in month of May. Say 4th of May. 80,000, 80,000, same. Wonderful. How come it is? Okay, 0, 1, 0. Okay, this is the numbers. Zeros are different. Is it same? 80,000, sorry, the zeros are different. Sorry, it's confusing. Okay, so now can I say that the opportunity is closing? Basis on that, it automatically pick up the current conversion rate and show here. This is where the dated actions rates applicable. And this is how the organizations work. Second thing, as of now, the account team is giving me these all data. Because of this is they are giving once in a month, or maybe they are giving say next 4-5 month data in one shot. So as an administrator, I have to come down here and then do the changes manually. That's one. If you want that, no, the administrator should not do the changes here manually. Rather, there should be an automated way. Then you have to talk to your development team, ask them to write down a code, wire that code, pick up the data from somewhere, maybe from some internet, or maybe some from cloud, or some say website, some servers, and then automatically pull here data. So that is job of that code. Okay, now we'll discuss about profiles. So profile in this, now we will be talking about the user administration. So in that the profile, this determine what a user view in CRM application. So now when I'm talking about view means here, not this, let me close this. Number one, which application? Number two, on the application, here we have different tabs. So which tab? If I go to a particular tab and I open a record, then here I'm getting these are the field arrangements. We call it as a page layout. So for other user, maybe the field arrangement or placement can be different. So that's page layout. On that, if I don't want to show, like say type or lead source field to few of the users, I can hide them or I can show them. I can mark them as read only. So these all things here we do. So view means which application, which tab, which page layout, and which field. So this is being controlled or determined by profile. Second, it also determines what a user can do in CRM application.
Moving on to the next question. Rundown view can, and the four options are: print rundown can be sent out to exceed expectations, print up to 1000 records in print C. Third option is appear in 2000 records in the record check show. And lastly, both first and second.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So can do means actions. Like, can a user create a new record? Can a user modify a record? Can a user say delete a record? Can a user send emails? Can a user generate reports? Can a user create a dashboard? These are the activities or actions which a user can do in CRM application. These all things are being determined by profiles. So we have two types of profiles. Number one, standard profile, and then custom profile. So standard in Salesforce, many places will be getting these two terms, standard and custom. Standard means by default, we will be getting when we have an addition or a license and we can't delete it. That's standard. Custom, basis on the organization requirement, the administrator is creating that. And since administrator is creating it, so definitely it can delete it as well. So if I go here, let me show you which are the standard profiles we have. So I'm going here with, now we'll be working under users, profiles. So this is showing me all the profiles. Let me come down. It is showing me here 1 of 25, total 38. Let me see 50 records per page. So it's showing me here the actions. Let me arrange by user license type. So these are the user licenses: analytics, cloud integration, authenticated websites. We are not going to work with these licenses. We'll work with Chatter external, Chatter free, and Salesforce license. If you have a look of it, see, I'm getting an edit and clone option. If I come down below, see, this is where the user license is, Salesforce license. Somewhere I'm getting delete option as well. Towards right side, see, the custom is checked. These are custom profiles. So we are working with the practice org. So Salesforce is giving these custom profiles to us for practice. Other standard profiles, this you should know. The standard profiles for Salesforce license. Number one, system administrator, minimum access users, solution manager, marketing user, contract manager, and standard user. These are the 6 standard profiles we have. Now, what I can customize or modify in this standard profiles. Number one, standard profile I can delete. Edit. This is here the custom applications. See, I can change them. I can check or uncheck them. If I come down, tab settings, I can change them. If I can come down here below, see, these are the permissions. All are grayed out. I can't change them. If I come down here, general user permissions, grayed out. No changes. Standard object permissions, grayed out. I can't change. Okay, that's about the standard profiles. And cannot delete. Profile, not allowed. Now, if I go with Chatter external, so we have Chatter external user profile. Chatter free profile. So for Chatter free license, we have 2 profiles: Chatter free and Chatter moderator user profile. Okay, and then for Salesforce, these are the 6 standard profiles we have. Now, The problem with these standard profiles, see, these are the custom profiles for this practice or we are getting. In real life, we'll not get these all profiles. So basis on our organization requirement, we have to create, means admin has to create profiles so that those profile users, it can give permissions. So now here admin needs to create a new profile for sales managers. And the administrator should give the appropriate permissions for sales managers, what they want. So now I'm going to create a profile for sales managers. There are a lot of settings we have. Let's have a look. So you can create the profile in two ways. One, either clone an existing profile, clicking on clone. Second, if you go with new profile, then also it's asking you to clone an existing profile. So you have to clone an existing profile. So I'm going and cloning the standard user profile. See the license, Salesforce license. Profile name, I'm putting as custom sales manager. Usually we prefix with custom so that it's easy to know. So here, this is the profile I created. Now I'm modifying it. So this is a custom profile. The custom is checked. License, Salesforce license will be working only with 3 licenses: Salesforce Chatter Free and Chatter External. These are the applications. Which application should be visible to sales managers? Tab should be visible. Analytics Studio, I don't want. App Launcher, let it be. Let me write down here. Because of now, there are a lot of settings, applications here. Bolt Solutions, Communities, Contained Data Manager, Digital Experience, Lightning Users App, Marketing Queue Management, Sales, let it be, Sales Console, Chatter. Chatter, I'm marking it as default. Default means whenever this person, this profile users, when they logs in, then they should get this application. Like we are system administrator, and when we are logging in, we are getting set up. So the sales manager should get Salesforce Chatter application. So I marked it as default. And this service console, site, all permissions I removed. So only these I'm giving. This is standard sales. This is Salesforce Classic. This is sales in Lightning. I gave permission. So this is the application permission I'm giving to sales managers. Then I'm coming to tab settings. Now we have a lot of tab settings here. For every object, there is a tab settings, a lot many tab settings here. So we have 3 types of settings over here: default on, default off, and tab hidden. Default on means by default, the tabs are visible or available on navigation bar. That's default on. Default off means the tab is not visible on navigation bar, but under the app launcher, it's available. That's default off. Tab hidden means on the CRM application, the tab is not visible at all. That's tab hidden. So here now I'm going with say, I'm marking say account, default on, contact, default on opportunity, default on, say leads, default on, campaign, default off, cases. So I'm focusing on these objects only: account, contact, opportunity, lead, campaign, and cases. Whereas this person is a sales manager for whom I'm creating a profile. So sales related like account, contact, opportunity, leads, these should be visible on navigation bar. Campaigns, it should not be visible. So default off. Cases, why sales manager should know anything about the complaints cases. Type it on. So I'm marking this account. Now these all are by default. Yes, as an administrator, I have to go and do a changes every year. But due to time constraint, I'm not changing everything. But ideally, I should do this. So I'm focusing only on few objects. Campaigns, I'm marking it as default off. Cases, tab hidden. Contact, default on. And right side, there is opportunities, default on. Okay, done. Then I'm coming down to administrative permissions. If I'm giving these permissions, then the user becomes administrator. Remember, there is a difference between system administrator and administrator. Administrator, or in Salesforce terminology, we are calling it as delegated administrator. This is a person who do limited administration or one particular administration, not everything. System administrator is a super user who can do everything. For an example, if a person only work with, say, users, he can create a new user, he can change password, he can deactivate a user. We call it as user administrator. If a person whose work is to import data, export data, do the data modifications, we call it as data administrator. So these administrators do a specific work. So these permissions are giving to the profile users so that they can become the administrators or can do the administrative activities. I am working with sales manager. Again, here, administrator, there are a lot of permissions. See, so many permissions here. And we cannot discuss all the permissions. And in fact, even in certification exam also, they'll not ask all the permissions because of they all are particular to licenses and a lot of things. So I shall be discussing few of the permissions which are useful in the certification exam and interviews, and few we will be discussing as and when we need them. So access, we do not want all this. Number one, add people to direct message. So can this person in the chat add a person at mention? Why this? Can it add a person in the messages? Yes, the sales manager should do this. So here, this is, I'm giving permission. Then here, REST services, nothing, API enabled. API enabled means, can this person, sales manager, install an application, and via that application, it can connect to Salesforce server? I'm not giving permission. So it has to log in into browser to work with the Salesforce or via mobile device. But it cannot use a software to connect to Salesforce server. Permissions not given. Create and customize list views. Can this sales managers create the list views? Yes, they should do this. Can they create or customize reports? Yes, this is managers' work. Can they create an own chatter groups? I'm not giving permission. Sales manager should not create chatter groups in my org. Content deliveries, we don't know, so I'm ignoring all these. Can they edit their own chatter post? Let it be. So they should be able to modify their own chatter post. Then invite customers to chatter. No need, they can't create a chatter group. So no need to give them this permission. Lightning experience user. If you give this permission, then only the users can you work with lightning experience. If not, then they can only work with classic, not lightning experience. Then here, not all, these all things, nothing over here. We'll keep on coming onto this whenever we need it. Because we have a lot of settings here. And then here coming up, this is crucial permission. Did you notice somewhere I'm getting I sign and somewhere I'm not getting I sign? If I go to I sign, this means this permission is not independent permission. If you check this, there is a dependency on API enabled permission. So if you check this, then API enabled automatically get checked in. That's meaning of it. This is dependent on this. This is dependent on this. This permission is dependent on some other permission. So both has to check. Now I go with say manage users. Manage users, I talk about the user administrator. If you give this permission is dependent on this, means automatically the users will get these all permissions. And this makes that profile user as user administrator. Now it can reset user password, it can unlock users, it can view all the users, it can manage profiles, permission sets, roles, everything it can do. Then this is very, very, very crucial permission. Make a note to modify all data. If you give this permission, now this user become data administrator. And with this permission, the user can read, edit, and delete everybody's record in system. Make a note, I'm repeating. Read, edit, and delete everybody's record in system. That's modify all data. So before moving this, let me save this. So it's only working with data. System administrator is at much higher level. Yeah, system administrator is data administrator, but along with that additional as well. Please have a look of these. Many of the checkboxes automatically get checked. Or you can check it out here better. Say these one automatically get checked. All. Let me go and enable this. Modify all data. Modify all data, I'm checking. Did you notice few checkboxes are checked here? See, everything is checked. I shown you there is a dependency. For an example, anything I removed, I'm removing this. Go in and check this. See, it is disabled. Why? Because of there is a dependency and one person, one permission on which it is dependent is not checked. So you cannot call modify or data permission given. No. Okay. So that's modify all data permission. Very crucial permission. I hope you got it. Let me cancel this. This is my original, which sales manager I was giving permission. Otherwise, everything get disturbed and again I have to redo the entire work. Similar to this, we also have a permission view all data. View all data gives all the records view permission. That's view all data. Okay. So with this now, this profile user can view everybody's record in system. That's view all data. Okay, so I'm working with the sales manager profile and to sales manager profile. Why should I give the sales manager modify all data and view all data permission? In fact, I hide cases. So I'm not going to give them. The business unit who is asking us to do so, they'll ask us that these users, they should do these activities in Salesforce. So these requests or requirements you will be getting from business unit. Like say for an example, there is a HR. The HR needs to access Salesforce for some activities. What activity? How I know? I'm system administrator. I don't know what HR should do with CRM. So if there is a requirement, the HR business unit has to tell me that these permissions give to the HR persons, and after that I'll give. So here, this modify all data weighted, remove people from direct messages. I do not want. Select files, outbound messages, nothing. I'm not giving any permissions. These things we'll discuss when we discuss the dashboard and reports. That time we'll discuss these all permissions. So I'm not giving any permission as of now. View all data we already discussed. Okay. And then here, yes. This is view setup and configuration. I'm not giving. Remember, if you give this permission, then top right corner, the user will get this gear sign. Why the sales manager should get this gear sign or setup? This is done by this view setup and configuration. So I'm not giving permission. Role and role hierarchy, I removed. Now we have general user permissions. So here, allow sending list emails, assign topics, convert leads. Sales manager should convert leads, right? It's his work. Export report, import leads, import personal contacts, let it be. So it can import personal contacts. And then here, nothing is there. Let me go right side. This one, mass edit from list. Yes, this I'm giving permission. So in the list view, it can able to modify multiple records. That's mass edit from list. Mass emails, manager should not send. Run report, let it be the permission. And then this one, I'm not giving permission. Transfer leads, yes, this is admin's work. Transfer leads means transferring the ownership. That is the manager's work. It should do this. Yeah, insight or all, we don't have anything to do. And done. Now I'm coming to object setting, object permissions. These object permissions here, let me discuss here the object permissions. These object permissions, we have CRED. That's create, read, edit, and delete. So with this, if the create permission is given, then the person can create a new record, read, the person can read record, edit, they can modify, delete, they can delete the record. Along with this, we have two permissions, view all and modify all. These are the admin permissions. This means if I'm giving for an example, say view all permission. This means sales managers can view everybody's account record in system. Earlier, we discussed view all data. View all data means all object, all the records. View all means only this object, all the records they can view. That's view all. If I go with modify all, please make a note, modify all also gives you delete permission. So if you create, let me show you again, modify all. Modify all gives you delete permission. Modify all means now sales managers can read, edit, delete everybody's account record in Salesforce. Got it? The meaning of view all and modify all and how they are different from view all data and modify all data. View all data and modify all data is applicable to all objects. This is applicable to only that object, not to all object. Count CRED. Okay, let me not give here D permission. Opportunity CRE lead, read, edit. Campaign, read permission. Cases, no permission. Again, I'm focusing on only few records, few objects, sorry. Account, the sales manager should be able to create account, read account, and edit account. But sales manager should not be able to delete account. I'm not giving permission. So all these object permissions I'm removing. Then here, campaign, sales manager should only able to read campaigns. They should not able to create campaigns. I'm not giving permission. Cases, no permission. Contact the entire create permission. Create, read, edit, delete. So here, So I'm removing these all permissions now. Lead, only read and edit permission. This is read and edit permission. No create. So sales manager should not create leads. I'm not giving them permission. Here, let me remove it. Opportunities, create permission or CRE? CRE. So opportunities, sales manager can able to create, read or edit opportunities, but not delete opportunities. I'm not giving them permission. This is all removed. I'm not giving these all permissions. We have a lot of objects here. So let me remove all permissions. Okay. So only few objects I gave permission to sales managers. Account, opportunities, campaign, contact, and leads. Now after this, session timeout. So if the sales manager is not active for some time, he logged in into Salesforce server using browser, now is not active, then Salesforce should automatically log them out. So the best practice for this is 30 minutes. Usually we work with 30 minutes. So if 30 minutes, sales manager is not doing any activity, it automatically log out. If the sales manager is logging in, then do you want Salesforce server should ask every time a verification code? If yes, go with high assurance. Now, every time the Salesforce server will ask verification code when sales manager is logging in. Here, it will not ask for verification code every time. Then these are password policies. So the best practice for password policy is 30 days. So 30 days, the password will expire. So sales manager has to change password every 30 days. And it should remember previous 10 passwords. So with this, we are ensuring every time the sales manager is creating or entering a new password. This is password complexity length, maximum invalid login attempts. So this best practice is 5. When I say 5 times the sales manager is entering wrong password, then sales manager account should lock out. What is lockout period? Best practice 15 minutes. You can set up here 15, 30, 60 minutes, or sales manager has to contact system administrator to unlock it. So this is the profile created. So now here we'll be creating a user. So let's take a use case where, let's see, Vina RP and org Tokyo, Japan as sales manager, able to use Salesforce CRM application. Now for this, as an administrator, I need to give permissions to Vina RP so that Vina can able to access Salesforce CRM application, and as a sales manager, it can work. So for that purpose here, I'll be going to the users. Here, if I go with a new user, now here we need to mention the first name of the person, last name of the person, and then aliases. This aliases which come in list view. So whenever you are looking at list view, let me show you. Here, see, if I go with opportunities, this is a list view. So in list view here, this is the opportunity owner aliases. So what should be the alias for that user that we mentioned here, aliases? Then what is the email of that person? Aliases which appear when you view the list view, then in list view, the opportunity, that particular record owner name. You will not get the complete name, but you will get the alias of it. then the email address of that person. Then what should be username? This username has to be unique, not within your organization, but entire Salesforce. So here I'm giving this as username. Then we have nickname. Nickname is, we have the communities. So in communities, what should be name of this person? So this nickname again should be unique in communities. So that we mention here, nickname. Then title. So that's say Apex Sales Manager, company, department, division. So these are the optional data. So it's your choice if you want to keep or if you want to ignore it. Then right side, we have here role. So as of now, we didn't discuss role. So I'm ignoring it, but make a note that role is a required field, but still you can go with non-specified. This is allowed. Then the user license. So what should be the license for this user? In terms to use the Salesforce CRM application, we'll be giving Navina the Salesforce license. Salesforce means Salesforce CRM user license. So I'm giving this. Now, related to this Salesforce license, what all are the profiles available? So those you will get under the profile. And this is a drop-down list where you can select only one profile. This means one user can have either 0 or 1 role, and it can have one profile. So it's not possible that one user can have more than one profile. There was a question earlier that can a user have more than one profile? So the answer is no, it is not possible. Then we have here these licenses. These are the feature licenses which our organization has. So if you want to give Veena API the additional licenses apart from Salesforce CRM user license, then you can give this. These you will be getting only if your organization has these licenses. If your organization don't have these licenses, you will not be getting these checkboxes. So if I go here, looking at company information, if I come down, so these are the user licenses. Now I gave Salesforce license, which I have total 2 licenses. One I already used and one is remaining. So that remaining license now I'm using. Now below we have, these are the feature licenses. So these feature licenses you can assign to a user by checking these checkboxes. Then if I come down, let me go here with this, the mailing address. What should be mailing address of that person? So that is mentioned here. If you want to set up the single sign-on means the employee goes to the organization portal. From there, clicking on some link or something, it can directly enter into Salesforce or not. By default, it is not allowed. So if you click, Salesforce server will ask for the user credentials, which user has to enter, then only it can able to enter into Salesforce CRM application. If you want that, no. Whatever is there in the organization credentials, that should work for the Salesforce CRM as well. Then the administrator should set up single sign-on, SSO. So when administrator is setting up, then it generates a federation ID, an ID. So that ID we should put here. So during this session, we are not talking about or implementing the single sign-on. Then this user belongs to which time zone, that we should mention here. So in our case, the person joins us from Tokyo. So let it be the time zone is GMT +9. Locale. So which locale the person is working with. So that you should choose from here. So I'm choosing here English US. Language, Japanese, or which language? So I'm choosing here English. And then what should be the person's currency, the default currency. So here I already have Japanese yen. So I'm selecting here Japanese yen. Then these are the approval related settings. So this we'll discuss when we'll implement the approval process. That time we'll discuss this. What is delegated approval manager and the request emails. So here I created a user. Once it is done, then let me generate a new password and notify user immediately. And then save. As soon as I'm saving it here, now I should be getting an email regarding this. So if I go here I got it. So this is how that user will receive an email. This is the username for this is the org, and then with this, remember when you created the developer account, you get similar type of email. You clicked on verify account and it asks for the password. You set a password and then you start working. Similarly, he also will be doing, but rather than doing into the Chrome only, I'm copying this and working with Edge. So now I'm working with two browsers, not with one. The reason for this is because in one browser, only one user can work. Two users cannot work, even though you're working with different tabs. So I'm going with another one here, and then ready for new password. Let me reset the password. It is asking me password. Here I'm entering password, security question, and change password. So this is how the user logs in. Now this is end user, a sales manager. So when a sales manager is logging in, then he's landing to Salesforce chatter application. So this is we did with respect to the users. So now I'm checking here what all are the active, what all are the configuration or setup I did for profile. So is it working fine for that user? Now, since I logged in with that user, so I'm checking. So here, the first thing with respect to applications. So the user should get App Launcher, Sales, and Chatter should be default application. This means whenever this user logs in, the Chatter application should be the landing application. So here, the Chatter application is landing application. If I'm going to say top left corner, the App Launcher, here view all. The user can see only two applications, Salesforce Chatter and Sales, no other applications. Reason, the system administrator didn't give him permission. So that's with respect to the applications. Now, after the applications, if I go to say tabs, account, contact, opportunities, leads, these all are default on, whereas campaign is default off and cases are tapped on. Let's have a look. So in the sales application, opportunity, lead, account, contact, they all are visible. But what about campaigns? It's not visible here. If I go in the end, no, it's not visible. But the same sales application, if the system administrator is looking at, so the sales application system administrator is looking at, he's getting campaigns. He's even viewing the cases. But for sales managers, it's not visible here. Now the campaigns are default off. Default off means by default, the tabs are not visible on the navigation bar. But if the user go to App Launcher, view all, it should get campaigns. But what about cases? It's nowhere visible. Reason, tab hidden. So in CRM application, the user cannot see that tab at all. It's not allowed. So that's with respect to the tab settings. Now, here, these are the permissions. So let me check all these permissions. So the first one is add people to direct messages. If I go here, chatter, view cases in CRM application. The person is referring to another person in the chatter post and share. Now it is shared. Now, if I'm looking at my application, this is my chatter app. I'm going to chatter. See Veena RP just now how to view. To view. Let me go here with say now. Second thing is with respect to chatter groups. If I go here with say active groups, so these are the two groups: Global Sales Chatter Forum and the admin only. Now, Veena is not a member of any of the group. This is a public group which earlier I created, and Veena is not a member. Veena can see what messages happened. Veena can like it, can comment it. Veena is not a member, but still the person can do this. If Veena want to join this group, there is top right corner join group option available. So with this, Veena can join the group. If Veena want to leave the group, here leave group option. So why this Veena can leave group? If I go here with say another group that's admin only, which is a private group, so only members can see the updates. Since Veena is not a member, Veena cannot see. Then here, the person has to request to join the group, ask to join group. And this request would go to the manager or owner of that group. Now, Veena requested. If I'm going here to say admin only group, right side, there is a membership requested, 1. Now I can accept it or I can decline it. Send. Declined. If I go here, refresh the page. So as of now, it is membership requested. It's changed to ask to join. Now here, this is whether this person can create or customize the list views. So if I go here, this is that Veena's account. I'm going to say account. Here we have the new list view to create. Like Veena want to see all the premium customers. So new, and then here premium customers. So Veena is creating a list view. So who should view that list view? Let only Veena view this list view and then save. Now it's showing here filter by owner, my account. So I'm going with all the accounts because Veena don't have any account. So I'm going with all the accounts. In addition to that, I'm putting more filters. The filter is account rating should be hot. That means that account is a premium customer. Where is that rating, account rating?
It started with R below 4.
Showing here.
Yeah, just
Rating equals, and then here I'm selecting hot and done. And let me save this. I don't want to view these filters. So these are the two accounts. The account owner is Harish, and these two accounts are premium customers, means their account rating is hot. Then Veena can create a report. So if I go to say reports, there is new report option available. So this means Veena can create a new report. This is allowed. Veena can create and own a chatter group. So let me go to groups. Here there is top right corner, nowhere new option available. This means Veena can see the groups, can join the group, can ask to join the group, but Veena itself cannot create a group. The permission is not given. Then edit my own posts. Veena can edit its own chatter post. So let me go here to say chatter. Okay, this is Veena's chatter post. Come down here, there is edit or delete option available. Edit. So the chatter post is modified by Veena. Lightning experience user. Yes, Veena is at present working with Lightning experience. View setup and configuration. So here, top right corner, Veena is not viewing the gear sign. So that is to go into setup. So since system administrator didn't give permission, so no. Convert leads, yes, Veena should be able to convert leads. Let me go here, leads. I'm going with this lead. And Veena is converting leads. Oops, this is not lead conversion. So whenever a lead is converting, it should create account contact and opportunities. But here we don't have this. So Veena cannot create, we cannot convert leads. Let's have a look. I'm going to sales manager profile. I think I checked. Let me modify this. Sorry, it's not checked. Save. So system administrator modified the profile. Let Veena refresh the page. Convert it. Yes. See account contact opportunities. So Veena can convert leads. Okay. Then here create topic. No. Veena should not be able to create topic. So if I go to say chatter, hash, there is no option available. So this means Veena cannot create a topic. Not possible. Edit event, edit tasks, yes. So let me go here with say an account, all accounts here. And let Veena create a task. So this is a new task. Say sent quotation, due date by 9th of March to contact here, assigned to. So Veena created a new task. Now Veena want to modify it. Come down here, there is edit option available. So why this Veena can modify it? Owner of the record. Let me go here, send quote. Oh, this is assigned to Harish. Okay, yes. This is why Veena cannot create. Let me change the Veena don't have permissions. No. This is by mistake I assigned to Harish. So the record owner is Harish. So Veena cannot modify it. Let me go here and assign to Veena itself. So these things about securities we'll be discussing when we come to the record level securities, these all things. So new task here, send quotation by tomorrow, save. Now here, edit. Then due date should be say 10th. So Veena modified a task. And similarly, Veena can also modify an event. Edit topic, Veena cannot create a topic. So edit topic, no. Import leads we'll do later when we discuss the import and export activities that time. These both things. Mass edit from list, yes. So Veena can modify multiple records from the list view. So if I go here with say account, let me go with all accounts. So let me select these accounts. So these accounts, see, I want to change the billing state to say New York. So what is this? I'm selecting all the 4 records and I'm modifying it. So from the list view, The user is modifying multiple records. This is mass edit from list. List means list view. Otherwise, the user has to open each record and modify it if this permission is not there. Now with this, from the list view, the user can modify multiple records. That's mass edit from list. Transfer leads, run report, since the person can create report, that time later we'll discuss when we work on the reports, how to run a report. Transfer leads. Veena can change the ownership of lead. So here lead. So this lead is Harish lead. Veena is changing the ownership. Detail. Transferring. This is here. There is an option change owner. And Veena is assigning to itself this lead. Change owner. So since Veena had permission, Veena can change the owner of this lead record. So these things done. Now, next. Veena should be able to create, read, and edit accounts, but not delete account. Let's have a look. So account. There is top right corner, new available, means Veena can create a new account. There is only edit option available, but no delete option. This means Veena cannot delete an account. Contact and tag create permission. Let's have a look. Contact. New is there. Veena can create a new contact record. Now here, edit and delete both are available. This means Veena can edit and delete contacts as well. This is possible. Opportunity, CRE permission. So I'm going to opportunities. New is there. Veena can create a new opportunity, and here Veena can modify, but Veena can't delete an opportunity. Lead, read and edit, no create permission, no delete permission. So if I go with leads, top right corner, no new option. So Veena cannot create new leads, only edit, no delete. So Veena can read and edit leads, but can't delete leads. Campaigns, read permission. Cases, Veena can't see cases. We already checked this. Let's have a look of campaign. Campaigns. No new option available, means Veena cannot create a new campaign. And here, no option available, neither delete nor edit. Means Veena can only view campaigns, but can't edit or delete campaigns, not allowed. So there were some questions related to that. How an administrator give permission and the end users, basis on the permissions given, how it can work. So few of the questions I think resolved, not all, because still we didn't discuss the security. So those we'll discuss later. But I hope related to these. So this is about creating a user. Now, I worked here with Salesforce license, and I created a user, and I went and checked each and every permission which on the profile I gave. Similar thing you also need to do. Similarly, you should be working with these two licenses as well. So under the users, choose the license chatter free and then create a user and see how that user work. What all are the applications that user is getting, check that. Similarly, create a chatter external user. So there is a license, create it and then check. That you should do. Now, next thing we'll go with the security in Salesforce CRM. Please do understand this topic, securities. So in Salesforce, we can secure in 4 ways. The number one, organization level security. So organization level security. So in this, the first one, we have option. Now the challenge is you came to home, you logged in, and then Salesforce internally creates a cookie into your local machine. Now when you go to office and you try to log in, then the IP address is different. So now Salesforce server don't know that whether you are same person or not. So to confirm it, Salesforce server will send a verification code to your email address. So that verification code you have to enter. Then only you can able to enter into Salesforce CRM application, otherwise not. Now you have to work every day from home, from office, like this. Then it becomes a challenging work, because may not be you have an access to say an email to check your verification code. Now in the organization we have a fixed IP ranges. So we need to connect to the network administrator of our organization and ask what is the network IP ranges. Those IP ranges will mark it as trusted IP range. So you can call it as a whitelisting. This is another term in network we use. Here we are calling it as trusted IP range. Now, whenever a person is logging in from the trusted IP range with the correct username and password, Salesforce server will not ask for verification code because the user logs in from the trusted IP range. But if the same person is trying to log in from a non-trusted IP range, means outside this IP range, then Salesforce server do ask for verification code. That's trusted IP range. So I can call it is not. So within this range, Salesforce server not ask for verification code. So how to set up this trusted IP range? So search here for network access. Under network access, you'll get trusted IP range. New. And then here, you can mention the start and end IP address. So like say here, I'm putting 100, 100, 100, and then here 100, 100, 100, 255, that's on the first floor, and then save. Similarly, I can
correlation. Sorry.
So here, you can put multiple trusted IP range. So now if a user is logging in within this IP range, then Salesforce server will not ask for verification code. If a user try to log in from outside this IP range, Salesforce server will ask for verification code. And with the correct verification code, only a user can log in into Salesforce, otherwise not. Next, we have the concept of login IP range. So trusted IP range belongs to the entire organization users. Next, now we want that, like say few set of users like HR, like finance team. So they should log in only from a specific IP ranges. Means they should not do work from home. So in terms to work in Salesforce CRM application, they have to come to office and then log in into, from there. Then we go with login IP ranges. So like login IP ranges is for a group of users. So that is we set a profile level. the login IP range. And this is restrictive. This means the person can only log in from this the login IP range only. If a person tries to log in outside the IP range, no way, it cannot log in. So here I'm going with, say, my call center executives or support users, they should not do work from home. So I'm going to profiles, and here we do have a profile, custom support profile. So now I'm not clicking on edit button. Earlier we clicked on edit and we modified it, but this time I'm clicking on the profile itself, means I'm viewing the detail page. If I come down, here we have login IP range, new, and then here mention the login IP range, and save. It gives me an error because of my current IP address. This is my machine's IP address, so it is outside this range. Do you want to still continue? Now, these support users, in terms to log into work, they have to come within this IP range. Then only they can work. Otherwise not. And this is not for the entire organization. It's applicable only to support users. So for sales users, I didn't mention any login IP range, means they can log in from any place. System administrator, they can log in from any place. Since I didn't mention any login IP range. So that's login IP range. Then I want the support user should only log in from a given time period. So here, this is I'm setting up from my most of the users are from Tokyo. That is, I set at company information level. So I want they should log in only between, say, 9 to 6. Now there is a common mistake we make. If you don't specify anything on the Saturdays and Sundays, this means the person can log in anytime. So if you want the Saturdays and Sundays, the user should not log in at all. Then take any time, whichever you like. And then end time also mention the same time. So 9 a.m. start time, 9 a.m. end time. This means that particular day, the user can't work. Okay, just make sure that whatever the time you select as the start time, the same you should mention as end time. So now the support users can only log in the Japanese standard time, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So if these support users try to log in at 8:45 a.m., they cannot log in. If they try to log in at 6:15 a.m., they cannot, 6:15 p.m., they cannot log in. They can only log in between 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Important point here to note down that if a user is already logged in, now the 6 p.m. came. After 6 p.m., the user cannot create, modify, and delete records. Make a note. After 6 p.m., if the user already logged in, then it cannot create, modify, and delete records, but it can read records. This is allowed in CRM application. Okay, yes, this is 9 a.m. Now. Okay, sorry, my mistake. Save. Done. So now the support users, they can only log in between Monday to Friday, 9 to 6, from this IP range only. This is a restricted users. Now here we do have some best practices. The best practice is system administrator, we should not put login hours and login IP ranges. Otherwise you will be in trouble. So we never do this. Other users, yes, we might do, but not for system administrators. So this is the organization level security, login hours and login IP ranges. Now here, before proceeding further, let's go with the login troubleshooting. So here, if I go, see, you have been logged out due to inactivity. Because the system administrator defined that the sales manager, if they are not working for 30 minutes, then they should log out. And Veena didn't work more than 30 minutes. So Salesforce server logged them out. Now, if the person tries to log in here, those would come onto that browser. So this is the person trying to log in. This is the message: incorrect username, password, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. The user's account logged out, but the message remains same. Message will not change. Now, the system administrator should know that what is the reason. Then, to check this, the system administrator should come to setup, users, and see that user, Veena RP. Here, if the system administrator go down and looking at the login history, so in the login history, the system administrator is viewing the login time when a user logged in, what is the source IP address, what is the login time, what is the status. So this is success. These are the 5 times invalid password, then log out. The person tries to log in from a browser for this login URL, and then location is India. So the user's account is logged out. Now, if the person wants to log in immediately, then the system administrator will get here a button unlock. The system administrator will get only if a user's account is locked. If user account is unlocked, then system administrator will not get this option at all. So unlock. Now user with the correct credentials, it can able to successfully log in. So here, see, it is showing success. Now, since the user's account is unlocked, so I'm not getting here that option. Now, if the user asks system administrator to change the password, then the system administrator will come down here, reset password. And by clicking on this reset password, a password link go to user. By clicking on that link, it will ask for the new password 2 times. And with this, the user is changing password. So this is how the reset password functionality work in Salesforce. Now, what will happen internally when a user put the credentials and it is getting this screen, the CRM application? Before that, what happens? So whenever a user go and enter username and password, just give me a moment. So here, whenever a user is entering the username and password, after that, it check and the username and password, assume that they are correct. Then it will check for, say, login IP range. Okay, this is if the username and password is correct. Let me write down here. Username, password is correct. Then Salesforce server will check the login IP range for that user. If user is not falling in that IP range, then user cannot log in. That's not possible. If a user is falling in this login IP range, Then Salesforce server will check for login hours, that whether the user is falling in this login hours or not. If it is no, then user cannot log in. Not possible. If user is falling in this login hours, then Salesforce server will check for trusted IP range. It is trusted IP range, then user logged in successfully. The user is not falling in the trusted IP range, then ask for verification code. This is what Salesforce server will do. If the verification code is correct, then user logged in. If the verification code is not correct, then user cannot log in. So this is the complete process when a user enters a correct username and password and a user is getting in the login screen. In between that, these are processes internally Salesforce server do. This freezing the user, since the user is already carrying the license, so the license will still be with that user. So the license is not released. That's freezing user. Second, we have, if I go here with edit and deactivating user. So deactivating user means come down here and uncheck this. This is how we are deactivating user. With deactivating user also, a user cannot log in. So here the freeze and deactivate both are exactly same, no difference. The only difference, with freeze, the user has the license, so license is not released. But with deactivate, the license is also released. So that license you can use for some other user. So this is the difference between deactivating a user and freezing a user. All right, so this is about the working with users, logins, and then if a user quit the organization, then what system administrator should do to deactivate a user. Now we'll work with the object level security next. So in the object level security, we already did it. We have here create, read, edit, and delete. These are the 4 permissions. These permissions we set at profile level. Okay, so these things we already did. Now let's come to the real life challenges. The challenges here, assume that we have multiple sales managers. So if I'm looking at Veena RP, should also able to say create leads. Veena RP needs this permission that Veena should able to create leads. So to do so, as an administrator, I cannot go and change the profile and then giving the lead create permission. Reason, if I'm doing so, then all the users who all are having that profile, they all will start getting the lead create permissions that we do not want. Then what else? So for this purpose, we have a concept of permission set in Salesforce. So permission set is to give additional permissions to a user. Okay. This is, remember I mentioned here additional permissions. So this will not override profile permissions that it will not do. So in fact, the user final permissions is equals to profile permissions plus permission set 1 permission plus permission set 2 permissions plus and so on. So a user can have more than 1 permission set. That is possible. So this is actually to give additional permissions along with profile to a user. And one user can have more than 1 permission set. That's allowed. So if I'm looking at it, see leads. So Veena cannot create leads. There is no permission here. There is no new option available. Now, as a system administrator, I'm going and I'm creating here a permission set. So there is a permission set, left side mentioned. And here I'm creating a new permission set. See lead, create permission set. For this, do we need the session? That is with respect to if the user is accessing the Salesforce server from some tool or an API for that purpose. And then which license for which we are creating this permission set. So here, these are the licenses. So we are focusing on Salesforce license. So I'm going with the Salesforce license. Now in the permission set, here it is mentioned which application. These all are the permissions which we can give. And these permissions are quite same as the permissions which we discuss in profiles. Same. So I need to give the object level permission. So I'm doing here object settings. And then I should go to say leads. Let me go to say leads. So in this permission set, I added this permission. Similarly, you can add for other objects as well. I don't have that requirement, but if you want, you can do so. After doing this, I should assign this permission set to the user. So we have 2 ways to do so. One is you can go to manage assignment and you can assign to a user, or you can go to users, go to that user, and then come down below to the related list and you'll get the first related list, permission set assignment, edit assignment, which permission set? So here I'm going with lead permission, create permission set. So these are the permission sets already created. I'm giving this permission set to this user and save. So now this user will get the permissions, whatever the user's profile give permission, plus the permission set give permission. If I come down here and refresh it, there is a new option at top right corner. So now user can create a new lead, the permission given. So this is the use or purpose of permission sets. So if users need, along with the profile, some additional permissions, then system administrator should create permission sets, and these permission sets should assign to users. There was a question that if there is such requirement, then should we create profiles? Now the answer of that is no. As an administrator, we should go and create permission sets and assign to users. That we should do. Similarly, now here, this is, I'm giving to Veena. There's one more here. So the system administrator should give permission. So this is second requirement. How to do this? Again, the same things. Come to permission sets. new. Here, say case read. I'm giving license as a Salesforce license. Objects settings. Here you go to cases, edit. I'm marking the tab as available and read permission. Now users, Viva. Here I can go here also, hover over on this, and then edit assignment, case read permission set. Now if I go here, I'm refreshing. This is Vina's page. I'm refreshing. Now I'm going to App Launcher and searching for cases. I got cases. So now Vina can view cases. Top right corner, there is no new. So Vina cannot create cases. And here, there is no edit, no delete option. So Vina can neither create, neither create nor edit nor delete cases, only read cases. That is the permission given. Okay. Now I got these permissions. There's another requirement. All Apex Sales Manager should have following permissions apart from profile. Number one, say create permission. Number two, case this. So what as a system administrator I should do? So in this case, since I'm not going to modify the profile, because the sales manager profile is applicable for other sales managers, like say a person who belongs to US. To him also, we are giving the same profile, sales manager profile, which we created. So then we have a concept of permission set group. As name implies, permission set group means if we have multiple permission sets, you can club those all permission sets under a group. So that rather than giving the individual permission sets, you are assigning the group. So that with the group, automatically all the permissions which all are associated are given to those users. That's the concept of permission set group. Second advantage of permission set group is if tomorrow there is one more requirement comes up that the Apex Sales Manager, they should be able to see create cases as well. So all the Apex Sales Managers, they should create cases also. Earlier we didn't have this, but now the organization gave additional responsibility to Apex Sales Managers. So if you are allocating the individual permission sets, then as a system administrator, first we should create the permission set. Next, go to each Apex Sales Manager and assign this permission set manually. And in spite of that, if it is a group, just go and modify the group. Work done. Another advantage, earlier, the Apex Sales Managers, they do have a permission that they can create cases, but now we have a dedicated persons. They'll do this. So we need to revoke permissions. Remember these permissions which we gave through permission sets. Just go to the permission set group and remove it. Okay, so here, let me create, say, permission set group. So top right corner, there is a permission set group. I'm creating here, say, permission set group. And here I'm adding these permission sets in the group. Add permission sets, say this and delete. Add. Done. Now if I go to users, say Vina. Now here, see user can have assign a permission set group and permission set both. It is very well possible. Then what is the user's final permissions plus everything? So this means now Vina RP will get the permissions, what profile gave, plus what these permission sets give, plus what this permission set group gives. Everything plus, there is no minus. That's permission set group. There's one more requirement. That is, if I'm looking at my profile, this is the profile. Now the profile is giving contact delete permission to this profile users. Now I have multiple sales managers, and I want Veena should not delete contact. So till now I'm keep on giving the permissions. Now I want to revoke permissions for a user. If I need to do so, literally, I don't have any option to do so. But we do have a workaround of it. The workaround of it is first modify the profile and revoke the permission from the profile. That you should do. When you do this, now all the users who all have that profile, for everyone, that permission revoked. After this, create a permission set and with the permission. Now you should create a permission set and then assign permission set to all users other than the specific user to whom you want to revoke the permission. So now all the users, definitely they are not getting the permission from profile, agree, but they start getting permissions from permission set. So earlier also they were working, they are having the permission. Now also they are having the permission. But that specific user, that user only has the profile. That user don't have permission set. And at the profile level, we don't have that permission. So the permission is revoked from that specific user. So if I'm looking at this process, this is a tedious process. That's why the best practice, whenever you create a profile, give the minimal permissions. Remember, giving permission in Salesforce is easy, but revoking the permission is similarly challenging work. Like here, if I need to give a permission to anybody, I can create a permission set and then I can give to the user. Or maybe I can make a part of some permission set group and I can assign to users. Done. So it's easy. But to revoke, it's a three-step process. This is object level security. Now we come to next, record level security. So in the record level security, we have a concept of, say, a record owner. Record owner means the person who owns or who is working with that record. Like say this Stella, that this person's record owner is Harish. So what's definition or meaning of a record owner? By default, a record owner can read the record, can modify the record, can delete the record, can share the record with other person, and can transfer the record. These 5 permissions by default Salesforce server give to record owner that it can do. That's automatically given. We are working with a CRM application. So being a CRM application, the account record owner can view all contacts, opportunities, and cases. Account. Okay. So A person who is account record owner. Account is the customer company name. That account record owner can see all the contacts, opportunities, and cases for that account. That is the by default permission given by Salesforce server. It can see. Because of Salesforce is a CRM application, and these are the default permissions given. All right. Now, if I'm looking at the profiles, so profile generally determine what a user can do with its own records. I repeat, what a user can do with its own records means the records whose the person is owner of those records. Now, if I talk about what a user can do with other user records, this is being determined by OWD, that stands for Organization Wide Defaults. So this OWD determines that what a user can do with other users' record. So under this, we have few settings or permissions. First one, public read only. Public read only means all users can read the record. That's public read only. Second, we have public read write. Means all users can read and write and edit records. Then we have public read, write, and transfer. All users can read the records, can edit the records, and can transfer. Transfer means transferring the ownership. It is only for case and lead objects. So this setting is not possible for any other object other than case and lead object. Then we have private. Private means no one can see other user records. So only the record owner can see its record, but other users cannot see records. That's private. Then we have here control by parent. We have the multiple object relationships. Like say account is a parent and then contact is child. So control by parent is applicable on child records. That what a user can do with the child object records, it is same as what a user can do with parent record. So user gets same permission what it can do with its parent object records. So in my organization, I want the account should be public read only. Contact should be private. So no one should see each other's contacts. Opportunity should be private. No salesperson should view other person's opportunities. Cases should be private. No one should be able to view the cases, other users' cases. Lead. Public read write. So anybody can read and anybody can modify leads. That's possible. So I'm giving these permissions. So let me, before proceeding further, here I'm going to opportunity. This is Veena's account. Veena can see Harish opportunity. These all are Harish opportunities. And Veena can view. It's not only view, Veena can even modify it as well. So here, This opportunity is Harish opportunity and Veena modified. Now I'm restricting records. So for this purpose, I should go with, say, sharing settings. Under sharing settings, the first one we get is organization-wide defaults. So this organization-wide default, we have two things here: internal access and external access. Internal access means the user logs in from browser and then working with that object. That's internal access. External access means the user is using an application, a software, a tool, an API through which it is connecting to Salesforce server and access working with data. That's external access. So you can set separate level of access. So here I'm going with the leads. This is here the permissions. Account, I'm giving public read only. Order and contact. Contact, it is mentioned as controlled by parent. The contact parent is account. So account here, it is mentioned public read only. This means if I keep like this only, then contact, a user can read account and contact both. If I mention as private, means no one can view the contacts. Opportunities, I am again not going with all the objects. I'm focusing on few objects. Cases, private. This. So I'm setting this and save. And I'll get an error. Yes. Some time back I discussed the external access has to be more restrictive or equal than internal access. It cannot be broader than internal. It's not possible. This is the error message. So private, then it has to be private. Here, this is public read only and private allowed. Public read only allowed. Public read write allowed. All three are allowed. But public read write transfer is not allowed because of this is broader than internal. So either the same level access or more tight access for external than internal allowed. And save. This will take some time. So it is mentioned here. It will take some time. And once it is done, after that, the administrator will receive an email regarding this, that the organization-wide defaults is being done. So it's basis on total number of records we have. So in this current organization, we don't have many records. So it happens immediately, but usually it takes time. So it's yet not complete. Let me see here. This is your Salesforce account is locked. Okay, see, I got here this processing complete. To change organization-wide default is successfully complete. See, that warning message come. It is changed. Now opportunities are private. So Veena can see it's only its own opportunities. Now Veena cannot see Harish opportunities. No items to display. So now Veena can't see Harish opportunities. If I go with say account, Veena can see Harish accounts. Veena try to modify. Veena cannot modify Harish account. Not allowed. So this is organization-wide defaults. So what is the role in Salesforce? So this is now we are giving permissions what a user can do with other users' record. So we have OWT, organization-wide default. Now role will override the OWT. Okay, how? User in vertical upward role gets special record ownership. Now, what's meaning of special record ownership? That means read, edit, delete, share, and transfer. These things we mentioned here. Record ownership. It's a person who is vertically upward in the role of the owner that gets the special record ownership. Horizontal and diagonal rule has no impact on record permission. That is, OWT permissions are applied. So if it's a horizontal role or if it's a diagonal role, then there is no use of role. So this means whatever is the organization-wide default permissions given, the same permissions applicable. Then question arises that in organization how to decide role. So we decide role on which user needs which all records access. Basis on that we decide a role. So let me show you something here. That if I go to say role, let me go to say role, setup role. So here I have ABCD, this is my organization name. Under this I can add role, there is a CEO. Then I can expand it, let me expand everything. So it's showing with us. So here CEO, under CEO I have CFO, COO, SVP Customer Service and Support, and SVP Human Resource and SVP Sales and Marketing. What is this? This is vertically downward. Or I can call it that CEO is vertically upward to CFO, COO, SVP Customer Service and Support, SVP Human Resource, SVP Sales and Marketing, right? This is vertically upward. What is the relationship between CFO and COO? They both are under CEO. This means horizontal role. They're at same level, right? Means horizontal role. So horizontal role, this means if a record is owned by CFO, what CEO can do with it? Whatever the organization by default says. Role has no impact in it. Similarly, if I'm going with these users, installation and repair service, customer support Northern America, customer support international, these all are under SVP customer service and support. This is what? Vertically downward, or I can call SVP customer service and support is vertically upward. So a user who has this role, SVP customer service and support, it gets the special record ownership of all the users. Remember, all the users of these roles and their all records. Their special record ownership permission. Why? Because of the user is vertically upward in the role. But if a person is a CFO, what a CFO can do with these records? This is diagonal. There is no use of role here. Okay, so that's meaning of diagonal and vertical. Vertically upward, diagonal and horizontal. Got it? So here, if I go, I need to create here, see, comment 1, we need to create following rules. Okay, under SAP sales and marketing. Number one, we see Epic sales manager. Under this, we need here say Epic sales rep, US sales manager, US sales rep. So I need to create these roles. As of now, we do not have these roles in organization. Let me do so. So this is SAP sales and marketing. Under that, there is that role. So I'm going with this. Yes, Epic sales manager. This is label and then role name. Role name is for development purpose. This is below to SAP sales and marketing. If you generate reports, then on the reports, what should be name of this role? So if you want different name, then you can mention here. Now go with these, then we will discuss. Go through with this. Now here, see, we discuss one feature here. Account owner can view all contract opportunity and cases for its account. This is a default settings or permission given by Salesforce. Of course, we can customize it. How? So if I go here, user in this role cannot access contacts that they do not own. This means the contact record owner is someone else. Data associated with the account that they do own means they are the account owner. Under that account, the contact is owned by someone else. If you select this, then they cannot access. If you select this, then they can view. If you select this, then they can edit as well. So here I'm not giving any permission. This means if the Epic Sales Manager, they are the account record owner, then under that account, we have contact opportunity and cases which are owned by someone else. Then Epic Sales Manager should not view them. So I'm giving this permission, nothing. Save a new, I need to create few more here. See, Epic Sales Rep. Now this should be under Epic Sales Manager. Epic Sales Manager. Save a new. Here. US Sales Manager. Save a new. And US Sales Rep. Save. Now I need to assign users to this role. So there are two ways. One, I'm at role, here assign users to role. So why this I can assign users to this role? Second, I should go to say user. So let me go to users. Under that, like say WinRP, edit. And here this is role. Now I'm selecting the Epic Sales Manager. Earlier we didn't specify the role Epic Sales Manager because we didn't have it. Now I created a role, so I'm marking WinRP as Epic Sales Manager role and save. This means now WinRP becomes the or gets the special record ownership of all the records of Epic Sales Rep. Why? Because of Epic Sales Manager is vertically upward. So Vina gets. This is about role. Role and permission sets are different. Role is record level permissions. Permission sets are object level permissions. So like say for an example, Apex Sales Managers. What they can do with account record? Say create, read, edit. Okay. So how they got permission? They're not getting permissions from the role. They are getting permission from the profile. Now they need delete permissions. Do all the sales manager need? Everybody of that profile user need? Yes. Then we modify the profile. No, few of them need. Then we create permission set and assign to those users. Got it? Second
Yes,
thing,
sir.
if you want to know that how many users we have for Apex Sales Manager, this is you need to draw a report. So these things we discussed when we discussed the reports that time. Right, so now we go here with say. Now we work on the role. But the problem with role is it only work on vertically upward. Okay. Now we want that if the users who are having say the diagonal or vertical, horizontal, they also need access. This is when we go with here sharing rule. Sharing rule is to share, this is to share records with say role at subordinate, and here public group we'll discuss later. Public groups. Like if I go with say an requirement, business requirement here, requirement 1. That is here. See, we mentioned opportunities are private. Okay, this means no person can, let me go with contact rather than an opportunity, the contacts. If I go here with say sharing settings, contacts are private. So no person can view other person's contacts. It's private. Now we need here that see the Access manager should view the contacts of sales manager. What is relationship between Apex Sales Manager and US Sales Manager? They both are under SAP Sales and Marketing. This means it's horizontal role. And if the role is horizontal, then we already discussed. For horizontal role, there is no use of role. Since there is no use of role, then what is the organization permission? Organization permission on contact is private. So no one can view other users' record. It's private. So Apex Sales managers, they cannot see the US Sales manager's record. But they got this requirement. Let me fulfill this. So here I'm at the sharing settings. I'm coming down. Here she will be getting sharing rule. Lead, account, contact, opportunities. So the objects which we have, these are the sharing rules which the administrator can write. So for all the objects we do have here. So this is alphabetically arranged. I'm going to see contact sharing rule. Here, new. US Sales Manager to Apex Sales Manager. Now these sharing rules are of two types, based on record owner and based on criteria. Record owner, who should be record owner? Like say if I do mention here role, I'm sharing records of US sales manager with whom? Apex sales manager. What? They read permission. So the sharing rule are one way. One way means I'm sharing the US sales manager's record with Apex sales manager. This does not mean that Apex sales manager's record the US sales manager can get. No, this is one way. If you go through with these the sentences which is written here, you'll get. So the sharing rule are of two types, say owner based, and then here criteria based. And this is one direction. So I hope you got the difference between here. I'm choosing role and subordinate, these two. Let me repeat it. If I'm sharing with role, this means US sales manager's record can be accessible by Apex sales manager only, not by Apex sales rep. Why? Because of they are below. So they can't access. If I choose this, then US sales manager's record is being accessible by USA Apex sales manager and Apex sales rep both. Why? I choose here. I want to share with role and subordinate Apex sales manager. So below to that, all the roles I'm sharing. Got it. Same lies here as well. If I go with say role, means only US sales manager's record I'm sharing with Apex sales manager, not US sales reps record. If I choose this means I'm sharing records of US sales manager and US sales rep with Apex sales manager. I hope you got the difference between role and subordinate, these both. So it takes some time, like earlier also we discussed with OWT, it takes some time. So basis on number of records, it takes time. So we don't have many records, hardly we have 20, 30 records. So this happens pretty fast. Now, if I need to create Apex sales manager to US sales manager, again, I need to create a new sharing rule that I shall do. But here we have a different business requirement. The requirement is, say, CFO should view all one opportunities. Okay, so the finance team, that person should be able to view all one opportunity. So which all our opportunities are close to one. Now this, who should be owner? I don't know. We are only going with the criteria. So here, if I go with the opportunity sharing rule, this time I'll go with the criteria based sharing. So one ops with finance team here, so based on criteria. What should be the criteria? So the criteria is on the opportunity, we have a field one. This one becomes true if the opportunity is close to one. If the opportunity is open or if the opportunity is closed lost, this is false. So here, this is criteria based sharing rule.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.
Moving on to the next question. When can articles be made using knowledge? And the 4 options are upon answer from the client, when shutting a case, upon answer to a client's email, and lastly, upon beginning post of the client in the answers people group.
Now here, there are things. For an example, say, if I need to share the records with multiple users, like say here we have a requirement that say, let me not go with Apex Sales, COO able to modify Access Manager and Sales Manager's contacts. So CEO should be able to modify the contacts of Apex Sales Manager and US Sales Manager. So we'll go here to the contact, new. Now here we are sharing the records of say role Apex Sales Manager. Now I cannot select here the US Sales Manager as well. This is not possible. Okay, this is with role COO. But the problem is I can't put here the other role as well. Okay, then what to do? I have to go and create one more sharing role. So one is with APAC and the other one is with US. That. Okay. This is, if there are two roles, then it's okay. But if we have more roles, then it's difficult. We are creating a lot of sharing rules just to fulfill one requirement. It's okay. Now assume that here should be able to modify Apex Sales Manager, US Sales Manager, Marketing Director. Say here, let me go with say Support Manager, like this. Then how many sharing rule to write? One is Apex Sales Manager to CEO, other US Sales Manager to CEO, third EMEA Sales Manager to CEO, fourth Marketing Director to CEO, fifth Support Manager to CEO. So we got one business requirement, and for that one business requirement, we are creating 5 sharing rules. New user. Here, say role is a required field. It can be non-specified. It's like in the organization, typically, let me go with say the ministerial level. So we have a minister without portfolio. Yes, possible. Same here. We have a user without role. This is possible in Salesforce. Okay. So maybe some organization need the users without role. So Salesforce as a CRM application give them these permissions. Sharing settings. So under sharing settings, whenever you create a new sharing rule, here see, include records owned by users who can't be assigned any role. So this means this criteria-based sharing rule you want to apply for those users as well who don't have any role.
Okay.
Okay. So it is asking for it.
So how do we like, okay, this is based on criteria, but if we go based on record owner, and then we'll look for the roles, right? Roles and subordinates. Then we look for the role, search for the role, right?
Yes.
And then that none is specified will not come in a pop-up box.
No.
And if you want to include non-specified role also, there is no way we can specify here.
No.
Okay.
Because of they are not part of any role.
Okay.
So this means their records you cannot share.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so we were talking about here these. So for this, we saw that I have to create one sharing rule, Apex Sales Manager to CEO, other sharing rule second, US Sales Manager to CEO, third sharing rule, EMEA Sales Manager to CEO, fourth sharing rule, Marketing Director to CEO, fifth sharing rule, Support Manager to CEO. So for one business requirement, as an administrator, I'm creating 5 sharing rules. This is tedious job. So in spite of that, can I club these all roll together? Yes, that's public group. So earlier we discussed about the permission set group, where different permission sets we grouped together. Okay, here the public groups we group, say role and subordinate and user. Okay. So now the advantage of this, with this, if I do so for all these, I'm creating here one group. Let me do so. So here, so say public group, new group, say sales and marketing manager. Here role, Apex Sales Manager. Here say marketing team here. VP marketing, I don't have marketing director, I'll go with VP marketing. Then here US sales manager. I don't have the EMEA sales manager. I'm going with say director channel sales and director sales. And for support, SAP customer service and support. So this complete, I made one single group. Now if I go to sharing rule, sharing settings, under the CA contact sharing rule, new managers with COO. Here, this with rule, COO. So earlier I need to write down 5 sharing rule. This time I'm creating only one sharing rule. Okay, so my work is simplified. If tomorrow there is one more such requirement that I need to add one more user and giving permission to CEO, I'll simply go to that public group and I'll add, right? So this way we are clubbing together so that as an administrator, we need to write down less number of sharing rules. Otherwise, we should be writing down more number of sharing rules. So that's use our advantage of public groups. So here, see edit permission. I think I give edit permission here. Modify, okay. And save. Right. So that's about the sharing rule, about the public groups. Next thing here, we do also have manual sharing. It is done by record owner vertically about the role and system administrator. These 3 persons can share a record. Remember when we discuss here the record ownership permission, that time we mentioned record ownership, read, edit, delete, share also. So now a user can share with other users the record sharing that's allowed. How to do so? Like, see here, this is my opportunity. I want to share this opportunity with Veena. Here, say sharing. With whom? Say Veena. What read? Say. So Veena can read my this opportunity. Other opportunities definitely Veena cannot read. But this opportunity, since as a record owner, I gave Veena permission, so Veena can read this record. Okay, so that's about manual sharing records. Now, we do also have a concept of team in Salesforce. So team, we have three types of teams. Account team, opportunity team, and case team. Opportunity team we are calling as sales team. Case team we are calling it as sys support team. Now let us discuss what does this team means. So if I take example of say opportunity, opportunity is private. And if in system we have say big opportunity. Now, who is working with that opportunity? Who is catering that opportunity? One salesperson? Do you think so that one salesperson can cater a big opportunity? And if you lose the opportunity, then gone. Now there are problems. The problems are for that opportunity, if some technical queries comes up, who is responsible to answer those technical queries? Who should be the sales manager for that opportunity? Who will be the lead qualifier for that opportunity? So we need to decide someone the responsibility, right? That you should do this. That is the concept of team in Salesforce. So naturally, when you are a team member, then you need access to that record, right? So here, if I go as an administrator, if I go to say teams, account team, opportunity team, and case team, three teams. If I go with the opportunity team I was talking about, I need to first enable system administrator need to enable the opportunity team or account team or case team. Now here, this should be added to which page layout? So here I need to mark this on page layouts. So page layout we didn't discuss. So as of now, I'm going with all the page layouts. And save. Now on the team, who is doing what? So we need to decide role. So here we have opportunity teams roles. These are the roles. These are proposed by Salesforce. If you want, we can add or we can remove roles from you. So if I go here with this opportunity, this is my opportunity. So on this opportunity, say Veena should be lead qualifier. So here under related list, I'm going here, mentioning said opportunity team member, read only. There should be say a pre-sales consultant should be, I don't have any user. So I'm going with security user, read only permission. So Earlier, I shared a record. See, record sharing means no responsibility. You shared a record, that's all. Here, if you're a team member, means you have to play a responsibility, right? That's meaning a definition of a team member. So being a team member, can I say these two users start getting this opportunity record access? The answer is yes. They start getting the access to this record. Okay. For this opportunity, Harish should take care of the technical questions. I go here, who I am? The record owner. The record owner will come here. He will mention that, okay, add opportunity team member, Harish. See, I don't have here that particular role. Harish should be the executive sponsor. Save. Okay. So now for this opportunity, if any technical question comes up, Harish need to take care. That's meaning of a team. This is about the record level security, the permissions. Now we have last FLS. That's field level security. See, even at field level also, you can provide security. Let's take an example of, say, the employee appraisal form. Okay, we all are going with this once or twice in a year, the employee appraisal form. So on the employee appraisal form, we have few data. These data are editable by the employee, like what he did in the entire year or that particular period, rating, all these things. So those fields are editable by the employee. Now, if that record goes to its manager, can manager modify those data which the employee fed? The answer is usually no. So manager has its own comment field or the approve field, right? Maybe the employee rate itself, say 5. Manager is approving 4.5. So somewhere it is marking 4.5. So the employee field are read only to manager, right? And manager fields becomes editable. Now this record goes to HR. Okay, HR is writing down some comment on it. These comments should not be visible to employee, but should be visible to manager. So what HR comment is a field. That field should be editable by HR, read only to manager, and for to employee, it should be hidden. This is what on the employee appraisal form, we have one field. So this field we can show, we can hide, we can mark it as read only, we can mark it as editable. These settings we can do. This is field level security. Set up at profile level. So at the profile level, administrator set this. Let me do so. So here I'm going to say profile. If I go to say sales manager profile, now I'm not clicking on edit, I'm clicking on the profile itself so that I can go to the detail page. Here, page layout, we didn't discuss, we'll discuss later. This is field level security. So here I'm going with, say, contact. edit. Now we have here see two things, read access and edit access. Please do understand. If nothing is selected, this means custom sales manager profile users cannot see account name and contact. No permission. So this is hidden. The field is hidden. The field is visible. I mentioned now, show and hide. So the field is visible. Third thing, the field is read only. So when you check this, you are giving two things, visible as well as read only. Editable as well. So if you check this, it automatically gives you read. So now the user can read as well as modify the account name as well. So for an example, sales manager should only view birth date. Okay. And then the department should be hidden. So I'm not marking it as save. Before that, let me go here. See. Now I'm going here with this here. This is Vina's account. If Veena go to contacts, all contacts, new, no, none of the contact. Here, see birth date is editable. Okay. And then what else I did? Birth date and department. Department is visible, right? I'm marking it as save. Now I'm setting the permission here. Now I'm refreshing the page. New birth date should be read only. See, Veena cannot modify birth date. There is no way department. It's gone. So Veena can read this record, modify the record, but these fields, for Veena or for the sales manager, read only or editable or hidden or visible. Now, let me go here with the opportunity. Sometime back, Harish shared a record with Veena. Let's have a look. All opportunities. See, Veena can see only Harish. See, Harish, this opportunity. Harish, other opportunities Veena cannot see. Why? Because Harish shared only one record with Veena. That's manual sharing. Okay. So this is all about the security in Salesforce. We started with organization level security. Then we moved to object level security. Then we moved to the record level security. Then in the end, filter level security. This was the most complex and typical work. And always, if you go with any of the tool, the security is always most complex. Now we'll move to the data administration. Here we do also have the concept of And here see data import wizard. I missed that. Okay. So as of now, there was few questions also related to the data in Salesforce, how the data is being stored and what we are getting data. So see, do not expect the way how you are getting data in databases, that kind of access, whether the database is an Oracle or DB2 or MySQL or SQL Server, anything, don't expect that. You will not get. We are system administrator, and here, see how we are getting data. So if I go to say opportunities, this is list of all the opportunities where I'm getting few fields. Now these fields are visible only on a screen. I want to export this data from here to outer world. Outer world in the sense, say outside Salesforce servers. So for that we have monthly export services. Now why the name is monthly, you will get it. So with this, we're exporting, say, object records in CSV file format. Remember, with this, you're exporting object records, all the records. And Salesforce work only CSV. If you're not familiar with CSV, CSV stands for comma separated values. That's CSV. So the admin can export records, here see, immediately, or it can schedule it. Let me do so. So here, export, data export. This is monthly export services. So here first I'm going with export now, then I'll discuss the remaining things. It takes some time. So here the first. What should be the file encoding? The file which, the data which are exporting should be in which encoding format? English, Japanese, Chinese, Korean, in which? So for me, the data is in English. So I'm going with general US and Western European. Do you want to include images, documents, and attachment also? Check this checkbox. Do you want to include the Salesforce file and CRM content? Check this. Do you want to replace the carriage written? Carriage written is going to beginning of the line with the spaces. And then these are all the objects we have. So see, there is a big list of objects. Earlier, we saw the tabs. Internally, there may be multiple objects. For an example, see if I go with the opportunity. On a screen, we are getting only one tab, but internally related to opportunity, how many? 6 objects we have. If I go with the cases, we have 5 objects internally. Okay. Initially, as an administrator, you might not know what each contains. Definitely, even in the certification exam also, they'll not ask you that what is the content of case, what is the content of partner. They will not ask you. But when you keep on working with the data, slowly you come to know that what they contains. So here, I want to export contact, lead, and opportunities. These 3 object records. Records means here. See, there is no way it is asking me to filter records. So this gives me all the records and all the fields, everything it gives me. Start export. So it is scheduled, it takes some time, and once it is done, I'll get an email notification that, okay, the monthly export is completed. So this is how a system administrator can immediately export the records. Once the data is exported, the administrator will get an email, and then the person will get here itself, the file, so that the system administrator can download it anytime. Next thing. Yes, let me refresh it. Processing complete. This is with respect to sharing rule I got. What about the monthly export services? Let me refresh this. This takes some time. Now, if I want to schedule it, let me go with scheduling. Same thing here. Now, it is asking me the frequency. The frequency I can only set month-wise. I cannot set daily. I cannot set weekly. I cannot set yearly. I can only set month-wise. This is why we are calling it as monthly export service. Like say, I want to export the data every end of the last day of the month, starting with say 11th of March, ending till say 2017. This is preferred start time. Make a note. It's not a start time. It is mentioned here as well. So here, if I'm choosing say 6 a.m. and if morning 6 a.m. the Salesforce server is busy, then it may start the export at 6:05 or 6:10 a.m. Very well possible. That's why it is showing us preferred start time, not the exact time. What do you want to export? So I want to export everything, all the objects, all record, and save. So still it is queued up. Now it is showing next schedule is 30th of April, 6 a.m. This is scheduled. See here, this is organization export completed. Here I got it. So once data is exported, after that, this file will be here for next 48 hours. Make a note, it's important. And now you cannot export until next 48 hours. No way. So now if we want again, sorry, no option available. I have to wait for 48 hours. After 48 hours, Salesforce server will delete this file, and then I can able to export another. So I'm getting the records. Let me download these all records here. Here I'm opening this. So this is zip file. Under the zip file, I have these all. So I copied those all files, and here I created a folder, and under this folder, I copied these all. So here I have contact, lead, and opportunities. This is the zip file. Okay. So now if I go here, let me go with say leads. This is what it gives me. So I have here ID. We know every record has an ID. So this is record ID. Now I'm getting here few fields like is deleted, master record ID. Okay. These fields are not appearing in the page layout and user interface, but internally I'm getting this, or they are there. If I look at towards right side, here, see, I'm getting owner ID as ID. But on the screen, if I look at to the leads, it show me the owner name. Where is owner? Here, owner name. But internally, it stores ID. Okay. Now here, It also shows us the internal field like has opted out or email is converted. These are the leads which are converted. So there was a question earlier when we discussed leads that once a lead is converted, after that you cannot see those leads in the tabs. But here, see, these leads are converted. See, is converted is 1 means true. When it's converted, it is mentioned here. What is the converted account ID, contact ID? I'm getting like this. So it's showing me how internally on the Salesforce server, the data is stored. We are getting those records, not how on the user interface the records are visible, or sorry, the data are visible. You don't show that. So these are all the data. Everything is available here. Whether you need these fields or not, the monthly export services will give you all fields. So there is no portion or no option of for to filter the fields, as well as no option to filter the records. I want only on those leads which all are from, say, California state. I don't have this. Which all are from the Florida state. I don't have that option. I'll be getting this now. It's my burden. I have to use the Excel facility, filter the records, delete the other records, all those things I should be doing in Excel. Nothing to do with Salesforce. Okay, this is monthly export services. Any question now in this? Anybody? In monthly export service, how we'll get data and what is monthly export service? I did end of the month. This month, I'm standing at 11th of March. End of the month means by your definition, it should be 31st of March. But what it is giving me the scheduled run? 30th of April. So it gives you after 1 month. Okay, so this is exporting. In real life, you will never use monthly export service. Okay, then why we are discussing? Because of it is a part of certification. That's why we are discussing. So this is it. Now next thing, if say this is my lead record, and if I'm deleting this record, let me delete this record. Delete. So Bertha Boxer lead record deleted. I'm getting here undo option as well, but it's for some time. Gone. Now this record is not deleted permanently. So in Salesforce, we have a concept of recycle bin. So records deleted will go into recycle bin. It will be here for next 15 days. So once a record you delete, it goes into recycle bin. Recycle bin, if I want to see, I need to go to App Launcher. Here, search for recycle bin. This is Bertha Boxer. Now, this record will be available for next 15 days. After 15 days, Salesforce will automatically delete this record from here as well. So within 15 days, top right corner, there is a restore button. You can get it back. Delete, you are deleting permanently. Empty organization recycle bin, since we are system administrator, so we are getting this option. So with this, we can empty the entire organization recycle bin. This. Now, if we delete a data from recycle bin, after that, as an administrator, you cannot get those data back. No way. But if you really need it, talk to Salesforce and ask them to give you the backup data. They will give you. But as an administrator, you cannot get it back. Okay. So now if I want, I can restore it back. Similarly, as an administrator, I want to delete multiple records, not one record. Then here we do have option mass delete records. So with this, as name implies, we want to delete multiple records. Whose records? So with this, we cannot delete every object records, only few selected records we can delete. So I'm deleting leads. Do you want to filter? If yes, filter it out here, put the criteria. I'm going with search. I'm not putting any criteria. This means it gives me all the records. These are all the lead records. So I want to delete these all here. Say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you want to delete permanently? If yes, check this. Then it's like shift to delete. Don't go into recycling. Delete. So these 5 records will go into recycle bin. Let me refresh it. I should get here in recycle bin. So these are the 5 leads. Just now I deleted. See here, I'm getting the date and time as well. Okay. So now from here, I'm restoring it back. Done. So that's the concept of recycle bin and mass delete records. Similarly, we do also have mass transfer records. So earlier I showed you transferring a record from one user to other user. Now I want to transfer multiple records. Then I'm going with here mass transfer records. Here say I'm going with leads. Which user? So I want to transfer Harish leads with Veena. Do you want to filter it out? Put here some criteria. I don't want to do that and find. So these all are Harish lead records. I want to transfer, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 6 records I'm transferring to Veena. Transfer. Done. Now if I go here, leads, see VRP. Got it? So these 6 records are transferred to VNRP. So this is mass transfer records. Usually system administrator do this when if a person left Salesforce project or a person is quitting the organization. That time the records on which the user was working with, those responsibility has to be given to someone else. That's when the system administrator take help of the user's manager and then transfer these records. That's mass transfer record. So that's mass transfer records. Now I'm coming up with say data import wizard. Let us explore this data import wizard. So with this data import wizard, we can insert, update, upsert. Upsert is a new term you get. Upsert is coming from update plus insert. This means if the record ID is available, then it will update the record. If the record is not available, then it will insert the record. It does both. Insert and update blindly. If the data is available, it will update. That's update. If the data is not available, it don't do anything. Insert. If the data is not available, it will insert. If the data is available, it don't do anything. But upsert does both. So at a time, maximum 50,000 records it can work with. More than 50,000 records. So if in a CSV file you have, say, 60,000 records, then it's your responsibility to split that CSV file into two files, where one file contains maximum 50,000 records. This is a constraint or a limit. It is on cloud. Since it's on cloud, so you can access it from anywhere. Next here, works on 5 standard objects. These are count, contact, say lead, solution, campaign members.
Why not opportunity, sir?
You don't have that feature. So it can only work with 5 standard objects, these standard objects. So with this, if you want to import campaigns, remember campaign member and camper, these are two different objects. You cannot import. You want to import, say, opportunities, you can't import. You want to import tasks, you cannot import. You want to import users, you can't import. Reason, there is no support. All custom object records. This is possible. Now, let me do so. So here, this is my lead file. This lead file, let few of the data. I do not want this data. Otherwise, it will be too much. So here, let me remove all. Let it be these. I do not want all these. Let me remove all these. I do not want all this. Let me remove. Anyway, these are not mandatory fields, so I can remove it. All right, so this data. Now I have a lot of data. So here, let me remove these all data. Okay, yes, now I have less data. Okay, so let me reiterate it what I'm doing now. Just give me a moment. So this is my lead data. This I extracted from Salesforce server there into my local machine, and I want to modify these lead records. Currency ISO code I'm mentioning as USD, INR. Okay, and then here say INR. So I'm mentioning like this, the currency ISO code I changed. This is number one thing that I did here. Okay. Second thing, for Bertha Boxer, this is, I made a mistake and I mark it as Director of Vendor Relation. This is VP Sales. I'm modifying this data. Prakash Purohit, say VP Marketing. I added. For Prakash Purohit, I didn't have the email. Let me put email. Okay. For Mahesh, I do not have email. I'm putting email. So I did some changes in this CSV file. Okay. And I'm trying to update lead records. Modify leads. Done. Now I'm going here. See data input wizard. So it's a wizard. Wizard where there will be multiple screens. It will ask you questions. You need to answer it. And then finally the work done. So I'm launching the wizard. So it's a tool. See, everything is gone. Now I'm working with just this tool. Here it's mentioned 50,000 records at a time. These are the 5 standard object: account, contact, lead, solution, and campaign members. Custom object we didn't work. Otherwise, you'll get here all the custom objects as well. So I want to work with leads. What do you want to do? You want to insert a new lead, update, or upsert. So I want to update it. Update it, then we want to match the lead. Because for update, then we need something to match. So here it should match with ID. Then it's asking for, say, assign all leads with assignment rule. We didn't discuss assignment rule, so I'm ignoring these both. Assign all leads to campaign. So the CSV file which I'm importing, in that I do not have a campaign as a field. If you want to assign, then you have to mention campaign as a field, and campaign ID you should mention. So I don't have that, so I'm ignoring it. Workflow rule and processes, so we'll discuss later. We didn't discuss here till now. So here with this, I'm matching this. So with this, you can check duplicates. So if there is duplicate records, it don't insert, that it don't go. Here we need, these are the CSV files. So either you can take a CSV file from your local machine, or you can do a drag and drop. So this is modified leads, drag and drop, it worked fine. In the CSV file, the data is in which encoding? English or Japanese, Korean, or what? So in my case, they are in English. Okay, this is comma separated file or tab separated file? Comma separated. Next. Now I have in file the fields. That's CSV header. As well as in the Salesforce object also I have fields. Now, which field data should go where? So this mapping I need to do. This is important. If by mistake you mention say last name as first name and first name and last name, so data import wizard will not check all this. It will simply push data. Okay. So this is the administrator's responsibility to map the data. Sorry, map the field. If you made a mistake, use the mass delete record, delete all the records which you inserted into Salesforce server, then do again data import. So these are everything already matched. So it is using intelligence and it gave me all. They are already matched. If not, then from left side, there is a change option. I can change. Since they are already there, so nothing to do. Next. So it's showing me here. I'm working with leads. I'm updating records. Total 9 fields. All are mapped. 0 fields, which is unmapped. And then start import, bottom right corner. Okay. This gives me a report. This is the complete report. Let me go here below. Okay, what happened? Nothing. Queue batch, status closed. It didn't process a single record. Yes. Okay. Now here, let me go with this. This is the batch ID. This is internal to Salesforce. Okay. This is the start time, end time. This is total processing time in milliseconds. API active processing, batch Apex processing. Total 6 records processed and 3 records failed. Oops, it's failed. Why? I don't know. Now I need to know that which record successful and which record failed. No idea. Here left side, there is a result. This gives you a file, CSV file. Open the CSV file. And here you will get like this. So in this, you will get the record ID, whether that record is success or failure, and then is the record is created or not. Okay, so we were updating, so none of them are created. What is the error? So this is true, no problem. Here, invalid or null for restricted pick list lead currency. Lead currency is 0. Remember, lead currency is a required field. So here, this is third. See, lead currency is a required field. And I marked it as 0. So it has to be an error. I got an error here. Then here, cannot update converted leads. Yes. If a lead is converted, you cannot modify those leads. These leads see closed converted status. And I try to change here INR. Not allowed. Okay. So with this, I got the errors. So converted lead anyway, I cannot modify, so I have to delete it. Prakash Purohit, I'll be putting here, say JPY. Let's say, let me go with Singapore dollar, SGT. Now, let me check Aditi RP. Okay. Aditi RP currency ISO code I mentioned is USD. I'm copying the ID. The lead currency should be USD. Edit. Then Prakash was error, Singapore dollar. So now the update we discuss. Now what I'm doing here is that, let me put down here one more. These records are already updated, so let me remove this. I don't want it unnecessarily. Here Rajesh Singh, Rajesh Shet. Rajesh do not have this. Let's have a look of this. So if I'm viewing Rajesh record, it should not have email. See, email is empty. So Rajesh email I modified. Prakash I modified here, Singapore dollar. Then Bertha Boxer, everything is fine.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.
This is Bata Boxer working contacted. It's not converted. Bata Boxer, I mentioned the title as VP Sales, CVP Sales. I got it. So the records are updated. Here I go with the currencies, manage currencies, manage currencies. Okay, I'll go with euro. Thanks. Otherwise, it would give me error. Euro. Now here, so we already discussed updates. So this time I'm going to say Mr. Sanjay Singh, CEO, EB Corp, Sanjay at eb.com. Open not contacted. Euro. So this is what for this. I'm not putting any ID. So this is a lead data which I want to insert into Salesforce. Okay. So I don't know lead ID. Sorry, I don't know lead ID, not lead. So lead ID has to be given by the Salesforce server. So I ignored it. So if I look at this data, so in this I have few records that should get update, few records that should get insert. Okay. So now with this, I'm going here this time with say upsert. Earlier I went with update. This time I'll go with upsert. So say data import wizard. With the data import wizard here, launch wizard, leads, and add new and update existing. Now it's asking me here match lead by because it's a duplicate. ID. Assign new leads to this source. How you got this lead? Because of we are inserting records. So say phone inquiry. Assignment rule. We didn't discuss about assignment rule, campaigns, nothing. So I'm ignoring as well. So I selected that file again. Next. Now this is the problem. Every time I have to do the mapping. Okay. Every time admin needs to do its mapping. I can reuse it since my file is same, but still I have to do it every time. So it's a tedious work, but can't do anything. Next. 999. Okay, all done fine. Start, import. Okay. All right, it showed me 4 records processed, 0 failed, everything done. Let us see the result. Here, success is true. This is false. False means the record is successful, but created is false. This means these records updated. Here I got ID. This record is created. Created is true, no? This means this record created. Let's have a look. So say Mr. Sanjay Singh, CEO AB Corp, Sanjay at ab.com. Got it. And details, euro currency. Done. Similarly, I'll get for other records as well. They are successful. So there was question when we discussed the uh, marketing and then when we were taking the walkthrough. So that is about the data import wizard. This is how we are importing records in Salesforce. If you go in the real life also, you'll never come up with this situation. Take an example, say, your organization was working with a Singapore region. Okay, so you had some lead, you had some say contact, you had some opportunities because you were working in Singapore region. Now the organization decided to stop with the office in Singapore region, or you are now no more working with Singapore dollar. So even though you have customers in Singapore region, but you are dealing with some other currency. So are you working with the existing lead? Do you think the management decide all these things closing the office overnight? No, management don't do this. Okay, so management takes time. So there are a lot of the activities happen. So the sales team or everybody come to know, say 3 months before, 6 months before, that okay, now we are no more dealing with Singapore dollar. So any existing things automatically been converted into other currencies. Those things in organization happen. It's a practice. I hope you got it. Right? So usually you end user never gets such scenario where it is working with some say records for which the currency is deactivated. Usually never. Right? Anybody else? Any other question?
Is data administration is done?
No. It's not yet done. We need to discuss data loader as well.
Thank you.
So these are things we did. Now we need to work on data loader. So data loader is it's a tool. So when I say that it's a tool, this means a user need to install this tool onto its local machine. So user needs adding permissions on its machine, install data loader. Till now, we didn't did any installation. So there is no admin permissions needed. Usually in organizations, not every user has admin permissions on its laptop. But since data loader is a tool, so you need the admin permissions. Now here, say go with the data loader. You can download it from here, data loader. This data loader here, let me go with help guide. So who can import or who can work with the data loader? That's the question. A person simply going and getting the data loader, can it use the data loader tool or any of the software? The answer is no. So in terms to use data loader, first thing, at user's profile level, if I go here, edit, Remember, we discussed that the profile will keep on discussing throughout the session. API enabled. If this permission given at profile level, then only that user can use that tool or that software or that application to connect to Salesforce server, like data loader. If this permission is not given, maybe the user is getting the data loader from some person, very well possible, or maybe going to Google and then it's downloading, possible. But through that data loader, it cannot connect to Salesforce server since the user's profile do not give him permission. This is needed. Second thing, we'll discuss about it later, bulk API hard delete. So if you want to delete records permanently, this permission needed. So sales manager, I didn't get this permission. This means Veena RP, if Veena want to use data loader to import records, not allowed, because Veena do not have API enabled permission. So here, say data loader. Let me come down to data loader here. Say developer guide. Yes. This is about the data loader. All these things are mentioned. You can go with this. This explains everything about the data loader. Top right corner, there is a PDF. If you want, you can get it PDF as well. So left side, there is installing data loader. Go with this install data loader on Windows, Mac, where? I'm going with Windows. See here, user permission needed, API enabled. Then bulk API hard delete, and then appropriate permission on that object. Like you try to insert records, but on that object, you don't have create permission. Then how can you insert? So that permission definitely needed. Now, data loader need, you need to follow this. GRE 11 or later, any version. So if you have JDK installed onto your machine, well and good. Version should be 11 or later. Otherwise, from here, this for Windows, you can get Zulu Open JDK and install. This is the steps mentioned. So you should install, follow all these steps to install the data loader onto your local machine. Then you can download from here the data loader. Steps are mentioned there. How to do. Click downloads. So do this. So install the data loader onto your machine. And then tomorrow we'll explore or discuss the data loader, a very useful tool. We use very extensively data loaders. So in a day-to-day life with respect to the data import and export, very extensively we work with data loader. So data loader tool, you need to install onto your machine. Once you install it, after that, you should go. I already installed it, so I'm going with this data loader here. And here, I'm executing it. Yeah, this is data loader. This data loader is a Salesforce tool. This is how you will get. So in the data loader, you can do insert, update, upsert. The work which usually the data import wizard does, data loader can do. It also has the delete and hard delete options, which mass delete records do. And then export and export all this, that's monthly export services too. So all those three activities, earlier we were working with three different options. Now with data loader, I can do everything. Now it's a tool. So this tool should get connect with Salesforce server. That's needed. So for that purpose, the connectivity we can do in two ways. Let me do it. So I'm starting with export first. Here, it's OAuth and password authentication. These two. If I go with say OAuth, then which environment? Production or sandbox? So as of now, we are working with the production. So I'll go with production and then login. Now it's opening the user form credentials. So I should enter here the username and password. It will ask me to allow access. Allow. And now it's verifying username and password. Once everything done, it gives me login successful. Now I can proceed further. Next. So that's OAuth. Let me explain you the password authentication, how the password authentication work. So I'm coming out of it and I'm restarting data loader. So here, let me go and restart the data loader. Now again, I'm going with export, password authentication. It's asking for the username. Let me put down here the username. It's not over here, just password. Along with this, we need security token as well when you work with password authentication. Now the security token is not available. So I need to get the security token from Salesforce. So for that purpose, I should go with the user settings. Okay, so this is with every user. So every user has its own security token. So here under my personal settings, there is an option reset my security token. So earlier we skipped this when we were discussing the settings, user settings, but now we are talking about it. So with this, you can reset the security token. I don't have it as of now. So I'm resetting it and it will send a security token to my email address. This is my email address and I'm getting the security token. Now the security token has no lifetime. I can use this until I'm not resetting it again. I can use the same. So I'm selecting this, copying it. Then here I'm doing up, and then whatever is the password, don't press space, comma, nothing. Password, and then security token. That's all. Here, done. Now I'm clicking on login. This is the login URL. I'm clicking on login. It's verifying the username and password. Once it's done, login is successful. You should mention the password and the security token. So to get the security token, go to your user settings and then get the reset the security token. The security token will come to your email address. It's like OTP. OTP is only one time. This is, you can use multiple times. Okay, so now your password becomes your password and security. So now with this, my login is successful. Now I'm going with next. Now here it's asking me the Salesforce objects. If I go with show all objects, it shows me all the objects. Now make a note here that even with this, you can export, like say the permission sets. These are the configurations. Here the permission sets, permission set assignment, all these permission set groups. You can even export the profiles. I mean to say, with this data loader, this profile, it will be somewhere down here. With the data loader, you can even export the configuration and setting related objects as well. These were not possible when you work with the monthly export services. Monthly export services are only with respect to the objects which contains data, not the configuration and setup. Those you cannot do. But here we have these options as well. So this is difference between the monthly export services and data loader. Okay. So here I'm going over, say, opportunity. Let me go with opportunity. Now, where you want to export this? So here I'm going over, and then in this here I'm mentioning say data. Let me pull down here. Let me put here, say, and save. Next. Now here, it is asking me this, that which field you want. So if I choose here, say, account ID, if I select here amount, if I'm selecting here, say, close date, hang on, when I'm selecting this, below I'm getting this. If you're familiar with the database, RDBMS, like say Oracle, MySQL, or anything, then to access in that the data, we require SQL, structured query language. Okay. Now, this is exactly same as SQL, but it is not SQL. It is SOQL. Salesforce Object Query Language. This is a proprietary language of Salesforce, using which you are accessing the data, or you are fetching data from Salesforce server. In detail, we'll discuss about SOQL query when we work with the development activities that time. Here, we'll just select and we'll get this, that's all. So here I'm going to say currency ISO code, then I'm going to say ID, the opportunity ID, the record ID. Then here I'm going to say name and lead source. Why name is not selecting? Okay. So I need these fields. Now I want to put some filter criteria. So those filter criteria are available here. So I want all the high value opportunities to come out. So let me go here. The amount is greater than or equals to, say, 80,000. Add condition. If you want to add, you can add more conditions that you can do. That's possible. So this is added here. With this, now I'm clicking on finish. Yes. So it's saying that total 24 successful extraction, no error. And here we have view extraction. If you click, it shows you all the records. Okay, done. Okay, and now here, so if I go with high value opportunities, okay. So here we have, these are the account, these are, see, now I am extracting out few fields and filtered records. Now here, that's done, exporting them. So now I have these records. What I'm trying to do is I'm working with the upsert operation. Okay, so upsert means here, this record I'm going to modify. Okay, so this is 85,000. So in place of 85,000, I shall be putting up this as, say, 100,000. Let me not go with this as well. I'll remove it. Now here the date. Please make a note that by default, the data loader work with the date format in year, month, and day. That date format. This is not in year, month, and date. So if you save this and if you try to push, you will be getting error. So I have to convert the date format. Other formats, no problem. But date format, please do take care that data loader work only with year, month, and day format. So I'm changing here the date format, going to custom, and then here I'm changing it. This. Now I changed this one. I need to change this with say 23 here. This will be for say 03. This is, oops, 31. So I changed it. This close date, I'm changing it to say 17th of April. So basically the records which I have, I modified these records. I'm doing that. Second thing here, that for these records here, let me go and choose here, say 90,000, close date, say 12, 10, 12, 04, 2023. Here, this is INR. ID, I'm not putting lead source, say technical, new opportunity. Second, I'm putting here, say 80,000. I'm putting here, say 2023, 04, 30, USD. See, trade show, another opportunity. Then here I'm putting down, say, 200,000. I shall be putting here this, say, 10th of, say, April, US dollar, trade show, next opportunity. And then I'm giving this as account ID. And then these two, just give me a moment. I'm changing the date format. I know this is an error, but let it be. So these things I did here. The opportunity is not available. So see, ID I didn't put here. This is an opportunity ID. If you want, I can change this opportunity ID. Modified opportunities. Done. Now I'm going here and going with upsert. So upsert here, what? Some upserting opportunities. Where is the file? So here I should go with that file. Modified opportunities. This is the file. The file should be in CSV format only. Next. It knows that there are total 6 records. It is showing us here. Okay. Now here, if you want to match, okay, because of we need to check whether the record is already available or not. So how shall you be matching? With ID or with name? So name can be duplicate. So I'm going with ID. Now here, it is asking for who should be record owner, campaign, or price book. Do you want to refer? No, I don't want to refer anybody. So if you are not mentioning the owner, then the person who is upserting it, that person becomes the record owner. Okay. Then here next. Now these are the file columns. Opportunity ID, lead source, and all this. Now I need to do a mapping that which data should go where. Choose an existing map, but I don't have any existing map. So I'll go with this create or editor map. On top, These are the Salesforce object fields. This is file column header. So which field should map what? Do simple drag and drop. So account ID file column should map with account ID Salesforce field. The opportunity field. Amount should map with amount. There is also an option available on top, auto match. So you can do auto match. Now here ID, you don't know. Okay, so here I'm going with where is ID? Yeah, this is the ID. So this is how the mapping should be. Now, in data import wizard, I cannot save the mapping, but here I can save this mapping. That I can do. So the advantage is if, again, I'm getting the similar type of file to upsert the data, to insert the data again in server, there is no need to redo the mapping. I can use the mapping again. Then next, here, the data loader create two files. One is a success file, one is an error file as a report. So where this file should store? So you need to just mention here the location where it should be stored. So I'm storing under this folder and then finish. Yes. So it shows the 3 successful upsert and 3 errors. I don't know what is error and which are successful, no idea. If you want, you can view success file and view errors. You can do from here, but I'm not doing this. Rather, I'm going to this folder. In this folder, I'm getting file, success and error file. Okay. This file here, first let me go with the success file. What success file shows? So this file shows here, this is the ID, the record ID, or you can go with the opportunity, they are same. Account ID, amount, close date. This. And in the last, it shows us what happened to this. So it says that the items are updated. So these records are updated. So if you want, you can select this and you can check in Salesforce server, the CRM application. So this is the success file data. Now, if you compare this with the data import wizard result file, there we get only the ID field and the success created and the message. Now it's giving me the complete data. So it's easy to understand. Okay. This is, the report is better as comparative to the data import wizard. It also shows us updated or created. As of now, the created were error. We'll check that. So these are the errors. These are the messages. If I go with the error, let's go with error file. This is error file. Now here in this error file, what is the error? Here, account ID, amount, close date, currency, all this. So I'm getting the data which I pushed these data. It shows error. The date value, it failed to parse this date. Remember, this data I didn't mention in year, month, and day format. I kept the same. So it gave me this error. Second, for these two, there is a mandatory field, stage. And we didn't put here the stage field. So now it's easy for me to know, right? So now if I'm inserting here, so this is, I put here the data. Now, see how easy it is. I'm deleting this. Okay, I'm modifying this. Let me change this to say year, month, and date format. Okay. Now here, so here say new modified ops. So now it's easy. See, I just worked with the error file and then I modified it and I got this, right? Earlier, remember, with respect to the data import wizard, I have to open both the file and manually check. We were working with 5-6 records, so it's okay if you are checking. But assume that you are working with, say, 50,000 records, 40,000 records. It's difficult for you to open both the files in Excel and then checking that what happened to which record. But here the segregation is very clear. Number one. Number two, the report is also in a much better way as compared to data import wizard. Now again, I'm going with upsert, or I'll go with insert this time because upsert we already did. So let us go with insert. Opportunities here, says SFDC data here, new modified ops. Next, 3 records. Okay, you can choose an existing map. It should remember that it's not remembering. Opportunity mapping. Now in this opportunity mapping, the stage is not mapped. Definitely, it was not there a part of that mapping, but others I got it. So see, I'm at a better position now. And now here, stage here, stage, I do drag and drop. If you want, you can save with the existing mapping or you can ignore it. It's your choice. So let me do this next. It is done. Yep. Next, where the error message, the report should go. And finish. Yes. It says 3 successful, 0 errors. Okay. Come down here. Now I'm getting here again error and success file. Okay. Now you need to check with the numbers. Because of now I have multiple error and multiple success file. So which belongs to what? So usually I'm checking with the last digits. So 6786, 6786 means this is success and error file for one. 6812, 6812. These are same. But which is recent one? Usually I'm checking by the timestamp. That's how I work. So first, let me go with the 786, 786. Yeah. Error file, empty. But still you will get it. Success file, here it's showing me the ID, items created. Now if I go here, let me go to the Salesforce CRM application, and here I go with this. New opportunity, the data is there. If I go with details, all data are there. But hang on, lead source, it's storing technical. Okay. Why I'm saying this? Let me go to opportunity, new, lead source. There is no lead source technical in the pick list. So while you are inserting or updating the records for a pick list, whatever the value you have there, the value get insert. Salesforce server by default will not check these data, that are these data available in the pick list or not. It will not check. It will not check in the pick list. We are thinking that since it's a pick list, So it should check whether those values are available or not. But in reality, Salesforce server will not check. Think in the other way around. What is a pick list? Pick list is nothing but a text field. So it's a text field. So it's considering that as a text field, and these data are text data, so that it allows you. Okay. Make a note. It's a confusion here. So I thought of to discuss with you, because of in the certification, they may ask you this. So by default, Salesforce will accept it. This is what it did. That's why we are thinking that, okay, it's a pick list, so it should give error, but it don't give error. This is a name, and I'm putting here a number, allowed. Very well possible. Okay, so since these places, the data loader is giving us error, so we are thinking that here also it should give error, but in reality, it don't give you error. So I'm making these things very clear to all of you. Okay. Now here, see the new opportunity. See, account name is not there because of the ID is not there. So, and it is optional field. If it would have been required field, then it should give me an error, like stage. Earlier it gave me error. It can process 5 million records at a time. Okay. It can save, reuse file. Okay. And then you can insert, update, delete, upsert. I'll delete, I'll show you how to delete and export. It works with all standard and custom objects. Okay, and here we don't have such limitations like 48 hours, which we have for the monthly export services. No such limit. You can export it immediately after 1 minute or whatever. You can do that. Yes, so at with one file, 5 million records, you can insert. It's allowed using data loaders. That's 50,000 records. That's the limit of data import wizard. And this is data loader. So data loader has much higher limit than data import wizard. You use very rarely the data import wizard or the master delete records. Your first choice always is data loader. Like here, data loader, it do not check records. This is the problem with data loader. So if you want to check the duplicate records, you have to use data import wizard. Data loader don't check. For an example, say you did a trade show. So from trade show, you got say 40,000 leads. Those leads you're pushing into system. Now, the duplicate lead should not enter into system. Maybe one person, he filled up a form 5 times. So should it be 1 lead or 5 leads? So ideally, it should be 1 lead. Why 5 leads? So if you use data loader, it creates 5 leads. It's a challenge. Use data import wizard, it create only 1 lead. Because of it can check duplicate. So it's not like that every time blindly we'll go with data loader only. There are the use cases for them as well. Like another use case, if you're working on the fly, where you have a machine where you don't have the admin privileges, you cannot install the softwares, but you need to import data. You have to go with this because of these all are cloud-based, right? This is not cloud-based. So it has its own pros and cons. So when you go with delete, then again, it will ask you which object records you want to. So you are deleting that record. Like say you are going with lead. Then give the ID. Sorry, give the file. That file should contain the IDs. If it contains other fields also, not a problem. It need only ID. Like here, oops, why this is every time? It should remember. Say leads. Now next. Total 27 records. Now here, see, only ID. No other field. Your file has multiple fields. No problem. But it need only ID. So auto match. Done. Done. So here these fields, I don't want, I need only ID. So ID is matched. Next. Where the data should go, the report should go here, finish. Yes. Yes. It goes into recycle bin. 27 successful delete. Okay. Which records deleted? I don't know. I'm going here. This is the timestamp here. Let me first go with the error file timestamp. It should be empty. If I go with success file 911, see the last one. I can delete it. Now, if I go to Salesforce server, recycle bin leads, I should not get those leads. Those are deleted. All open leads. Only one lead. This data may not be there in that file. Possible. If I go say recycle bin, I should get data here. See 911, 27 leads. Done. Okay. So I'm restoring it back because I don't have many records. Done. So that's deleting a record. All right. Now here, hard delete. Hard delete is permanently deleting. So this permanently delete is not available here. Let me go with a little bit technical. That this is a tool. So this tool should communicate or should send records to Salesforce server. So this communication happens in two ways. One is SOAP-based APIs, SOAP. These are completely technical, typically the development-related activities. If you're not getting, not a problem. But it is for your information. SOAP-based, second one is RESTful APIs. So data loader is working with SOAP-based APIs. These are quite old. Processing speed is slow. Because of it, work with in a sequential manner. Data loader also can work with the RESTful APIs. So for that, you should go to settings. And here, you need to enable use bulk APIs. So there is a set of APIs. APIs are nothing but libraries or the classes or interfaces. Salesforce develop. And if you select this, use bulk APIs, then you can permanently delete records. That is possible. And internally, it works with RESTful APIs. Okay. Now, if you still want to work with serial mode, you have to check this. If you want to work, I discussed the date format has to be in year, month, and day. But you want European date format, you should choose this. Okay. Now, here, assume that I have 50,000 records. So is all 50,000 records go in one shot? The answer is no. They go in packets. We call it as batch. So the batch size here is 200 by default. So the records goes in 200, 200, 200 batch or packets from local machine to Salesforce server. So here I enabled bulk APIs. Now see hard delete enabled. Now if you go with hard delete, the records permanently get deleted. So the difference between delete and hard delete need only ID and it send records to recycle bin. Hard delete need only ID and it delete records permanently. Okay. This is all about data loader. All right, then with this we'll complete our data management portion. Now we'll move into customizing Salesforce. Salesforce application. So basis on business requirement, we'll do modifications in the application. That will do.
Moving on to the next question. How many records of solutions can be loaded using the import wizard? Is it 5,000, 50,000, 500, or arrangement records cannot be imported via import wizard?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.
So here, till now we were working on the CRM application. So on the CRM application, these are the objects we have. In the object, when I'm going into a particular record, then few fields we are getting here on that display. We are calling it as page layout. So on the page layout, there are fields which are presenting. So the field positions we have, all these fields are presenting here. And we know that not everything is being presented what's available in the object level, because we check that whenever we export the data, we're getting a lot of data. Datas are maybe saved, IDs or those things. But here, when the end user is getting, and even the administrator is getting, they're getting in more presentable manner. Like here, the lead owner. So internally, the name is not stored. In place of that, the IDs get stored. If I go with an opportunity here. So here we have the account name, but internally, it stores the ID. If I go here with the detail, say this created by, last modified by, internally, the IDs get stored. So more of when we work with the user interface, then the data presented in presentable manner, more meaningful manner. But internally, the scene is not the same. So now if we have some business requirement, so for those business requirement, are we capturing the respective data or not? So those we are going to do this now and under the customizing Salesforce CRM application. So here the first thing we'll get is standard fields. Let me show you what all are these. So now here I'm going to Object Manager, and under Object Manager, these are the objects. So I'm getting here two things, label and API name. API name is for development use. So if a developer is trying to access it, or if in the formulas you want to refer them, then we refer API names. It has to be a single word, no space, nothing. Labels, what appears on the user interface. Those are labels. It's not mandatory that the name of the label and API name has to be exactly same. Usually it is same, but it can be different as well. Very well possible. It is mentioned here the standard objects. Standard object, this means earlier we discussed the standard. Standard means number one, we cannot delete them. This is confirmed. Earlier we worked with the standard profiles, we cannot delete them. Now standard objects, we cannot delete them. Standard fields, we cannot delete them. Modifications, few things we can modify, not everything. Like we took example of the standard profiles. So the UI related settings, view related settings, we can customize, but not the permissions. So if I go here with say, let me go with say contact. So if you want to search, there is a quick find available. You can use that. Contact. So when I go to in the object manager and contact. Here it is showing me the details of it. Now, if I go with field and relationships, so we are getting here the fields in that object. These fields again are of type standard field and custom field. Standard fields we cannot delete. So these are the standard fields here. So here again we are getting the field label and field name. Field label, what appears on the page layout or user interface. Field name, internally in the development we use or in the formulas we use. They are field names. Have a look here. This is contact currency and currency ISO code. If you remember, when we extracted out the data, we were getting the ISO code, currency ISO code, right, on that exported CSV file. But the label may be different. These were getting owner ID, created by ID. These all field names we were getting in the exported CSV file. Now here, have a look. This is the API name or field name. After this, we have a suffix underscore underscore. These are two underscores, not one, two underscores. C. This is a custom field. Custom field means basis on business requirement, the administrator create this field. We are working with the practice org. So this Salesforce gave us. Here, say there is a delete button. This is no underscore underscore C, standard field. If I'm going here with this, see no delete option available. Why? Because of a standard fields, we cannot delete. This is see here, standard field, custom field. How to know? Custom field, suffix with underscore underscore C. Standard field, just name. Here, say delete option. Here, no delete option, nothing. So we do have the standard fields. In the standard field, what we can change? Number one, if it's a pick list, go to the pick list. Okay, here edit. You can change help text and description. These all are the data sensitivity related. If your organization follows these compliances, then Salesforce is providing this support for them. Okay, so for standard field, let me put down here standard field. Admin can modify, say, text. Lead source of the contact. Save. Now here, these are the pick list values. Okay, these pick list values, if I'm adding new pick list values, here say new. Let me put down here, say, pick list is a drop down. So in the drop down, which values you want. So here, if I go with edit, so these are the lead source. So which values you want here?
Okay.
Okay. So that I'm adding now here, say one more, say trade show and save. Do you want to change the order, reorder it? So trade show should come above other. Any default value you want, you can choose this. Display value alphabetically, you want in order manner or not. Save. Now, if you're deleting, say, web, okay, or deactivating or deleting this web. So if you delete this web, and if we have existing records, those contains web, then we need to replace this web with some other value, right? So with which value? That's replace. So you want to replace, say, web to, say, trade show and replace. If you do so, then whichever contact has the lead source as web is being replaced by trade show. That's meaning of replace. Once you do this, after that, you can deactivate or delete this web. Do you want to replace the blank as well? If yes, check this. Got it? That's meaning of replace. If I refresh it, and if I go with it, say, edit, lead source, the end user will get new value, trade show. It is getting the help text as well. This is help text I. And trade show. Trade show is coming above or other. That is what I said here.
But
So,
on the standard object, we said only replace, right? We did not say edit, but we can edit it also.
these are the pick lists. So pick list, I can add new values. I can deactivate values. I can remove values. Those I can do. For the pick lists.
So, but we are talking about one object first, right? The contact object, and it says only replace. And inside the contact,
it's not contact object. Under the contact object, we are talking about a pick list.
okay.
This pick list values you can replace.
Okay. And edit and put a new one also.
Yes, these are the options available. So
Okay.
we can do that.
Sir,
Okay.
here we can deactivate, but we can't delete, right?
You can delete it as well.
Okay.
So here there is a delete option. Let me go for a delete. Okay. Now say it's asking me replace. Because of I'm deleting, so wherever I'm having in the existing records, the web, it should be replaced with by whom? Trade show, or say you want to keep it as blank and save.
Yeah, okay. Got it.
Here I'm adding an email. So this is an email field. Okay. Here I'm putting some value. So this is a text area. Okay. So with respect to images, you cannot attach. Only the path get attached. Okay. What does setting default on pick list value does? So if it is default means whenever a user creates a new contact record, then what should be the default value? So here, say if I go with contact, new. If I go with, say, lead source, none. Now I'm going here, and then here. Say edit, make this values as default, save. Now this is default value. Now if I go refresh this page, now if an end user is creating a new contact record, then it will get phone inquiry as a default value, and definitely the user can change value. So that's meaning of default. So this is with respect to the standard field. Now if we go with say custom field, the problem here is that what all are the business requirements we have, basis on that we might not capture all the data. Make a note, in one object here, one object can have maximum 500 fields. This is limitation. So per object, like we are working with the account object, maximum 500 fields. Contact object, maximum 500 fields, like this. So here, if you come down, there is object limits. If you go with this, it will show you the limits. Okay, so here see custom field, 500, two fields are custom field, and maximum 500 fields you can create. So these are the limitations which it is showing under the object limits. Now, if we have on the contact object here, few requirement. Number one, say spouse name. Number two, anniversary date. Number three, personal email address. Number four, say geolocation. Number five, LinkedIn URL. Okay, number okay, let me go with this. So we want to capture these data for a contact. But as of now, in the CRM application, we are not capturing these data at all. We don't have the respective field for them. But we want to do that. And let me put on here one more. Say direct these data to capture. Since we are not capturing these data, so as an administrator, we need to create new custom fields. So for the contact object we need, so I went to the contact object and I'm creating new custom field. Yeah, I'm creating custom fields. So here, these are different data types available. So non-selected auto number, formula, roll-up summary, lookup, external lookup. So as of now, we'll focus on these data types. We'll discuss all except external lookup. Okay, but we'll go step by step. So as of now, we'll discuss these data types. Checkbox, currency, date, date time, email, geolocation, number, person, phone, quick list, single and multi-select, text, text area long, rich, encrypted. What is difference between these all? Text means maximum 80 characters. Text area, 255 characters. Text area long, the range is bigger. Text area rich, and this you can put the formatted text like bold, italic, underline, those things. You can put images, that's allowed. Encrypted, the data is stored in an encrypted manner, time and URL. So we'll go with this first, spouse name. So spouse name, I'm creating of a text data type. So I'm selecting here text. Next. Now it's asking me the field label. What should be length? So length, I feel it is say 30 characters. Field name, whatever the label you put, usually it automatically gives us. If you want to change, you can change it. But since I'm creating this field, so as of now, it don't suffix with __ C. But once I save it, it automatically suffix with __ C. Remember, all custom object or field names are suffixed with __ C. That Salesforce does automatically. Description, you want to write down something for your reference. Help text, you want to give some help to end user. So enter spouse name of the customer. Do you want to mark this as required field? If it is so, then for every contact, there has to be a spouse name. I'm not marking it. Second, unique. So should the data you put into this field is unique? If yes, then should it be case insensitive or case sensitive? So for two persons, the spouse name can be same. So the example which I'm taking, I'm not going with unique. So I'm unchecking it. Then we have here external ID. External ID is if you are linking the contact object data with external database, like say Oracle, like say SQL Server, those. Then with them, say, if you want to store the primary key, that primary key here, we can connect with external ID. In database terminology, we are calling it as a foreign key. So in Salesforce terms, rather than calling it as a foreign key, we are calling it as an external ID. So that's working with the external systems. So we are not going to work with this external system, but you should know that this will connect in the RDBMS, the primary key. That's external ID. If you're generating reports, so do you want the spouse name field should appear in the report as well or not? So not every field we want on the reports. So if not, you can uncheck it or you can keep it checked. What should be default value for the spouse name? I can put a spouse name or default value. So I'm ignoring it. Otherwise, you know the default value. So whenever a user create a new record, then which value should come as a default value? So these are the settings I'm doing for a spouse name. So I have here the Salesforce ID. I have the name. I have say city, and I have here say contact number. This is we have in Salesforce server. Okay, so now this ID is given by the Salesforce server. This is of either 15 digits or 18 digits ID. Then I have here the name field, say Rajesh, City, New Delhi, something like this. Then here I have say Prakash, New York. Now I have Oracle. In the Oracle, I have say contact number, name, city. So here I have these data in this table as well. Now, how to identify these data in Oracle system or RDBMS system, any of the RDBMS. So for that, we make this as primary key. Primary key means this key has to be a unique field and it has to be a not null. This means every record must have values. Same goes here for the Salesforce ID. Now I need to connect these both. So here the contact number is say 100, 101. So this 100 and 101, I need to put here. Okay. So how to put? So I have to make this field, and this field contains the values of other database primary key. So in RDBMS terminology, we are calling it as a foreign key. Here in Salesforce terminology, we are calling it as an external ID. So this is an external ID. This field contains the value of other table or the external database table primary key. Let me ask you in this way. Others who are not getting it, it's just a discussion here. I'm doing a deep dive into RDBMS. If I have here say CNO, and I'm putting here say 100 and 102, and I'm not marking it as foreign key. I marked it as foreign key and I'm not marking it as foreign key. Forget about it. Okay, this is say Oracle. I have two tables. Okay, do you get any difference? If one field is marked as foreign key and other field contains the same value, but not marked as foreign key. Is there any difference or not?
Yeah, difference is like foreign key has to be coming from other table, and this is a localized value.
Okay, so and this also is coming from other table. So how
no, but it is not be. But we did not mark as a foreign key, right? There on that column.
Yes. So how it become different? Whether
So foreign key has to be foreign key has to be unique. You cannot
foreign
have
key has to be
records.
unique. No, it is not correct. It can be duplicate.
So you can have two contact records with same ID as 100, external ID as 100.
Yes, it is possible. That's the requirement basis on that we do. Then yep, it is your question. It is why I said you are not getting the concept of foreign key. What is the foreign key? When you go with foreign key, it becomes a constraint. It has to be the same value available. Here, you can put 105 allowed because of this is not linked with this. But here, as soon as you put 105, it gives error that, hey, 105 is not available here. Got it? That we call as constraint. So these all are RDBMS terminology. I'm not going to do a deep dive into this. So here, if you mention this and if you mention this, and if you mention as an external ID, whenever you use data loader kind of tool, then with this, you can connect this data. Okay, it is mentioned here. Set this field as unique record identifier for an external system. What do you mean by unique record identifier? This is nothing but the primary key, which I was referring to here. Now, I need to set up the field level security, FLS. Okay, so FLS is for, say, for all the profiles, I'm marking it as read only, whereas the sales manager, sales support, for these profiles, I'm marking the contact as contact spouse name as editable, as well as system administrator. So only these profile users can edit the spouse name field. For all other profiles, it's read only. Save. Then here the page layouts. So page layout we didn't discuss yet. So I'm blindly choosing it all. So it should come on all the page layouts. Save and new. Then I'll go with my next requirement. That's anniversary date. So anniversary date should be of type date field. So now I'm selecting here date field, anniversary date. Now description, help text, you know what it is. So required, do you want to mark anniversary date as required? No. So I'm ignoring it. Do you want to add this on the report types so that whenever you pull down the contact reports, the anniversary date should be part of a report or not? Let it be. And default values, I'm not going to put any default value for contact anniversary date. Nothing. Okay, so here date field, I can't mark it as unique. There's no option. I can't mark it as external ID. External ID only the text, number, and the email. Only these field types can be external ID, not all field types. Next. Next. Then here FLS. FLS, let me mark everyone as read only, except sales manager, sales support, and system administrator. For them, it should be editable. Let it be on the all the page layouts. Save and new. Then personal email. So personal email should be of type email. So I'm selecting here email. Next. Here again we have, do you want to mark it as required, unique, and external ID? You know what does this mean? I'm not going to do anything. Let it be available on the custom report type, default value, you know meaning of all. Next. Now field level security, let it be visible to everybody, and then sales and support and system administrator, it should be editable. For others, it should be only read only. Save and new. Then geolocation. So here for geolocation, we have geolocation. So in geolocation, we can capture latitude and longitude, these two. So these you can refer into, say, Google Map or somewhere those. So this geolocation, how you want to put in degree, minutes, seconds, or in decimals? If it is decimals, then how many decimal places? So we want to put up to 3 decimal places. Field names, description, help text, you know, required, you know. So for geolocation, you cannot put a default value. It's not there. Make a note. Then here it should be visible to everybody, and then sales manager, sales support, and system administrator. Editable, all everywhere, let it be. Save and new. LinkedIn. So LinkedIn should be in URL format. So I'm going with URL. Here, LinkedIn. So direct number should be visible to everybody except these. So these, it should be editable. System administrator, I'm doing for testing purpose so that I can show you. So this is all I created here, what the business requirement we have, the fields. And see here, we are getting C. underscore C suffix. Underscore C. Now if I go to say contact, and if I go with an existing field, let me add it. See, spouse name, help text is available, anniversary date, personal email, geolocation, it's asking for latitude and longitude, LinkedIn URL and direct number. User can enter data. So now for the contact, we start capturing this data as well. Okay. So this is with respect to the contact object. Let me go here and work on account object. So on the account, we have say reason. So we are working with say APAC, US and EMEA. Okay. These are three different reasons we are working with. And under this, we have different zone, like say India, like say Japan, like say Singapore, like say Australia, like say London, like say Canada, like say. So we have our customers. Account is my customers. So these customers, as of now, we are not capturing the customer belongs to which region and which zone. These data we are not capturing at all. So on the account, we are simply keeping which region, which city the account belongs to. We want to capture these data as well. So in this case, now since the requirement is for the account object, so this is for the contact object, I am going to object manager account. And then here, I shall be creating a new custom field. Now the custom field type should be what? So since the values are predefined values, so here I'm going with pick list. We have two types of pick list and pick list multi-select. Pick list means single select. A user can select only one value. Multi-select, user can select multiple values as well. So in my business requirement, the reason should only be one. So I'm going with pick list single select. Then next. Here, it's asking for the label reason. Now, we have the pick list, global pick list concept. Global pick list means if one pick list is being used by more than one object. Like this reason, you want also in say the cases. You also want this in say campaigns. Then, should you create in account and in campaigns, both the object, the reason pick list? Not needed. You can create a global pick list and you can use in the both object. Then we go with global pick list. This global pick list we create under home. If you want to enter the values here, you want this reason should only be related to the current object. Then you should enter here the values. The values we enter here by enter. So here I'm creating say APAC, EMEA and US. These. So this pick list value, should it be alphabetically arranged or not? If you want, you can check this, otherwise you can ignore it. Should the first value like APAC should be a default value or not? If you check, then yes, otherwise not. Now here we do also have this option. Restrict pick list the values which you defined here. This means now a user cannot enter here any other value than these three values. That's we are restricting. So sometime back we were discussing the data loader and we saw if from the data loader a user is entering a value which is not a pick list, then also it accept it. Because of for those pick lists, this was unchecked. So there was no force. If you check this, then it's a force. Then if the value which from the data loader user enter is not available, it gives error message. Then here description, help text required at default value you are aware about. So nothing to discuss in this. Then next. Then here this should be read only to everybody except sales profile and support profile. I'm marking them as editable, as well as system administrator also editable. Save and new. Here I'm creating one more pick list for zone. Same, single select pick list. This is zone. And then here I'm selecting this all. Then next. Here I'm selecting this all. So for these profiles, this field is editable, but for others, it's read only. So like this, for the account object, I created these two fields here. So if I go to say account object, if I modify an existing record or I'm creating a new record, I'll be getting here the reason and zone. Okay, it's not yet updated. Let me refresh it. Edit. So these are reasons and these are zones. So the values which I put here, all values I'm getting here. So now end user need to put for this account these two data also. I didn't mark it as required, so they're optional. Okay. So this is I did for the account object. Now I'm going with C opportunity object. So for opportunity object, we want to capture say discount. We want to capture say credit card number. These two things we want to capture. So as of now, these two data we are not capturing at all. So I'm going with say object manager, say opportunity, field and relationship, new. And this time I'm going with discount. A discount should be of type %. So I'm going with this %. Next. Discount. Discount should be of what? The 2 decimal places is 2 digits, sorry, and 1 decimal place. Means maximum discount is 99.9%. 2 digits and 1 decimal place. Do you want to mark it as description, help text required, and these? No. By default, 0 discount. So I'm mentioning here default value is 0. Then this should be read only to everyone and only salesperson should give discount. So earlier I marked a support person also editable. But discount only the salesperson should give, not support person or marketing. System administrator, I'm marking it as editable for testing purpose. And then next is credit card number. So credit card number, I'm marking it as encrypted. Reason, the credit card number should not be visible. But before moving forward, do you have any question in these data types? Most of it, not everything. Number will do later. Other data types next. Here, say credit card number. What should be length of the credit card number? Say 16 characters. Now, the credit card number should be masked. So here I'm selecting this, say star and X. What does this mean, masking? So mask all characters. This means I have 16 characters here. So should this all 16 characters be masked means your actual data is hidden, overwritten by this star or X. That's mask all characters. Last 4 characters clear. So last four characters visible, rest everything is masked. That's meaning of encryption. So encrypted means not all the data is visible. So this we do for security purpose, some confidential data. Credit card number, this means 4, then hyphen, then 4 digits, hyphen, 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 like this. So how you want it should be masked. So these are different, the mask types provided by Salesforce by default. So we can refer. If any other masking you require, development. Okay, got it, this masking for the encryption. Now next. Then here I'm selecting for all, and then this only the sales team member or support team person and the system administrator, they should be able to modify credit card number and save. Done. Now if I go to see opportunities, let me refresh the page. If I modify this, see here the discount 8.9, credit card number, I can mention here some credit card number. Now it's not masked, true, because of I'm entering the data, so I know data. But once I save this, after that, if I try to view, it is masked. This is showing in percent style and this is masked. Now, no way you can see the entire data. No way. It is masked. Okay. So now this is not complete. We yet to do. So here, what you need to do now is that now I'm going with say a formula field. So let me take a business requirement. Say requirement 1. That's if I look at say this on the opportunity object, we have discount. On the opportunity object, we do also have say amount. So we need to find out on opportunity object, on opportunity record, display or calculate amount after discount. We need to do this. So for this purpose, again, I'm going to say object manager. Under the object manager, I'm going to see opportunities. On the opportunities field and relationships, here new. So we discussed these field types, checkboxes, currencies, these all we discuss. Now I'm going with this formula field. So we shall be discussing these. External lookup relationship will not be discussing. This is beyond our scope, but other we will be discussing. So the formula field. So formula field is auto calculated field. Formula field. It's calculated field. It is a read-only field. And important point, formula evaluates when a user save record that time. So whenever a user save the record, that time the formula evaluation will happen. Not when someone is doing changes in the record. That time the formula evaluation will not happen. So here, what should be the formula for the amount after discount here? So this is amount after discount. This field we want on the report types. Now, this is important. You should know in certification exam, the formula return type. So what should be the formula return? Checkbox. So if the formula gives true, the checkbox get checked, otherwise unchecked. Currency, date, time, number, percent, and text. So since I'm going with, say, the amount after discount, so I'm going with currency. Currency and number, they both are same. The only difference is currency also show the currency sign. Number don't show. That's the only difference. Otherwise, they both are numerical data. So this currency, how many decimal places you want? So we do not want any decimal places. Next. Now here we have one simple formula and one advanced formula. There is actually no difference between these two. The only difference, if you go with advanced formula, then towards the right side, you can see different functions. In simple formula, these functions are not visible here, but not a problem. If you know the functions, from keyboard you can type and you can use those functions. So let me go with first the simple formula here, amount after discount. So amount after discount means I want opportunity, say amount minus. If you want, you can take the operator from here as well. Amount minus amount multiply by discount. Now have a look here. I'm not getting here discount. I'm getting here discount and discount C. In our previous session, we already discussed that the API name or the field names we use in the formula or in the development or coding. So since these are the custom fields, Salesforce server automatically suffix with _ C, so that I'm getting here. Now, is this formula syntax is proper or not? That you can check here, check syntax. There is no error. Then next. Now we'll go with field level security, and we already discussed that formula fields are read-only. So see, the read-onlys are automatically checked. Here, this field should be visible to whom? So let it be visible to everybody. Next and save. Now, next thing here, if you want, in the formula field, we can go with the cross object references. Let me take cross object references. Cross object references means in formula field, fetch data from another related object. So you are working with one object, but you want data from another object. That's when we call as cross object references. So if I go with my second business requirement, on opportunity record, display the reason and zone details of the account. So if I go here, previously on the account, we got reason and zone. Those were it. Now this reason and zone, we want to pull down into opportunity object. So here, since we already know that being a CRM, the account is a parent record and parent object, and opportunity, contact, and cases are child objects. So from the child, I want to refer the parent object. So here, new. Again, formula field. Say reason / zone. The return type of this should be text. Next. What should be the formula here? So here, let me go with say advanced. Now insert field, opportunity. Under opportunity C, these are the opportunity record fields. But if I go with say account, it's showing me the account related fields. If I go with say account owner, these are the account owner. Who is account owner? Which object? Account owner is which object? It's user object. Account owner is a user object. Right? A owner can only be a user, right? See here, account owner. This person is a user. So here I want the account reason. Let me go here. Insert. So now the cross object references, we get the name of the object dot field names. Now this is a text. Now I want here the slash. Again, I need concatenation with zone. Insert field. Which field? Opportunity. Related to opportunity, account, contract. These are arrows. Arrows means we'll get further here the object fields. So account, and then in that account, zone. So opportunity, account, zone. So I'm inserting that. Insert. Now, is it syntactically correct or not? Check syntax. And I shall get an error. Oops. I thought that I'll get it, but it is not. This is a common mistake we made. Particularly in the certification exam, it's a very common mistake. Yes, of course, the reason Reason is a pick list. That pick list contains text. Remember, I'm saying the pick list contains text. But here what I'm referring pick list itself. Got it? That's why it's giving me an error. Reason C is a pick list. And pick list values, I cannot I cannot extract. This is not allowed. Okay. So now I want which text value selected from this pick list. So for that purpose, in right side, there are functions. These functions are pretty similar as Microsoft Excel functions. So if you're familiar with Microsoft Excel functions, you'll get it very easily. Otherwise, here, say, like if I go with, say, add month, what this add month does, it's showing here. Add month. And then this is a description mention. If you're not getting help on this function, you can get help. So here we have a function text. This text is converting the value, or it's giving us the text value. So now one way is either you can directly enter this here, type it. My cursor I put before this, and then I shall do cut and paste. Second, you can type it from keyboard as well. Okay, the spaces I'm giving just for the understandable or readable manner. It's not needed. So here, have a look. Text of reason means this reason pick list value I'm converting into text, concatenating with space/space. This is concatenated with the zone text value. Now let's have a look of the check syntax. No syntax errors, nothing, everything fine. Now, what about the blank? If reason or zone, they are blank, then should we treat as zeros or blanks? Since my return type is text, so I'm treating as blank. If it's a numerical field, I would go with zeros. Then here, this reason and zone should be visible to which profile? I'm selecting everyone. Next, it's asking for the page layout, so let it be and save. Now I'm going here with ITC. ITC here, the reason, APAC. Now I'm selecting here India. But what if the user selected here London? Save it, it will accept it. I'll explain this a bit later, how to enforce user. So as of now, I'm going with this. Let me explain you first the opportunities. So it's APAC India. I'm going to see opportunity. This is opportunity. Let me modify this opportunity. Here, discount. See, 8.9% I got amount after discount. Reason and zone I got. Now, if I'm changing the discount to say 10%, see, no change here. Reason that the formula will evaluate only when a user saves a record. Now save the record. detail. Here, say 72,000. This is APAC. So there was a question why there is a need for the region and zone. So if I'm looking at this opportunity, I know that this opportunity belongs to APAC India region. So I got this information. Otherwise, this information is nowhere available on the opportunity. So that I pull down the data from account object and showing here. Now, if I go here with say one more business requirement.
Moving on to the next question. If a report is run and at that time it yields 20,000 records, in that case, what happens? The four options are: report fails and a mistake is accounted for. Initial 2K records are shown in the UI. Reports each having 2K records are made. And last option is every one of 20K records are shown in the UI.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.
Now, the sales rep gets commission on winning an opportunity function calculation should be number one, less than amount 50,000, no commission. Amount is greater than or equal to 50,000 and less than 100,000. Commission is C. 500. It's pretty less. Let me go with 1,000. Anyway, I'm not going to pay. Okay, and amount is greater than or equal to 100,000. Then commission is C 2,000. So I want to do the calculation like this. So previously, the calculation straightforward happened. Now I don't want to do the calculation directly. Basis on different conditions, I want to do the calculation. Like if the amount is less than 50,000, then and the opportunity should be closed one. Then no commission. If the opportunity amount can be anything, but it's in open stage, no commission. If the opportunity is closed to one and amount is more than 50,000 but less than 100,000, commission is 1,000. Otherwise, commission is 2,000. How to do this calculation? So here, new, say again a formula field. Commission. The return should be currency. Say 0 decimal places. Yeah. Now here, how to do this? So for this, now evaluation, I don't want straightforward. Then there is a function available here, if. This if, it accepts three arguments. First argument is the condition. If this condition satisfies, means if it gives true, then what to do? If this condition is failing it out, then what to do? So that's if condition. Okay, so this is, if you know the Microsoft Excel if condition, that is exactly same as how we do here. So I'm inserting it. Now what should be the condition? Here, If I go here, logical test, let me remove it. And here, first, the opportunity should be closed one. So for this, we have here a field 1. This one field, checkbox, a Boolean field. If the commission is, if the opportunity is closed one, this becomes true. If the opportunity is open or closed lost, this becomes false. So if is 1, then I need to check one more here. That's whether the amount is less than 50,000 or not. If it is less than 50,000, then 0 commission. So here, again, say amount is less than 50,000. Now, the problem is in if I can put only one condition, but here there are 2 conditions. Okay, we cannot do that. So I want both the conditions must satisfy. Then we have here a function AND. This AND takes multiple logical conditions. If all the conditions are satisfying, then it gives true. If any of the condition or all the conditions false, then it gives false. So now I'm applying here AND condition. Sorry, AND function. Like this. Because if is 1 and amount is less than 50,000, then what should be the commission? 0. No commission, right? So let me change this now here. Let's say greater than 50,000. Okay. Here I'll put like this, say 0. So if this condition is failing it out, okay, this means amount is less than 50,000 or it is not close to 1. Then it should give me 0. If it is successful, this means opportunity is closed one and amount is greater than 50,000. 50,000, then how much? If it is less than 100,000, then commission is 1,000, otherwise commission is 2,000. Again, I need to do a check on the amount, right? This means again, I should be writing down here a function if amount is say less than 100,000, then 1,000, otherwise 2,000. Let me put on like this here. Okay. That is just for the understanding purpose I got. So here, if the opportunity is close to 1 and amount is greater than 50,000, then I'm checking here. If the amount is less than 100,000, this means what? You will reach here, then it's guarantee that opportunity is close to 1 and amount is more than 50,000 but less than 100,000. This is guarantee, right? Then what should be the commission? 1,000. If you reach here, the opportunity is close to 1, amount is greater than 50,000, but amount is not less than 100,000. This means what? Amount is greater than 1,000, 100,000. Okay, then 2,000. Right? Let me check the syntax here. No error in the syntax. Now it's showing here the compiled size 158 characters. Make a note, you can write maximum 2,200 characters in one formula field, not more than 2,200 characters. Now here I'm going with treat as zeros. This commission should not be visible to everybody. This should be visible only to sales profile users. So I'm marking to sales managers and sales profile. Next and save. So here if I refresh it, this is the opportunity closed one. What is commission? I didn't got yet. Let me refresh the page again. Let me hard refresh. Here say details. And then here, still I'm not getting, it's a refresh issue. Let me go here with commission again. I need to give permission. Set field level security. Yep, I didn't select. Save. Now, if I cancel this, refresh it. If I go here, say details, commission yet not come. Let me go with edit page. Edit page usually it comes fast. Yet not come. Refresh. Details. Yep, see, I got commission 1,000. Why? It's closed one. And opportunity amount is more than 50,000. Now it's not closed one. It's open. The commission should be 0. Commission is 0. Okay. So if I'm marking this commission, this amount as say 110,000. And then here say closed one. Here say closed one. Save. 2,000. Done. This is done. So this is what I met the business requirement here. And then I did some deep dive in the functions as well. Let me modify this. Yes, I missed it. I should use E equal to. Thanks, I missed it. So here, this is equal to, right? Then I have to mention A equals to. So amount is greater than or equal to 50,000. Then 10,000. If it is less than 10,000, greater than and equal to 10,000, then 2,000. So here there is no need to check. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, now here, if I go with say the custom object. So now we are moving to the custom object. Custom object is nothing but I want to create a new table in database. That's an object. So if we need to capture the data with respect to expenses, capture expense details for an account. Now we need to capture this. So here I cannot use a custom field. Reason, there may be multiple expenses for an account we are making. So if I go with say field, then in this field we can put only one value, right? We cannot put here more than one value. Like say the discount, I can put here only one time value. I can put here more than one value. That's not possible. So for this purpose, we go with the custom object. And here I need to create here say a custom object expense. So whenever you create a custom object, then Salesforce by default gives you some standard fields. This is important to know. So whenever the administrator creates a custom object, then Salesforce automatically gives some standard fields. These fields will be total 7 fields. Name. This name will be either text field or auto number field. Then we have ID. ID, this is of ID data type. That's record ID. Then here created by. This is lookup. We'll discuss lookup into user object. Created date time. This is date and time field. Last modified by lookup of user object. Last modification date time. That's date and time field. Okay. So this is here we have one more the owner. User object. So these are the 7 standard fields by default Salesforce create for us. That it is. Let me do here. Let me remove this. Now I need to deal with say the expenses. For expenses here, expense number. I want here say expense amount. Each by which user made the expense. Reason, what is the reason why the expense is being made? Okay. Customer name, for which customer we made this expense. So we want to store these data for expenses. So for that purpose here, I'm going and creating a new custom object. So I'm going to object manager, and then I'm going with here seeking create custom object. You can make use of the data loader. Why that? Sorry, if you have a CSV file in that, all the object fields you can import from here as well. So I'm going with custom object. This is here. What should be the label? That's expense. Then here, this is object name. Object name as of now I'm viewing here as expense, but once I save this, it will be expense underscore underscore C. So it will be suffixed with underscore underscore C. Then do you have a helper for this expense? So that's the help. So for that, we need to use the Visualforce. Visualforce is a language through which we can design the UI, user interface. We don't have this. So I'll be going with standard help and training window. Then here, what should be the recorded name? This is label here for this name field. I mentioned here this name field. So this name field I mentioned, it can be either a text or auto number. So what should be this name field and what should be its label? Label means what it comes on user interface. So here on user interface, it should come as expense number.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Can you please explain that context sensitive? Context sensitive, that's one.
If you want to provide help for this expense object, then did you create help page for expense object? If yes, then you can choose. So that page you have to create using Visualforce. So we didn't have this. That's why we are going with the standard help and training window. Now here, auto number, what should be the format? Expense here. This is here mentioned. This should begin with 0. So the first record which you create, that record automatically the numbers will increase by 1. So it will be exp hyphen curly braces 5 times 0, 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like that. That's use of auto number. Automatically, the numbers keep on incrementing. Then allow report. Do you want to allow reports for this expense object? Allow activities. Field history tracking, so that if any field value gets changed, then the user should get a chatter notification. Or say, sorry, this is not chatter. It is field history tracking. In the related list, the user will get the old and new value. Do you want to allow the expense records in chatter group? If yes, check this. For this expense object to access, do you need licenses? So we are working with a CRM application, so no licenses. Otherwise, we need to enable the licenses. Then, shall administrator able to write down sharing rule for this object or not? So I'm going with yes. Bulk API and streaming APIs, these are different APIs, the development libraries we have. So should we use these two in to access this object? Yes, we discussed these things, bulk APIs in data loader. So if bulk API we are using, we can hard delete the records. What's the deployment status? So as of now, we are working with the production environment. Production environment, that's all the users are accessing. That we call as production environment. But in real time, rather than working with production environment, we work or do the changes in sandboxes. That's a development, testing, that environment. So we do not have this. So I shall be going with deployed. Anyway, this does not matter to us because we are in production. Allow search. This means on the global search, if a user wants to search something, should that search include the expense object or not? Add notes and attachment. So some files you want to upload as notes and attachment to this object. So I'm going for it. So with this, I'm creating a new custom object. So this is here the fields and relationship. See. So see, I'm getting here created by currency, expense number, last modified by an owner. But hang on. I mentioned here, these are 7 standard fields. But if I'm looking at it, I'm getting here these 5. Out of this, I'm getting here currency. But this currency I didn't mention here. Make a note, if in the certification exam, they are asking for the standard fields on custom objects, these are the 7. This currency is the standard field you shall get only for the organizations where the multiple currencies enabled. If the multiple currency is not enabled, this currency field you will not get. That's why I didn't mention here. But what about the other fields? You know that we are working with the user interface. It's not the actual fields which we have in the expense table. So how to see the actual fields of expense object? Export this object records, either by using monthly export services or by using data loader. You'll get all the fields. So that I did here. So the expense object is created. I have here the expense number, but internally the field name is name. This is label, this is name. This is what I mentioned here, name. So now this is done. Now I need to create this field, expense amount. Expense amount would be a new custom field. This will be of type, say, currency. So earlier I didn't use currency. Now I'm working with currency field. Expense amount would be, say, six digits and no decimal places. And I'm marking this as required field. Since I'm marking it as required field, so this is universally required. So all the profiles should have added permission on this field. What should be default value? Say 0. Next. See, it's visible and editable to all the profiles. Next. Save and new. Expense amount. Then what should be the reason why the expense being made? So this should be a text area. If you want, a user can enter more than 255 characters, you can go with text area long or text area. It's your choice, which one you choose. Next, here say expense reason, and this also marking as required field. Next, it's visible to all the profiles, editable also. Save and new. So I made this. Now an important discussion. Made by. So this is of type C. Auto number. This is of type C currency. This is of type C text area. Now what should be made by? Who can make an expense? So expense can only be made by a Salesforce user. The Salesforce user data is available in the user object. Now I'm working with expense object and I need to search into user object. So this we call as object relationship. So we have two types of object relationship. One is lookup relationship. Lookup relationship means from one object you are searching into another object. So here meet by means from expense you are searching in user object, the name. So that's lookup relationship. So with this, you can say that you are establishing relationship between expense and user, where user is a parent object and then expense is child. How to do so? So here, we did this auto number, we did formula field. Now, roll-up summary will do. Lookup relationship. So I'm going with lookup relationship. This is, see, relationship is with what? Say user object. Next. What? Say expense made by then next. This should be visible to everyone, read only to everybody, and then modifiable by say marketing, sales, support. Only these persons can do expenses. And then system administrator, this I'm doing for testing purpose. Save and new. Now next thing here, for which customer you are making. Okay, so this customer, now the relationship when you make, there's two types of relationship, the lookup and master detail relationship. The difference between both is master detail relationship is tightly coupled. This means if you delete the master record, then the child records automatically get deleted. Whereas lookup relationship, not in this way. So if you delete the lookup record or parent record, maybe the child record get deleted or may not be, or you can keep the value empty. Master detail, there, whomsoever is the master record owner, the same becomes the detail record owner. Lookup are completely independent records. So they are just related. One more, on master detail, we can do the roll-up summary. I'll discuss roll-up summary. So here, now I'm this time going with master detail relationship. This means, see, you are working with expense. What is use of expense if the customer or the account you are deleting? Then is there any use of customer, the expense? The answer is no, it's useless. Expense data is only useful when you have the customer detail in your server. If customer detail you don't have in server, then it's useless. So that's why I'm going with master detail relationship. So here, this is I'm relating, and here I'm putting say customer name. Then next, this is editable by all the profiles. It's a required field. Next, and save. So now I created the expense object. Now how to enter data into this? Definitely by using data loaders, I can do this. Very well possible. But I want to create the records using user interface. I'm doing for opportunity, lead, account, contact, like this. These are tabs. So tabs are nothing but the user interface for an object. That's a tab. UI for an custom for a so let me create a tab. Tab. Yes, a new. So tabs we can have custom object tab. Custom object tab means where a custom object is visible. Web tab, you can show a web page. Visual Force and Lightning component tab, enlightening page tabs. These all are 3 with respect to development. So here I'm going with custom object tab. Which object? Say expense object. What should be tab style? So tab style is, these are different tab styles we have. So here, say I'm going with, say stack of cash. Is there any splash window? Means you click on a tab and then a window should come up where a Visualforce page appears. As of now, we don't have that Visualforce page. So I'm not going with any splash window. This tab should be visible to whom? So I'm marking this tab should be hidden to all. It should only be visible to marketing user profile, sales profile, sales support profile, these 4 profiles, as well as system administrator. This I'm doing for testing purpose. For all other profiles, they should not view the tabs. I hide them. Should this tab is visible in any of the application? No. And save. So the tab is created.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.
Now, I want to create here a new custom application. This custom application, what is application? Application is nothing but a tab, order, and arrangement in navigation bar. That's an application. Okay, nothing more than this in Salesforce. So earlier we discussed different applications, whether it's the sales application or service application. Your data remains same, your object, your tabs remain same. You can access tab not from the navigation bar, then from the app launcher that you can do. So now I want to create here a tab, business requirement 1, create custom application for, say, Apex Sales users. So Apex Sales users, I'm creating a custom application. Let me do so. So here, I should go with App Manager. So here, these are the applications. Now I'm creating a new application, new lightning application, app name, Apex Sales application. Here, do you want to put any description? If yes, you can put. Then, what should be the logo? Top left corner, we are getting this cloud. So in place of this cloud, I want my company logo here. I'm uploading this logo from my local machine. So here, so on desktop, we have here, I created few logo files. See, here I did it. Where is data? Logo. So this is my company logo should come. Do you want to change the colors? If you want, you can choose colors from here. Use the app image and color instead of the organization custom theme. This is how it appears. Intellipaat logo and then app access. This application should be of which type? Standard navigation and console. Console we didn't discuss yet. We shall be discussing, but as of now, we'll go with the standard navigation. Standard navigation means the way how we get here, the tabs, similar fashion. This application, should it be available only on desktop or phone or both? So I'm making the application on desktop and phone both, so that even on the mobile, we can work with this application. Setup will go with the setup. Normal setup we are working with, not the service setup. Do you want to disable the end user personalization so that end user cannot do the changes in this tab order, like see here, right side? Personalize your navigation bar, and with this a user can change the order. So I do not want, as well as disable the temporary tabs. So no temporary tabs should be added into the application navigation bar. Then utilities. We don't have any utilities available. Otherwise, like say phone or those utilities, if the license or organization has. So just by clicking on this application, we can call the person. So we do not have this. This on this application, which tab should come? So here say first account should come. Then say contact should come. Then say opportunities should come. Then see lead should come. Then here see expense should come. Then we go with say reports. Then dashboards. So I want like this. Now these leads should come in beginning. I'm reordering it. So lead, account, contact, opportunity, expense, reports, and dashboard. Then this app should have should be accessible by which profile? So I'm giving the app permission to say sales. Sales profile and say admin profile. These three profiles and finish. Let's have a look. Now my application is ready. Here I'm going with view all. So this is the application available. If you want, you can change the position as well. This very well you can do. So I want it should come in beginning, drag and drop. Sales application. See, on the sales application, I'm getting is Apex sales application, lead, account, contact, opportunity, expense, report, and dashboard. No personalization allowed. Top left corner, the company logo I'm getting. Now I'm creating the expense. New. Expense amount, say it is mandatory. See 1000. Gift. Meet by Savina. customer ITC. Save and new. See, EXP 5 times 0, 1. Auto number. I'm giving say 5,000. Here see New Year gift. Expense meet by Veena to ITC. Save and new. See, second. Let me create here say 6,000 dinner with customer. Expense meet by say Harish with city function. Save and new. Let me go with one more here see 3,000. Here see taxi charges made by Veena for Salesforce. Save. See, I have created few expense records. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Auto number automatically I'm getting. Other data I'm keep on putting. This is, I created a custom object. Let me repeat it what I did. I created a custom application. In that custom application, there is a custom tab. That custom tab shows a custom object data and it captures those data. So using this, I can create new records for custom object. That is done. Now, since there is a relationship between expense and account, so if I go to say account, ITC, now I want to see which all are the expenses I meet. Go to related list. These are the 2 expenses meet. So that's visible here. Okay. So that's about creating a custom application, custom tab, custom object, all these in master detail relationship. It does aggregation of detailed records at master record. Aggregation is of say sum, minimum, maximum, and count. It does only these aggregations. So now I want to find out here, see, business requirement on account record. Account owner should review total expenses made for the account. So now I'm going with the account object, field and relationship, new, and I'm going here, the last field, roll-up summary. So with this, we completed this all. Roll-up summary. Roll-up summary is what? See, total expenses. Next. This total expenses should be, we need to summarize which object? Say expense. What? Count, sum, minimum, maximum. I want to do sum. Sum of what? Say expense amount. Do you want to sum all the accounts, all the records of expense, or this is some condition you want to do the sum? So I want to sum up all the records. Next, this total expense should be visible to whom? So it should be visible to, say, marketing team members, sales, support, and system administrator. Next and save. Now if I go with ITC and let me refresh the page. So how much total expense I made for ITC? Let's have a look. Detail. Total expense 6,000 INR. If I go with one more expense, it should add new. So here 5,000 travel expense by Veena. By Veena with ATC. Done. So it was here ITC. Earlier it was 6,000. Now 5,000 more. So it should be 11,000. Done. So this is the roll-up summary field. So page layout here. Let me go with this, say, this here. If I go with, say, opportunities, here I go to this opportunity details. This is on the page. I have the field placement, field locations. Which field should appear where? Now there is a lot of challenges in it. The challenge, like here, I'm getting the amount, expected revenue, but other fields related to the currency, like say the opportunity currency, the discount, amount after discount, commission, these fields are segregated, but logically these fields are related. But on the record or on the user interface, these fields are appearing at different places. Now, how to arrange these? Problem number one. Problem number two, like say we have, our organization is working with two different types of opportunities. Like say business to business opportunities and business to consumer opportunities. And for business to consumer, the organization don't give any discount. So this field should not be visible. But hang on. This field is on the page layout, so it's visible. Since the field is visible, so the chances are very high that the salesperson put here some data, and with this, the amount after discount immediately get changed. We do not want this. So for that purpose, now I'm going to create here two different types of opportunity. Business to business opportunity, page layout, and business to consumer opportunity, page layout. I'm going to do this. So for business to business opportunity, page layouts, here all amount related field should display in one section. We want that. Lead status should be a required field. If I go here and if I modify this, see the lead source, not lead status, lead source. It's optional. But for business to business opportunities, this field should be required field. For business to business opportunities, there should not be any credit card number. So this field should be hidden. card number field should be data. Okay, let me do so. So now I'm going with Object Manager. Under Object Manager, the opportunities. Under Opportunity, Page Layout. These are different page layouts we have. Now I'm creating a new page layout. And then I have to clone an existing page layout. So I'm cloning Opportunity Layout. This I'm mentioning as B2B Opportunity Page Layout. Should this page layout be a feed-based layout? Feed-based layout means the chatter should be in a different tab. So in Lightning, we already have the chatter in a different tab. This is particularly useful when we work with Classic. So there the chatter is visible above the field on one page. So there is no separate tabs for chatter. So here there is no use of it. And save. Now here on top we are getting fields. Right side, these are the fields. On these fields, few fields are grayed out and few are in bold. Bold, these fields are not visible on page layout. The fields which are grayed out, they are visible on page layout. If I come down, this is here the page layout. The fields are available here. So now first thing here, let me go with say this opportunity information, header visible on edit only. If I want to modify it, right side, there is a range sign, section properties. This should come on the detail page or edit page both. In one section, I want one column or two columns. So let it be two columns. And if in this section from keyboard, you press tab keys, then how the key movement should be, left to right or top to bottom. So now it's visible here. Now I want all the amount or all the revenue related data should be at one single place. That's a new section I'm creating. So on top, there is a section. I should do a drag and drop. Say here. Revenue details. This section should be visible on both detail and edit page, two columns, left to right, let it be, and okay. Now, this amount, drag and drop. Drag and drop here. Expected revenue, I do not want this field to appear. Right side, there is a hyphen sign. Coming out here, the opportunity currency, I mentioned here towards right side, discount, amount after discount, commission, credit card number should not be there. Let me remove it. Done. Reason and zone, let me move here. So this is, I did the field placement. Now, if I go to a particular field, one is this hyphen sign. With this, you can remove a field. If you want to get that field back, then here on top, say lead source, drag and drop. So just a minute. Why is doing selection? It's doing selection. Just a minute. So this is how you can pull down a field from this field section into page layout. Now right side, I'm going with properties. Do you want to make this field as read only or required? Required means this field is required for the users who are viewing this page layout. Make a note, I'm saying the required is only for those users who are viewing this page layout. For them, this field is required. If the same users are using data loader and entering the data, field is optional. If other users, they are entering the data, field is optional. Only on the page layout, the field is required. Same goes with read only. So this is the required field. Now, if I come down other information, I do not want this. Let me remove it. Additional information, let me mark it as visible on detail page as well. System information description, I'm putting down here itself. And description information, let me remove. System information, let me make it visible on detail page as well. So this is the page layout for B2C opportunities is ready. Now, if I go with, say, one more here, related list. These are the related list here. Products, our open activities, activity history, notes and attachment, contact role, partners. So yes, B2C, then partner should come on top. Drag and drop. So first partners, then product should come. This is opportunity team. If you're not getting, so there was a question earlier on the opportunity. I'm not getting opportunity team related list. It's available here. Drag and drop. And save. Yes. So that I did with TSC. Partner related list should be visible. Now, business to consumer, then following fields not appear. Say discount, amount after discount, reason and zone. Okay, and then we do have, say, order number, main competitor. We don't want to track all these for B2C. Main competitor, current generator, delivery status. Tracking number. These will capture only for B2C, not for B2B. Visible. Credit card number. This field should be visible. Following related list should not be visible. Like say partner, competitor, and opportunity team. So we'll not form any team for a B2C opportunities. No competitor, we don't want to keep track of competitors, and it's literally not possible. Like see, assume that you are say a Samsung company and there's a person, Harish, came and visit your store for one television. Okay, will you keep track of that Harish visited which other electronic manufacturer, television manufacturer? No, Samsung don't take care of all this. Okay, that's why the competitor and main competitor, all this I removed. No partner, direct dealings we do. So let me go here and create one more. Say again, I'm copying opportunity layout, B2C, opportunity page layout. Now here I'm going to remove a lot many fields. This is detail page. Expected revenue I do not want. I don't want next step, probability, okay. Say discount I do not want. Amount after discount. Reason zone, commission. This also I do not want. Section, additional information section, I do not want. Okay, system information. Let it be visible on detail page as well. And I do drag and drop. Description, I'm removing. Okay, and credit card number, let me put on here. If I go down, product, open activities, activity history, notes and attachment, contact rule, partners and competitors, I'm removing, and opportunity team as well, removed. So this is I created here business to consumer opportunities, page layout that I did. This page layout as of now I didn't assign to anybody. I just created this page layout. Okay, so this is about the page layout, which just to show the field placement here on the page on the screen, that how the field should be positioned. Then next, this is about business to business and business to consumer opportunities. Now, let me go here and discuss business requirement. It needs to set up opportunities for both B2B and B2C. Okay. When a sales rep creates B2B opportunity, Then it should get here B2B opportunity page layout. Let me put it downward, it will be better. Okay. Then it should get B2B opportunity page layout. Then here, if I go with lead source, so here lead source, we have phone inquiry. So B2B opportunity will not come from phone inquiry. So I do not want phone inquiry field, picklist value should appear here. Phone inquiry should not contain lead source. Lead source should not contain phone inquiry. Prospecting qualification, value proposition, ID decision maker, price quote, negotiation, closed one, closed last. These should be for a business to business opportunities. But if a salesperson is creating B2C opportunity, then it should get B2C page layout. Lead source picklist should contain phone inquiry, but not say trade show and say partner referral. These values should be prospecting, price quote, negotiation, closed one and closed last. That's all. That's business to consumer opportunities. So now I'm setting this. So first I should go this. What is a stage? A stage is representing process, sales process. So I need to set up the sales process now. Here, so process, lead process, sales process, and support process. We already discussed lead process is for lead object, sales process is for opportunity object, and support process is for case object. So sales process, see B2B sales process. Which values should not be there? So B2B, then the analysis, these two should not be there. These values should be there in B2B. And B2C, duplicate value. Okay, let's modify it. I'm removing these values. So prospecting, price quote, negotiation, close one and close last. So I changed the process. I created two processes. Now an important option here called type. We use record type to change page layout for a profile. Okay. Or let me write down in a different way to assign multiple page layouts to profile, change this to values, profile. We use record types, very important record types. So here I'm going to object manager, say opportunity. Here on the opportunity, we have here the record types, new. We always make master, say B2B opportunity. Which sales process? Sales process is a required field. That's why I first went and created the sales process. So for B2B opportunity pay record type, the sales process should come. And I'm marking it as active. This record type should be visible to which profile? So say sales profile and system administrator I'm doing for testing purpose. Which page layout? So I'm giving B2B page layout. Save. Now I should change here the pick list values. I mentioned here, right? To assign multiple page layout and to change the pick list value. So now I'm changing pick list value. That's lead source for B2B should not contain phone inquiry. So I removed and save. That's my first record type created. Here I'm creating one more record type quickly. This is for B2C opportunity record type. This time I'm selecting the sales process as B2C sales process, marking is at active. And do you want to mark it default? So by default it is selected. So let it be B2B as default. Page layout. So B2C page layout. Save. Lead source, I'm changing the values. So purchase, partner referral, and trade show. I'm removing these both items. Save. Done. Now, how to work with this? So now I should go and create a new record. Remember the record type, once it is assigned, it's visible when you a user create a new record. So whenever I'm creating a new record, see it's asking which type of opportunity the salesperson want to create, whether it's B2B or B2C. I'm going with first B2B opportunity page layout. Yeah, sorry, record type. See, opportunity information, this section is visible. Close date, opportunity name, installation. Stage, see here, the analysis related I'm not getting. Lead source is a required field. If I go with lead source, see phone inquiry is not visible. So now I know that unknowingly also a salesperson cannot add that value. The value itself is not visible. Revenue detail, all the revenue related details are mentioned here. So amount is say 40,000. $, discount. Say 6%. These are the additional information. See, all the sections are visible now. See here under the related list, partners is on top. So I reordered the related list. So partner is on top. See here, the section headers are visible. Earlier, this was not visible. Revenue details, see. Credit card is not visible here. Similarly, if the salesperson is creating a new business to consumer, see amount is here, stage. If I go with say lead source is optional field, phone inquiry, purchase list, another. No trade show, nothing. Credit card number is visible here. System information, order number, and all these gone. Okay. This is a big exercise here. A lot of steps involved in it to meet this business requirement. First, we worked on the page layout. Then we went and created the sales process. Then record type, and we changed the pick list values. So this is one of the lengthiest exercise that we did. This is customizing Salesforce. Now we'll go here next with say data validation rule. Data validation rule, it is if the rule failed, if the validation rule failed, do not save the. This is not possible. So we have validation rules of two types. One is system validation and one is custom validation. System validation, this always go against type of data. For an example, say here, if I edit it, this is date format. Here I'm entering this. I got error message. Why? Because of the format, the way how it is expected, it's not in that format. So this is system validation. So system itself is checking whether the data is proper or not. But what about the data is proper, but close date is a back date? So I'm saying that this particular opportunity is in open stage and it should be closed by 9th of March. But I'm sitting on 18th of March. How it is possible? But Salesforce allowed it. So I do not want this. Okay. So now for this, to stop this, I'm going here with the opportunity, last validation rule, new rule. Rule name is future close date. Future validation rule. Now here we'll check when the error should come. When error should come? When the close date is less than that day. Now, how to find out that date? So here we have a function. This function gives me the current date. So the error would be if close date is less than the function, then error should come up. If the error comes up, then what error message should be? So here, see, close date should not be a past date. Close date should not be a past date. Where this error should come up, top of the page or near a field. I'm going with near a field. Which field? Say close date. Save. Done. Now, no changes here. So this rule is effective when you save a record. Let me go here. I'm changing the stage. See, close date should not be a past date. Let me edit it. Here, if I'm changing this to say Australian dollars, save. It has to be a future date. Save. So that's validation rule. So validation rule checks the data, whether the data should be valid data the user is entering into system or not. If the user is not entering a valid data into system, then the system should not allow the user to save that record. Okay. This is validation rule.
Moving on to the next question. How can the developer declare a method as a test? And the four options are: define the class as test. Second option, define test method in the method declaration. And the third option, define @is test keyword. And lastly, both first and second.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.
So you should be getting support@intellipaat.com. That you will not get the person's email address who is responding. That's organization-wide email addresses. So these email addresses, now if any profile user, like say salesperson, like say marketing, like say a support, like say anybody, if they're sending an email to their customers, their clients, then at present their personal email address goes. So in spite of that personal email address, we want the common email address should go. Then we go with organization-wide addresses. So here, organization-wide addresses. Now these email addresses we have of two types. One is here, say, where user can select. Second one, no reply. No reply means the user cannot respond that email address back. That's no reply. Or can a user select and then no reply? So that is the third one here, user selection and default no reply. So like here, I'm putting, say, team support @abct.com. So I'm putting this email address and this is user selection. Now, the problem is that whenever the person is sending an email, then it don't go to Salesforce server. Remember, Salesforce CRM application cannot accept an email. So from CRM application, you can send email. That's very well possible. But you cannot accept an email from the CRM application. That we do not have. So now I need to talk to my organization email administrator and asking him to create this email that I should be doing. So that when the persons they are sending the response back, this goes to a genuine email address, means somewhere. Now this should go to home. So this email address is assigned to say support users, support profile, and then see. Now with this, Salesforce to verify this email address will send an verification email. As of now, I don't have this email address ready, so I can't verify it. And without verify, the Salesforce CRM application cannot use it. But in real life, we'll ask this email administrator to create such email address so that when we add that email address here, the verification email goes to that email address, and from that email address, we can verify it. Post that, Salesforce CRM application start using it. This is use of organization-wide email addresses, and you can add multiple. So I add for say support, like say for sales, you can add for say marketing, you can add like this, you can do. That's organization-wide email addresses. Now, when we're sending an email from Salesforce, then it goes from Salesforce to the customer. Now we have no backup or no idea that how many emails been sent. This is the problem, because we cannot maintain here a backup copy of it. So if you want to make a backup copy, then we go with say compliance BCC email. So this we use in first enable it and then mention here say backup. Now whichever email you sent from CRM application, one copy goes to this email address. Again, we shall talk about with the email administrator and ask him to create this email address, so that when an email is sent from Salesforce server, one copy goes to this email address, and this is the use of backing up that. Or if tomorrow someone want to keep track that which all our email is being sent to a recipient, then it can go to backup@abct.com and it can check. That's purpose of compliance BCC email. Email footer, usually in the auto-generated emails or in the emails which we are receiving, even from the organizations as well, typically below we are getting a disclaimer, a standard 4-5 lines. So those we want, if our email is going from Salesforce server, then the email footer should automatically add. So that email footer I'm writing down here, email footer, I'm marking it as active for single and mass email both. This email I'm creating in which? So I'm creating for say generic US, general US and Western European, and then here what should be footer. So this is just some disclaimer. You can do a copy paste from your official generic disclaimer and save. So I created here an email footer. Now I'm making it default. Now if any email is flowing out from Salesforce server, then this email footer will automatically add. This happens automatically. You can only go with the encoding. So you can go with say new and then different encoding you can choose, so that which type of email encoding the user is writing, the respective email footer automatically attach. Like say someone is writing down an email in Chinese, and if you have a Chinese email footer, then that automatically associate. So these are email footers. Now I want to create an email template. Just now the query was about the same. that I want to send an email. That email should have my organization logo and some style or all this. So for that purpose, first I need to upload the style or the logo onto Salesforce server. So that's I cannot do in Lightning. That's not allowed. So that's available in Classic. So I should go with switch to Salesforce Classic. Salesforce Classic is same as the Lightning. The only UI is different. So here, this is global search. Then right side, the applications are available here. Tabs, these are the tab bar. On that tabs are available. You can click on this plus sign to view all the tabs. So here I'm going with Documents tab. So under this Documents tab, I'll be uploading my logo document. So here I have, as of now, my personal document folder. This personal document folder only I can access, no other person can access. But now I want to create here one folder. So let me create here a folder. Here, say company documents. Public folder access, what the other users should do, whether they should be able to read only or they can modify it. And then this folder should be accessible by whom? By all the users. Okay, hidden from all the users, or you're giving permission to some persons. That's public group, role, and subordinate, these three. Important point here. Usually if it's a record and you're sharing a record with a role, then vertically upward role will automatically start getting that record because of that role is vertically upward. But this is folder. It's not a record. So the role hierarchy will not work here at all. This means if a folder is being shared by a subordinate, then it's vertically upward. Role user will not automatically get access. Important point to note down. So now we shall be working with different folders. Like as of now, I'm working with document folder. Later, we'll be working with email template folder. We shall be working with the report folder, dashboard folders. They all are same. So here I'm giving permission to say Apex Sales Rep. Then Apex Sales Manager users can't access it because permission is not given. I have to give manually permission. Then what about CEO? Can it access? The answer is no. Why? Because of permission is not given. And save. Now here I'm uploading a document. This is say company logo. Now here, do you want to make this document internal to your org, or it's an externally available image? Yes, it's an image which I'm uploading, which is going on the email template to outside Salesforce server. That's why it should be externally available. Where is the file? So file can be either on a path or you need to choose. So let me choose this file here. So I do have here logo file, save, and I got it. So this is, I uploaded the company logo. After doing this, let me go back to Lightning. Now I want to create here a letterhead. Letterhead is nothing but a performer or a format on which we type content. That's letterhead. So I'm going to set up here again, and I'm creating here letterhead. Next, new letterhead available for use. Check this, and only we can use it, otherwise we cannot use it. This is say sales email letterhead. Say I'm creating this letterhead and save. Now this letterhead here, I need to decide the background color. If I want to change the background color, edit background color. Here I should change the background color. Okay, then logo. So here I'm selecting the logo from company document. The logo should come where? That's edit header properties. I want this should be vertically, center, middle aligned, and then horizontal, right side aligned. Edit top line, I'm changing colors, I'm doing something. Yes, this should come in red color. The thickness I'm changing to say 10. I did this. So this is I'm setting up a letterhead. Similarly, you can change the below as well, whichever way you like. If you want the logo should come bottom, you can do so. So wherever you want. And save. So with this, I saved the letterhead. Now the letterhead contains only the format, the letter structure, not structure, the layout or design. Now I need to put in this the content. Yeah, logos you can put any image, you can put a text over here that should come where the text should come. Those you can put here. Now I shall be, these all things I discuss: organization, ready-made address, email footer, compliance BCC email, these things, and then letterhead. I didn't mention here the letterheads also. Now I'll go with email templates. So I'm creating here a few email templates. Number one, say big opportunity one notification email template. I'm creating this. Second, say complaint from premium customer email template. Then another one, say let me create thanks for your query about GC1000 series generator, GC3000 and GC5000 series generator. Okay, and all right, I'll go with this. I'll add later. So first I'm going with this. This is, I want the email template, the content should be if in our organization we got a big opportunity, we won. So notification email should go to the management. So what should be the content of it? So for that, I shall create here, say email template, classic email template. Now here we have folder, unfiled public classic email template. This is accessible to everyone. It's a public folder. Now, if I want to create a folder and the emails, like say sales emails, I want to store here into this. Then I'm creating a folder, public access read only. So now this is my personal email templates. Only I can access these email templates. So I'm creating here my first template. That's the big opportunity one email template. So email template we can create of 4 different types. We first text. It's only plain text. Okay, so no image, nothing, no letterhead. Second, HTML. HTML using letterhead. So this is HTML. So in this you can put the styles as well, like bold, italic, underline, bullets, all these things you can put. Then next, custom without letterhead. So here we just put the content. Visual Force, that's with programming. You want to write down an email template. That's Visual Force. So during a certification and during the session, we shall be talking about these first 2. Even third also, not different. So first I'm going with this HTML with letterhead. In which folder this email template should be stored. Don't forget to mark this available for use. This has been used in development. Letterhead. Yes, I do have letterhead. So which letterhead? What should be email layout? So these are the different email layouts. If you want to see how the layout looks like, you can click on this and get. So I'm going with say formal letter. Encoding, description, subject. This is email subject. So big deal one, notification. Now next. Now here see, the letterhead has come. On top, font size, image, and all these things you can do. Here I should be putting the content that sales rep. Now I want to put here the sales rep name. So that I should be getting here. Now, which object fields you want? So I'm going with the opportunity object. Which field? So I want opportunity owner full name. It's showing me here this copy merge field value. I'm copying this and putting here. So glad to inform you that our sales rep has one following opportunity. The details are here, the account name, amount. That's all. I'll go with these two. Similarly, we can put to the other values as well. Regards, team, Salesforce. Okay, and then here, ABCD. Now I want here the account name should come. Let me go here under opportunity. Here, see, there is account name. Copy and paste here. Similarly, amount. Yes, select the amount and here paste it. So like this we do. Okay. So like this, if you want, you can put here more fields. So whichever record we are using this email template, it automatically pick up these field values and paste here into this email template. That Salesforce server will do automatically. Then it sends email. Then here, next. There is a problem with this HTML email that not all the email servers are accepting the HTML emails. This is a problem. So if a recipient email server is not accepting the HTML email, then which email content should go? That we mentioned here. So I'm copying text. So this. So in that case, the text version goes. This automatically the Salesforce server send. We need not to bother about it. So if the recipient email server is not accepting the HTML email, then Salesforce server will automatically send this text copy of the email to recipient server. Save. With this, if you want to send some attachment, if yes, below there is an attachment, you can send. So this is my email template is ready. So this is I created first. Like here, I need to create one more. Let me do so. So here, here. No, I don't want this. Email templates. New template. I'm going with HTML again. Available for use here. So this should be sales email layout here. See, complain from. Say I want the organization name should come here. Okay, let it be. I'll put it here. I don't have that option. Next. Now in this complaint from, I'm going to say the case object here. Say account name. Now here, This is to inform you that we have received complaint from a one-off premium customer. The details of the complaint is below. Complaint number, account name, handled by not the CSA team, Salesforce. Now here I want the complaint number should come. The complaint number is nothing but case number. Account name. So that's here the account name. And then who is working on the support person. Name, that's case owner full name. Similarly, if you want, you can add additional data as well that you can do. Then here next. Now, this is HTML. So what should be the text version? So let me copy. And then I can modify this and save. So this is my another email template ready. Now I'm creating email templates. These are the auto-generated email templates. So if there is a lead for GC1000 series generator, then automatically an email should go. So I shall be creating these email addresses, email template, sorry. So new template, I'm going with text template. Here, okay, I'm not putting any details over here, just this one, you know what to put in the email body. So I'm not writing down just to save time and save. Now I want whenever the person is receiving this email, along with that, it should also receive the GC1000 series generator catalog or brochure. So that brochure already have on my local machine. So I'm uploading that brochure now. You see GC1000 series catalog. This is as of now, I just created a text file, which I'm putting here. This text file don't have anything, just 22 bytes. I took as an example. Similarly, I'm creating for say GC3000 and 5000 series generator as well. Text here. Okay, yep. Save. And then attach email, attach file, sorry. See GC3000 series generator catalog. Then one more for GC5000 series. And then I'm attaching file from my local machine. That's catalog for GC5000 series. This is done. So these are different email templates based on business requirement. As an administrator, I created that I did. Now, after doing this here, now I want to do the automation. So first, I want to send email alert. Email alert is first, see if a big opportunity one, then see VP sales, account manager, sales manager, account record owner should receive email. Should receive notification email. Okay, I should be doing this now. So if there is a big opportunity one, then these persons should receive that email notification. So that we shall be doing, going to email alert and do so. Similarly, if we get a complaint from a customer, then following person should receive alert email. Let's see, account manager, sales manager, and account record owner. These three persons should receive. So for this, I should be creating email alerts. Let me do so here. Email alert. Continue. Now here I'm creating an email alert. Description. Big deal 1. For which object you want this email alert should come. So this is for opportunity object. Which email template? So that email template I'm selecting here. Say not unfiled, says the email templates. Protected component. This will be getting now a lot protected component. So from the code or from the development, can a developer modify this email alert or not? If it is protected, then a developer cannot modify. If it is not protected, then a developer can modify. That's meaning of protected component. Who should receive this email alert? So here, say account record owner. Then I have VP of sales. VP of sales. VP of sales is a role. So here, SVP sales and marketing. Then account manager, sales manager. Account manager and sales manager, they are part of account team. Account manager and sales managers. This person should receive. Okay. So this person should receive email. These all are the Salesforce users, means they have the username and password. Apart from this, you can send 5 other users who don't have the user credentials. They can also get this email alert. So here for testing purpose, I'm writing down my email address that I'm doing. From email address, which email address? Now I do not have here the organization-wide email address verified. So I have to go with my personal email address. No other choice. If I would have get here the organization-wide email address verified, then from this list, I should choose that. So that I don't have. Do you want to make this a default? Okay, let it be. So that's my first email alert created. Similarly, I'm creating one more. That's for complaint. I don't want to see this here. Say case from customer. This is for case object. Which email template? So I go here and selecting complaint from premium customer email template. This should go with say account owner, then account manager and sales managers. They are accounting part. Account manager and sales managers. Then here I'm putting down my email address. Okay, I'm making it as default and save. Done. So these are the 2 email alerts I created. After doing this, now I move to writing down business logic. Salesforce CRM. So we'll go with here flow. Very, very useful, very extensively we use. But before discussing on the flow, we have also a concept of say workflow rule and process builder. These both are now deprecated. This is also. So organizations, they are not using it. Most of the organizations, they already migrated themselves from flow, whether workflow rule or process builder to flow. That they did. So since it is not removed, so still you will be getting here and here on top. Have a look. Go with flow. It is mentioned. Salesforce plans to retire workflow rule. Now, The existing organizations, they might already have the workflow rule. So they can migrate to flow. Maybe there is a tool available. So why the tool they can do? That's workflow rule. Same if we go with, this means what all our activities we do in workflow rule, everything we can do using flow. Similarly, say the process builder. If I go with process builder, have a look on top. This was plan to retire. So now we shall discuss flow, a very useful option. Now we have different types of flow. Screen flow. A screen flow in this, on a screen, there are different, the screens would come, and then the user fill up the data. Basis on that, either we are creating a new record, we are modifying a record, we are deleting a record, we take some actions. That is screen flow. This is particularly useful when you want that when a user is entering data. After that backend, you want to do some check. If that particular record is available, then on the next screen you are taking the data, so it should automatically populate and user can able to modify that record. If the record is not available in the system, we are creating a new record. Those cases we go with the screen flow. Like say, if a salesperson is creating a new account, see, new account is not useful until and unless we have a contact under it. Because account is nothing but our company name. So what to do with the company name? Someone cannot contact a company. So we need a contact. So we want, whenever there is a new account created, automatically an account record should be asked to end user that create a contact as well. We go with the screen flow. Second, this we use very, very extensively. If a record is created, modified, or deleted, then you want to take some actions. Then we go with the record triggered flow. We have here this, other than the screen flow, everything runs in background. Only screen flow where user will get a user interface, means a screen. And in that, we take the data from user. Scheduled trigger flow. Scheduled trigger flow means we want the actions to be taken at some frequency. That may be, say, every beginning of the month, end of the month, beginning of the day, end of the day, or say beginning of week, end of week, whatever it is. You want to take some specific actions. Then we go with scheduled trigger flow. Platform event. Platform event, Salesforce is working with Force.com platform. So on that, some event like say some clicks, some mouse movement or something. On basis of that, you want to take some actions. So that's typically programming part. Via the backend code, like say Apex, you want to call a flow. That's auto launch flow. So this can be invoked by Apex. Process is process builder and REST APIs. That's auto launch flow. Recorded trigger orchestration. This is newly introduced in the Spring 23. So this is launched whenever a record is created or modified. Okay. And here, this allows you to create multi-step and multi-user processes. For different users, different process you can do. That's recorded trigger orchestration. So first I'm going with this. Now I'm setting up here a business requirement. Let me fulfill this here. I created the email alert. So I want to set up this. So I created just the email alert, but still the email alert would not go automatically. So now I want, if a big opportunity one, that's opportunity amount greater than, say, okay, let me go with 200,000. So if a big opportunity one, then The email alert should go. We want this. So for this, since the email alert is going, so first I should go and create that email alert that I already did. Now I'm writing down this business logic, this process. So here, record trigger flow, create, on which object? So say an opportunity object. When you want to run this, whenever a new record is created, whenever a record is updated, whenever a record is created or updated, or when a record is deleted. So I'm going with whenever a record is updated. So someone modify a record, that time it should go. If you feel that maybe in your organization, a person is creating a new opportunity, at the same time, it can mention closed one. If we have such probability, then we can go with this option as well. When an account record is, when an opportunity record is created or updated. So I'm going with this. What should be the entry condition? Do you want to apply some condition or not? So yes, I want to apply some conditions. The condition should be, say, if there are multiple conditions, you can go with and, or you want to set a logic, or you want to write down some formula. So here I'm going up with, say, first one, I have only one. If the amount is greater than or equals to 200,000. Now, when to take action? If a record is meeting this criteria and the person, sorry, I missed here one more. The opportunity should be closed one. I need to add one more condition. The opportunity should be closed one. So here we have is 1 is equals to true. If the opportunity, a big opportunity is close to 1, then only we need to take actions. And we want both the conditions should satisfy. I'm going with the AND condition. If this condition satisfied and if a user does modify other fields, okay, do you want to take action? If yes, we should go with this. Every time a record is updated and meets the condition. It happens when you do online shopping. As soon as you place an order, you get a notification that, hey, thanks for placing an order. If the order is packed, you get a notification. If order is dispatched, you get a notification. If order is delivered, you get a notification. Okay, these notifications you are getting until the order is not delivered. In this case, we go with this option. But here the example which I'm taking. So once an opportunity is closed to one, and then if the amount is more than 200,000, then send an email. Now, if someone is modifying that record, maybe some other field, why to send email alerts? So in that case, I'm going with the second option. Second option means if it's meeting the criteria, okay, first time, then only take actions. Otherwise, don't take actions at all. We go with this option. Now, do you want to modify the record? This is before. So the record is not saved. Before that, you can modify the record data so that when it's saved, the modification also gets saved. Or you want to take some actions. So actions means first the record should save, then only you can take actions like sending an email or creating some records, those. So in my case, I'm sending an email. So I'm creating this. Do you want to include a run asynchronous path for the external system? That is for the development. So we are not going to do this. So that's here I did the configuration for my flow and done. So this is the start. Add schedule path and I'll do later. If you want, you can click here or click outside to collapse it. Run immediately. So as soon as this criteria met, then immediately what to do? click on this plus, and this is end. So it's like a flow chart. Do you want to modify the record, or you want to send an email alert? You want to take some actions, you can call a subflow. Subflow is another flow. You want to apply some logic like assignment, decision, loop. You want to do the sorting or filters, or you want to create, update, delete record, or fetch record. So in my case, I'm going with email alerts. Where is that email alert? Here. These are the email alerts I already created. So I'm selecting this email alert. This is label. Now, how to get the record ID? For which record? So the record ID, this is current record. So this is here empty, false, true. These are the global constant. Now here, I want to fetch the record ID from the current record. This is current record. This is APIs for programming, flow, organization, profile. You want to fetch data from there, the record ID. So record ID is current. This is previous value of the current record ID, which say ID. So many IDs are available. I need this ID and done. So now, whenever it's meeting this criteria, then immediately take this action. My flow is ready. Once it's ready, let me save this flow and then save. Flow is saved. After that, you cannot use this flow. Flow will not work automatically until you're not activating it. Now I'm activating it. So flow is activated. Now, if any action happen internally, let me do so. So I'm going to opportunities. Here, so this is a prospecting label. I'm modifying this. Here, this is 200,000. Close to one and save. I should receive an email immediately. Big deal, one notification. I got this email. This is the Gmail is giving me an alert because of this is an HTML email. This is the letterhead. Top left corner, I'm getting logo. This is how I click to inform you that our sales rep. Account name, amount, then bottom, the email footer. So it automatically took that action. So this is I did my first activity flow. So this is as of now, I'm going with the immediate actions. So flow actions. Can we see immediate and time base? So now I'm going here with say if an open opportunity close date is lapsed, then created tasks assigned to say opportunity owner. This is one thing. If there is an open opportunity and then its close date is lapsed, then we should create a new record. A task can assign to opportunity owner. Second, automatically you see advance the close date by 30 more days. We need to do this. Okay. So for here, let me go back to flows. New flow. Here on the opportunity object. If a record is created, updated, whatever it is, we don't bother because of this is a time base. No entry condition, nothing. So let me go here with say if the opportunity is in open stage. So we have here is closed is equals to false. This means the opportunity is in open stage. Then only one time. And then I want to modify the record. So I'm going with this first option. since I'm going to modify the record. So here I set up only checking if the opportunity is open or not. But what about the time? We had the time as well, that it is lapsed or not. So that we check here, going with, yeah, I need to take actions, add scheduled path. I need to take post action, not before action. Add scheduled path. Here we set up, say, 1 day after close date. Which field? So here you shall get all the date fields. Close date, what? 1 day after. So I want to take action 1 day after close date. Which action? So now here, immediately if you want to take actions, then that you should do here, run immediately. No, I want to take actions 1 day after. So 1 day after close date. Number one, I should be creating a new record. That's a task. Create record. So new task. How many records to create? Only one. How to set record field? Use all values or use separate resources. I'm going to use separate resources. Which object? Now here on the task, which field data we want? So this I want to assign to, see, task priority. I'm marking as high. Task due date. Task has a due date. Let me go with the status, not started. Due date. Due date should be whatever is the current date plus 2 days. Okay. Now, this is what, again, a calculation. What is the current date? That you can get it from the flow. Current date. But I don't want here the current date. I want current date plus 2 days. That's a formula. So here we don't have any formula or any calculation we cannot do. So I should go and add a new resource. That's a formula. Current date plus 2 days. Which data type? This should give me date. That's here. I have a function today plus 2 days. So this give me current date plus 2 days. This formula will give me this result here. So what's the activity date? Current date plus 2 days. And then here, assign to ID. It should assign to who, which ID? So here say opportunity ID. Who is the record owner? That person we want to assign a task. So owner ID should be record ID. Record ID is opportunity record ID. That should be the owner of that task. Then here, what should be the content? So if I go here, subject, here, I want here the description. Description. Here, I can put description. State of the opportunity. Close the opportunity test app. By default, the close date advanced by. So this should be the description. So this is I'm creating a task. What else? I need to advance the close date also. This means I need to modify the record. One more action. Update triggering record. So update close date by 30. Advance close date. Do you want to use the opportunity record? Update the record related to opportunity means some other object records you want to update. Use the ID or you want to specify some conditions. So I want to use the opportunity record. Do you want to apply some criteria? No criteria, nothing. What? The close date. Now close date should be current date plus 30 days. But again, I don't have that calculation. So I should go with one more formula field. Date plus 30 days. Data type, date, here, today, plus 30. So this is one day after the opportunity close date lapse. And if the opportunity is in open stage, these two actions will take place. Save this here. Open opportunity close date lapse. It's giving me a warning. The warning is for a flow that contains scheduled path, specify the default workflow user. Okay. Now, since it is automatically executing on some time basis, so which should be the default user that we need to decide? Here I'm going with say process settings, here process automation settings. I need to decide here the default user. This is the administrator. Now I'm going with save as. Now see the warning on. This is version 2 inactive. Let me activate it. Once this is activated and done, now I'm creating here a new opportunity. Now since this is time frame, so I cannot execute it. It execute automatically. Opportunity name, say janitor, should be see on by this Friday. Stage, qualification, account name, ITC, and then lead source, partner referral, amount, say 20,000 INR, and save. Now to monitor this, whether this will execute or not, here we have logging. So let me go here, say time-based workflow. So we can monitor this time-based workflows. No criteria, directly searching. It is mentioned here. Generator shifting. This is the object. This is flow name. It is scheduled on 24th of March. Create it. When it is done, it is on 24th of March. Okay. And it's scheduled also on 24th of March, 8:30 p.m. It is scheduled. So if by 24th of March, this particular opportunity is not closed, then it automatically send an email alert, as well as it will modify this close date and advance it to 30 more days. That it does. So this is the time-based flows. So like this, now the way how you want to think, you can put across here, and you can do a lot of automations. That is possible. If a new record is created, you want to take some actions. If a record is modified, you want to take some actions. An email has the email user, by which users email. That takes the email, the default workflow user. So it will give you error over there. Because see, if it is an immediate, then the person who is modifying it, that person's ID it takes. But it is not immediate. It is happening internally automatically. Then which user's credential, which user's data it should take? That is default workflow user. What to do? Okay, let me go with the banking. So if you're doing an online banking and you open a fixed deposit for some amount, and there we have a provision. Once the fixed deposit is matured, after that, what to do? So whether the amount should go back to your account or the fixed deposit time duration should increase. Okay, so this is what. Now, at some time period, so see, this time period we cannot decide. We cannot say that, okay, on the day when the fixed deposit is mature, I want to take this action at 10 a.m. only. That we cannot do. It can happen at 8 a.m. or it can happen at 12 p.m., whatever it is. First thing. Second thing, now here the field update should happen, and then immediately we want to send a notification email to the customer mentioning that your fixed deposit is renewed or fixed deposit is matured and the amount is credited into your account. This email goes by whose name? That's default workflow user. If the rating is like, say, hot, warm, and cold, you want to take some actions. If, say, if the industry is, say, agriculture, then it has to be always hot. We want like this. Agriculture means always hot. So as soon as the user is selecting agriculture, and since it is optional, so agriculture, then it should be hot. Even though the user changes it to warm or cold, it should automatically come as hot. This is what field update. So as soon as a person is updating a record or creating a new record, modifying industry to agriculture, update the rating field to hot. It's a use case for flow. You can do a lot of whatever you think you can do here. Like, say, here, let me go with this. Say we went with, yesterday I created one object. So if I go with, say, the expenses, here there is an expense. And if a user is creating an expense more than, say, expense amount is, say, 20,000. Now it's a huge amount. So immediately a notice should go to the account owner or account manager that, hey, under your account, this much expense is made by this person. Otherwise, how the account manager knows about it? Okay. So there has to be some notification goes that, okay, there is some expense happen or there is a big expense happen for your customer. So he's aware about it.
Is it not similar to RPA process?
Yes. Yes, that's true. Okay, RPA is reading your browser and then taking actions. This is you're working within Salesforce, taking actions. RPA don't work with the field values, merging of field values. Since we are working with the Salesforce platform itself, so we can work with the field values. And in Salesforce, we can work with RPAs as well, bots. So they are there. So you can create bots and you can use in Salesforce. Approval process. As name implies, the approval process. This means a user wants to take approval from its manager. Okay, that's approval process. User takes approval from its manager. Remember, this is the first time I'm using the term manager. Till now, I never used the word manager. And keep on saying someone above in the role. Because of that's the record level security. Which user should get which record permission. So it's not mandatory that the above in the role is only the manager. It can be anybody. That's why I never took this manager word. So first I need to set up this manager and the complete structure, hierarchy for manager. So for that here, I should go to that user. So on the user, I ignored it. Now I'm going with that. So I go here with say Veena RP, edit. Now below, I ignored it earlier, the approval settings, when I was discussing the users. Now I'm coming up with that. First thing, manager. Who is manager of Veena? So if Veena is submitting a record for approval, it should go to which person? That's manager. So here I'm putting my name. Delegated approver. Delegated approver means, see, Veena is also a manager. This means if Veena is getting a request for approval, then on Veena's behalf, which other person can approve it? Maybe Veena is on leave, or maybe Veena is at very high position, like say VP. And VP VP may not get time to approve these kind of records. These approvals we require from VP just as a workflow. Usually they don't do anything. They're just checking that, okay, it's been approved by the manager and senior manager, they blindly approve it. But since it's a workflow, so it goes there. So that's delegated approval. So here I'm putting as Harish as delegated approval and save. Now I'm modifying mine. Into mine, I'm making my manager as security user. And same I'm making here as well. So now in my organization, I have Veena RP. Veena RP's manager is Harish. Harish manager is security user. So if Veena RP need any approval, that approval comes to Harish. Harish has its own limit for approval. If it needs approval is beyond that, it goes to Harish manager, that's security user. Okay, so this is how we set up the managers. Approval process we can set up in two ways. One is in a standard setup. Second one, jump start. So for which object? So here I want to create an approval process, jump start and standard setup. Standard setup, wizard means there will be multiple screens where they ask your requirement. And then in the end, it creates. That's how usually the wizard do. Jump start, quickly creating an approval process. But finally, we have to do all the settings. Standard setup, step by step, it will ask you your requirement. So I'm going with the standard setup. Here, see opportunity, discount, approval process. Number one, we need approval when the discount is greater than or equal to 5%. And the opportunity should be in open stage, means it should not be closed. Equals to false. Right? So a salesperson or any person can take approval only for the open opportunities whose discount is more than 5%. Next, how to decide the approver? Who should be the approver? So this approver would be on the user object, we have manager field, or on the user object, we have a custom field. So on the user object, manager field. So when a user submit, it should go to user object manager field. Do you want to use the approver field of opportunity owner as well? If yes, check this. We do not have the approver field on the opportunity owner. Now, once a record is entered into the approval process, then that record becomes read-only. So the submitter cannot modify that opportunity. This is not possible. Then Say, who can modify this? Only administrator or administrator and the current approver? Current approver means the record is at present with say manager or with say senior manager, sorry, manager's manager. Only that person can modify it. So in my case, I'm going only with administrator can modify this record. So the manager itself cannot modify that. Then next. Now, how manager come to know about it? That it got a record for approval. So there should be an email template. I didn't create this email template, but I want you to create this email template and mention that email template here. Okay, so that you should be doing. Email template for see opportunity discount approval. Submit it. Now, when a manager is looking at this record, then what it should view? Opportunity name, opportunity owner, account, amount, amount after discount, say discount, then account name I'm putting on top, discount I'm putting here after amount, opportunity name I do not want. Okay, let it be. I'll put down opportunity owner. I'm moving down. Amount I'm putting here. Account name, amount, discount, amount after discount, opportunity owner, opportunity name and opportunity owner. These fields should be visible to manager. Now, do you want to display the approval history information in the related list? Yes. Now, how the manager can approve it? Can it use a mobile device to approve it, or it has to log in into Salesforce from the browser and approve it? So the recommended ways, it has to log in into Salesforce application to approve it. So I'm going with this. Next, who can submit a record for approval? The opportunity owner should submit the record for approval, no other person. And save. Here, after this, do you want to create an approval step now? We'll do it later. Do you want to go to the approval detail page, or you want to see all the approval processes? So I'm going with the approval detail page. Approval step will create later. So this is the approval process. And this is the process definition. I just now set up this upper portion. Then initially when a record is submitted for approval, then what should happen? First, the record is locked. So no one can modify that record. Apart from this, any additional actions if you want to take, definitely you can do so. You can assign a task, email alert, field update, and outbound message. Outbound message means from Salesforce server, you want to send a message to outside any server. For this, we need programming. So maybe you want to assign a task to the manager that, hey, there is an approval comes to you and you have to approve this record in 2 days.
Moving on to the next question. Which of the following option corresponds to a Salesforce asynchronous process type? Firstly, we have batch, then schedulable, future, and lastly, all of the above.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.
Like that. So that's a task assigned to manager. If the record is finally approved.
So here the task to be done to create the various types of reports, and in your Salesforce we have basically 4 types of reports which we can create. The one is tabular report, second is summary report, the third one is matrix report, and the fourth one is join report. So these are the 4 types of reports which we can create in the Salesforce. And now let me just give you a short definition about these reports. So what is your tabular report? Tabular report means the report which is in the format of a table, or you can say in the rows and columns. So this is your most basic and the by default report. So tabular report has a format of table. And now let comes to the summary report. So whenever your report j- uh, is containing any summary of a particular column, which means if we have a column like amount or revenue, so we are summarizing a field, like we are taking the average or sum, min, max, these kind of functions we are applying on a particular report. So that is your summary report. And now the matrix report, it is similar to your summary report, but here we are taking the dimensions as we have dimensions in your matrix, like 2 by 3, 2 by 2 and 3 by 3. So it is in a grid format or a grid layout where you can apply the dimensions by rows, or you can group some rows or group some columns. So this is your matrix report. Now the last one is join report. So in the join report, you can take multiple objects. So it is very useful when we have to take the multiple objects in a single report. At that time, we use this. So our first question is create a tabular report for the leads object. So to create a report, first go to the Salesforce platform in the setup. Now click on the app launcher and then click on view all. And here in the search bar, search for reports. Now open this link in a new tab and now click on new report option. And here first you have to select the object. So we have to take the leads object. So from this category list, you can select the lead, and from here select the leads object and then click on start report. So in this way, your all the columns of leads object will be imported here, but as of now, there are no any records. So to get all the records, we have to apply some filters on this particular object. So as of now, we are in outline. So go to the filters and here just change some filters. For my leads, you can select the all leads and create date. You can select the range here for all time, so that whenever a record is created, you can get all of that records. And after applying this, you can see your records are updated here. And these are all the records that are already present in your leads object. So if you want, you can also remove some of the columns. So you can just click on this drop down menu side alongside with this column name, and then you can select this last option, remove column. In this way you can customize your report and you can just remove the unnecessary fields, and you can also remove these kind of column if you want. And now this is a basic format of a tabular report, as it is in the format of table, where the first name, last name, title, email, they are the column name, and these are the rows that are showing here as a records. Now to save this record or the report, click on the save option, and now you can give a name for your report. So you can give it as new leads tabular report and click on the report unique name. And here you have to select the folder in which you want to store your report. So click on the select folder and then you can click on created by me. So as of now there are all the folders, and click on created by me. So there are two folders which are already created, so you can select any one of them. And if you want to create a new folder, so you can select this option, new folder, and you can give the label here and then click on save. So in this way a new folder will be created where you can store your reports. So as of now I'm selecting this folder, new folder for reports, and now click on select folder. So after giving the name and choosing the folder, you can click on save. So you will get the notification that new leads tabular report is saved. So to use this report, now you can click on run. So here you can see a summary that we have total 34 records in this tabular report. So this is a leads object tabular report. Now go back and refresh this page so that you can see it. So here this report name is this new leads tabular report, that is in the folder, new folder for reports. So let's come to the next question. Create a summary report for the opportunity object using the average function. So here we have to create the summary report, and in the same way, first we will go to the report section and now click on new report, and this time we have to select the opportunities. So from this category, first you can select the opportunities and then select the object, and now click on start report. And to import all the records here, just apply some filters. So you can select here close date and then the range as all time. Now click on apply. So your records are updated here, and you can remove the unnecessary columns here. And now, as of now, this is a tabular report because we haven't applied any function yet. So to make this report as a summary report, you can apply or aggregate any column. So we are taking this amount field. After this, you can click on this drop down menu, and here if you will select this summarize option, so we have various options here like sum, average, max, min and median. So from this you can select, let's say we are taking here sum. So now you will get the sum of this amount column. So you can just scroll down and see this is USD 14726,500. This is the sum of amount field. Now you can click on this expected revenue, this drop down menu, and summarize, and this time we'll take the average of this field. So select here average, and then you can see the average of expected revenue. So now this is a summary report because we have aggregated one field. And now you can save this report, give the name as new summary opportunity report. Now you can click on select unique name, and then we have to select the folder. So you can also save this report, not only just the folders that are created by you, but you can also choose the folders like public reports. So this time I'll select this public reports folder. So click on select folder and now click on save. So your new summary report with the opportunity object is created here. Now you can run this report, and here you can see the summary of this report where we have total 42 records with the total amount as this, and the average of expected revenue is this particular amount. So in this way we will be creating the summary report for any particular object. Now let's come to the third question. Create a matrix report for the opportunity object with dimensions as stage and amount. So this time we have to create a matrix report, and we have to select the object as opportunity. So to create the report, first of all, click on new report, and from the categories, select the opportunities, or you can just directly use the recent items. And now click on start report. Apply the filters to get the records. And now we have to apply the dimensions on this report. So dimensions are, just read the question once again. So here we have to take the dimensions as stage and amount. So you can group these two columns which is stage and amount. So go to the outline, and here you can group some items by rows, or you can group some items by column. So from this, select the stage. So here I'm taking in the rows stage, and from the columns you can select the amount. And after this, these fields like stage will come into this forward, so that it is in matrix format, which is a grid layout. So after just applying or grouping the rows by or grouping particular columns, you can see we have this add chart option is enabled. So this means we can only apply a chart to any matrix report, or if we are just grouping a particular rows or any column. So now click on this add chart option, and then click on this chart properties, that is a settings icon or a gear icon. And here we have multiple bars option. These are the types of graphs. So we have bar graph, column graph, and line chart. So donut chart, we have funnel and scatter plot. So whatever the chart you like, you can select here. As of now, I'm selecting this donut chart, and now you can save this report. So select here new matrix opportunity report. Click on the report unique name, and then select the folder, and then click on created by me, and select the folder new folder for reports, and click on select folder, and after this save. So your matrix report is also saved. Now you can run it by clicking on this run option, and here you can see a summary of this report, where you can see the different colors are showing here, with the closed won as blue and prospecting as yellow. So this is a basic layout of this matrix report. Now go to the next question. The fourth one is create a join report for cases, accounts, and opportunity objects. So this time we have to create a join report. And join report means where you can select multiple objects. So in the tabular, summary, and matrix report, we have taken only one object like leads and opportunity. But in this join report, we can take multiple objects in a single report. So to create a join report, first we have to click on this new report option, and now select the first object that is asked here. It is cases. So from this category, select the cases, or you can directly search it here. First of all, click on all, and now the cases object will appear. So select the object and now click on start report. So your first object is added in this report. To make this report as a joint report, click on this left option report on this drop down button, and here we have two options. One is normal report and one is joint report. So click on this joint report and now click on apply. And after clicking on this joint report, we have one new button here, that is add block. So which means we can add another object here. So click on this add block, and now you can select your next object. So after the cases, we have accounts. So from this list, first select the all, and here you can select the accounts object. Now click on add block. So when you will scroll to side, you can see this accounts object is here, imported here. Now again click on this add block option and select the third object here, that is opportunity. So click on opportunity and again click on add block. And after this add block, this opportunity object is also added in the joint report. So how we can recognize that this particular records is ending here and a new one is starting? So we can see that for the cases object, we have this blue line, and after for this is ending, And this account object is getting started here. For that, we have this green line, and for the opportunities, we have this orange line. So in this way, you can just categorize here or differentiate that we have total 3 objects here. So to just import the records into this accounts object or in the opportunities, you can, in this left side, you can scroll down and then come to the accounts block. And from here, you can just apply some filters onto this. So this is the accounts block where you can select the created date and select the range as all time. Now click on apply. And now the records in the accounts object will be inserted here. And for the same opportunities block, you can apply the same filters, select the range as all time and apply. And if you will scroll down, you can see the records in the opportunity object is also added here. So here I have one question. As of now, we have added only 3 objects in this join report. So what is the maximum limit of objects which we can add in a join report? I will show you this by doing the practical, okay? Let me go back here, and now we will add some few objects here. I'm again clicking on this add block option, and this time I'll select any other object, let's say leads, and now I'll click on add block. So if I'll scroll side, I can see this lead object is added here, and again click on this add block, choose another object like campaigns, click on add block. So after adding this campaign, this add block option is disabled, which means we can add only 5 objects in a joint report. So the answer for this, the maximum limit to add the objects in a joint report is 5. And similarly for these objects, for leads and campaigns, you can apply some filters and you can input the records in this object. Now, to create a chart of this joint report, you can go to the outline, and here you can select any block like accounts or cases, and then you can group it by rows or columns. So select any column here like case number. From this accounts block, you can select that account site. Now let me add some more options here: account currency, account owner. So after grouping these across blocks, this add chart option is enabled here, and from here you can add a graph to your joint report. So from this chart properties, select a chart. Okay, let me take a line chart here. And now after applying the chart, you can save this report with the name as new joint report. And now you can select the folder. So again, I'm taking this public reports folder and click on select folder. Now click on save. And in this way, my new joint report with maximum 5 objects is created here. Now you can click on run, and here you can see the summary of your report. Okay, so go back to the next question. So now we have to create a custom report type named opportunity with the primary object as opportunity, the secondary object as cases, and the tertiary object as email. Then create a tabular report for the custom report type. Yeah, we can also take the custom objects here in the custom report type. But the main thing or the main difference here is in your custom report types, we can create the relationship between the objects. So that is why we use this custom report type. So we have to create the custom report type. First of all, we have to go into the setup, and now
Yeah,
in the
got it. It's similar like account with the leads and something like that, right? We need to
yeah,
create that.
yeah.
Okay.
So now in the quick find box, you will search for the report. So under this reports and dashboards, you will find this option report types. And here we have the option to create a custom report type. And you can also see its definition here. Custom report type allows you to build a framework in the report wizard from which users can create and customize reports. You build custom report types of the relationships, master, detail, and lookup between objects so that you can choose which objects to display to users, creating and customizing reports. So in a layman language, we can say whenever we want to create a relationship between the objects, then we create the custom report type. Now click on continue here. And to create a new custom report, click on this option, new custom report type, and just read the question. We have to create the report type with the primary object as opportunity and the secondary object as cases, and then the tertiary object as email. Okay. So here for this primary object, we have this list of objects. From here, you can select the opportunity. So scroll down and find opportunities here. And after then you can give the label for your opportunities for your custom report type. So you can give the name as opportunity custom report. Now click on the unique name, and here the description is also mandatory. I'm giving the description as custom report type. And now we have to store it in a category. As I'm taking the primary object as opportunity, so I will select store this report in the opportunities category. And here we have the status. So we'll select the deployed status, because if the status is in development, so we cannot use this report. So if the status is deployed, then it is only in the use. Now click on next. And after your primary object is added in this, so you can add another object by clicking on this option, click to relate another object. And here we can select the secondary object. So in this question, we have asked to insert the secondary object as cases. So if I'll see in this list, so here we don't have cases because the opportunity object does not have a direct relationship between the cases object. So here first we'll take any mediator object. So let's say we are taking this contact roles. And now if I'll click to relate another object, and in this list I can see the cases is here. So to create a relationship between the opportunities and cases, first we have to select this object, contact roles, and then we can select our secondary object as cases. So now we can add our tertiary object. So click on this, click to relate another object, and in this drop down menu you will find the tertiary object as email, because with the help of emails the cases can be raised. And after this your limit is reached here. So this means in a custom report type you can take up to 4 objects only. This is the max limit. Now click on save, and now you are done with creation of your custom report type with the primary object as opportunity and secondary object as cases and the tertiary object as emails. So this is how you will be creating a custom report type. And after then it is asked to create a tabular report for the custom report type. So how you can create a tabular report for this? So you can directly go into this report section, and in the similar way you have created your other reports. You can click on new report, and as we have stored it in the opportunities category, and if you will scroll down you can select this option, opportunity custom report. So you can see this, and from here you can just import this report, and by default it will be a tabular report as it is in a row and column format. So let's move to the next question, that is create a dashboard for all the reports that you created. So we have to create a dashboard this time. So to create a dashboard, click on the app launcher and now view all, and in the search bar search for the dashboards. Open this link. Now select the new dashboard option. And first here we have to save the dashboard. So give a name, let's say new reports dashboard. You can also provide the description, and then we have to select a folder in which we want to store the dashboard. So click on select folder and then created by me, so that you can see whatever the folder is created by you. So I have created already a folder that is dashboard for analytics. I will select this, click on select folder, and now click on create. So in this way you can see a basic structure or layout for your empty dashboard. Now you can add the different reports which we have created. So click on this button plus component. By this you can see your recent reports which we have created. So first we will add the tabular report. Select this tabular report, click on select, and now click on add. So your tabular report is added in the dashboard. Now again click on plus component, and now we will add the summary report. Click on select and now add. Again click on this plus component, and we will be adding the matrix report. And here if you want you can also change the chart for your report. Now click on add, and here you can see this opportunity report matrix. So if you want you can also change its location by simply dragging and dropping it. Now click on this component and add the joint report. Click on select and then add. Change its location. So in this way you can create your dashboard for different reports. Now you can also apply some filters to your dashboard if you want to make it look more attractive. So after this click on save, and your dashboard is saved. So click on done to see the review of this dashboard. So this is how your dashboard will look after running it. Okay, now we can go back and refresh this page. And here you can see this dashboard is created with the name new reports dashboard in the folder dashboard for analytics. So after clicking on the project, we have two options, capstone project 1 and 2. And yesterday I have told you that to get your certification, you must need to submit your capstone project 1, and this capstone project 2 is optional, which you don't need to do it. But if you want, you can also do this on for your practice purpose on later on basis. Now today I will be guiding you through the capstone project 1. So let me read out the project overview and the problem statement. So in this project, you are going to create various custom objects and field to implement and enforce a flow for your organization as per the problem statement provided. Also, you will implement validation rules, workflows, and process builder for your custom objects. Finally, you will be going to activate the flow for your organization. And the problem statement is, in this project, initially, you will first create the basic components like objects and fields, and for the business process that you want to add in Salesforce using flows. Further, after creating the components for the basic layout of the flow, you will be going to create a flow with various actions along with workflow rule and actions, validation rules, process builder, and flow builder. Then add the flow into the action by activating it. So the environment which we have to perform this project is Salesforce Developer Platform, and the task to be done here is first object creation. So here your task is to create these four objects, and the name of the four objects are course, subjects, course lead, and technology. So I'm just removing these previous tabs, and now I will create first of all these four objects. So to create an object, first we will go into the object manager and now click on this option create and select custom object. So our first object of the label is course and the plural label will be courses. Now you can define the field name which will be automatically created whenever a object is creating. So you can take this field as course name and you can select the data type as text. And after this you can allow these optional features. And to make a tab of this custom object, don't forget to click this option launch new custom tab wizard after saving this custom object. So click on save here and now search for any tab styling. So you can select anyone. Now click on next and it will ask you for the profiles. So you can select by default on so that every profile can have access to this object. Now it will ask you for the tab visibility. So here you can select the all of the apps where you can see the tab of these objects. So click on save and in this way the course object is created here. Now we have to create one new object with the name subject. So click on this create then custom object and give the label as subject. Now provide the plural label subjects and you can select the default field and select these optional features and create a custom tab of this object. Now click on save, select any tab styling. Next, provide the field level security and tab visibility and save it. So the third object is course lead. Click on create, custom object, give the label as course lead, plural label course leads, and here you can take this default name as course lead amount and you can select okay, just take it as name only. Now select these optional features and in the similar way you can save this object. So the last object we have is technology. Create a new custom object with the name technology, provide the plural name. Okay, so in this way we have created 4 objects. Now the second question is field creation. And here your task is to create fields related to all the objects created in the first part of the task. So in the course object, we have to create these fields: course name, number of modules, course duration, rating, active, instructor name, type of course, priority, start date, and end date. So let's just go into the course field, course object. So again, click on this object manager and in this search bar, search for the course object and now select this course and go to the fields and relationships. So the first field, that is course name, is already created by default while creation of the object. So we will create a next field, that is number of modules. So click on new and select the data type to create a new field. So we are taking the number of modules and select here the data type as text and click on next. Now give the field label and provide the length. So I'm taking the length here 10 and now click on next. And then you can choose the field level security and just don't forget to give it to the system administrator. Now click on next and save it. And next field is course duration, which you can also take the data type as text. So let's create the next field, that is rating. So for the rating, first go to the fields and relationship. Now click on new to create a new field and select the data type here as pick list and click on next. Give the label as rating and now select this second option, enter values with each value separated by a new line, so that we can enter the values in this field as per our choice. So your rating can be, the options for the rating can be hot, warm and cold. So you can select as hot, warm and cold and just give each of the value in the next line so that it can know it's a different value. Now click on next, provide the field level security and save this field where we have the data type as pick list. Now you can take the active and select here new, and this active field we can select the data type as checkbox. Now click on next, give the label active and by default its value will be unchecked, and now click on next. After giving the field level security, save this field. So in the similar way you can create these fields like instructor name. For this you can use the text data type of course you can select here pick list, where you can select the values as Salesforce, Python, SQL. So you can take these values, and for the start date and end date you can take the data type as date. So let me show you one example. Click on new and select the data type here date, as it's a date type field. So give the label as start date. Now it will automatically show you a calendar type field while you will be creating a new record in the course object. Okay, so now we will create the next fields. So for the subject object, you can create similar fields with the number of modules and instructor name. Data type will be text, and for the rating priority category, data type will be pick list. And now let's go to the course lead, and here you can create some fields like first name, last name. So in this object manager, first of all search for the object course lead. Now go to the fields and relationships and select here new. First of all take the data type as text and click on next. Give the field label as first name. Now provide the length. So I'm taking the length as 25. Now again click on next and save it. So the next field is phone, and click on new to create a new field, and the data type for the phone will be phone itself. Click on next, give the label here as phone and then simply save this field. And for the email you can take the data type email, and source you can take it as pick list. For the category it will also be a pick list. You can take the rating. So let's create a rating field because it will be using in the next steps. So take the rating and data type will be pick list. Click on next, give the label as rating and then enter the values. Sorry, again it will be hot, warm and cold. So instead of rating, we have to choose a priority list, a priority field here. So next time we'll create the priority field with the same data type, pick list. Go to the new, select the data type pick list, and let's see if this is in the course lead. Okay, so we'll take the next field as course lead amount. And for the amount, the currency will be data type. Take the data type as currency because this is a amount field. Now enter the label. You can take the length and then field label. And now save it. So for the course object, we have to create one more field. So select the object here, course. And now go to the fields and relationships and see if we have created the priority here. No. So click on new and take the data type as pick list. Now click on next. Provide the field label as priority and now enter values. That is high, medium and low. So the values for the priority can be high, medium and low. So we have created these fields because they will be using in the next step. That is why these fields creations are necessary. So rest of the fields you can create it by yourself as they are very similar to all of these. So by creating all of these, you will be getting to know the use of all the data types. Like for these fields, you will be taking the data type as text. For the phone, you take the data type as phone. Email will be email. And for source, category, rating, the data type will be pick list. Currency, for data type will be for lead and amount, it will be currency. So in the similar way, you can create the fields in the technology and subject. Now the third part is add validation rules for verifying data, and we have to add validation rule for every field to verify that the fields are not empty for the objects. So these are the four objects where we have to apply the validation for each and every field so that they are not empty. So let me give you a short definition about the validation rules. So what is basically your validation rule? So you must have seen the forms while filling on any particular website. So when we are filling a form, so suppose we are filling the name field in any form and we are entering a number in that name field. So a name cannot contain a number. So we will get an error message that you cannot enter a number in the name field. So on behind of that, validation rules are working. So in the same way, we can provide these validation rules in the Salesforce as well. And if I'll take one more example, so if we are adding the phone number in the phone mobile in the mobile number field, and if the length of the phone number is more than 10, so it will give you an error that the length of the phone should be only 10 number, not more than that. So in this way we can just apply some rules for a particular field so that whenever a user is entering the wrong data, so he will get a error message, and after filling all the information, if it is correct, then your information will be get saved. So this is how your validation rules work. And now we have to apply the validation rule so that any field should not be empty. So whenever a field is empty, we will get an error that please enter this field. Only then you can submit this record. So to apply the validation rules, you can go to the object first. So as I am in the course object, from this left side section, you can scroll down and find this option, validation rules. So this way I can only apply the validation rule on only this particular object. Now click on new. To create a new validation rule, first of all give a rule name. So you can give the name as rule 4. Now in this formula field, you can select any function. From this functions window, first of all select a function. So here I am selecting this is blank function, and now click on insert selected function. So this function is inserted in this formula field. Now you can remove this expression, and instead of this expression you can insert your field which you don't want to be empty while entering any data by the user. So for this you can select any field here. So I am taking this field as number of modules, and now click on insert. So whenever this number of modules is empty, so user will get an error message, and you can type that error message in this box. So you can give the error message as please enter number of modules. And now just check the syntax. So there are no errors found. So this is blank function works like whenever a particular field is empty, so it will give you an error message, and if that field is not empty, so the record will get saved. And here you can select the error location on which you want to show this error message. So if you want to see it on the top of the page, then select this, and if you want to see on a particular field, then you can select here field. As we are taking this error message for the number of modules field, so select that field and now click on save. So in this way you can create a validation rule and make this active. So whenever you will be entering the wrong data in this particular field, you will get the error message. And in the similar way, you can apply the validation rule for the other data types as well. So let me create one more validation rule, and this time I'll select a different object, click on the object manager, and I will select here course lead and go to the fields and relationships. Sorry, just scroll down and you will be finding this option validation rules, and click on new to create a new validation rule, and then give any rule name. And after this I am selecting a function. So this time I'll select the function is pickwell and click on insert selected function. So this function takes two parameter, which means if any of the field who has the data type as pick list, that you can take the function is pickwell. And now instead of this pick list field, you can remove this pick list field, and here you can select or insert whatever the field you don't want to be empty, but the data type should be pick list. So my rating field is a pick list type, so you can select that and now click on insert, and instead of this text literal you can simply remove this and you can apply here to empty in this inverted commas. This double inverted commas you can just apply here, so that whenever this rating field is empty, it will give you an error message, and that error message you can type here, please enter rating. Now you can check the syntax as there are no errors found. After this you can select the location of the error, and then you can save this validation rule. So in this way, for different type of objects and for different fields, you can apply the validation rules. And if particularly you want to know about any functions, so Salesforce has also provided us a link for that. So you can click on this help on this function. So whatever the function is selected here, you will be getting all the information regarding that function. So if you will click on this, So a new page or a new website will be open that is provided by the Salesforce, and here you can see the working of that function. You can just search for that and you will get to know the working of any function which you want. So in this way, we will apply the validation rules for the fields so that they cannot be empty. And in the similar way, you can apply this for all of the fields in this four objects. Now we are on the fourth question, and the fourth question is saying set workflow rules for all the custom objects created. So to make any task, make it automatic, we use the workflow rules. So we have various tasks under this workflow rules, like sending an email, update any field, or to send any notification. So these are the types of tasks which we can perform with the help of workflow rules. And if we want to make it automatic, whenever some we have according to the criteria, if that condition met, so automatically that task will be happening with the help of workflow rules. So to create the workflow rule, so first read out this question. The workflow rules should be created in such a way that it should update the data after the following criteria is met. And the first part is, if the priority of the course is high, then update the course name to high priority plus course name. So here we have to take the course object. In the course object, we have to take the priority field, so that whenever the priority field value is high, we can update it with the name as high priority. This is a string with the course name. So let me clear out these tabs. And to create a workflow rule, first come into the setup, and in the quick find box, search for the workflow rules. And under the process automation, you can find this option, as this is a task for process automation only. So these are your workflow rules, and it is defined as workflow automates the following types of actions based on your organization's processes. Like you can assign a new task to a user, you can send the email alerts, and you can update the fields and send the outbound messages. Now click on continue, and to define a new workflow rule, click on new rule, and then you will get this option, uh, this notification that Flow Builder is the future of low code automation. So here we are getting these two options: continue with workflow rules or create in a Flow Builder. As the Salesforce is in the future currently only working on the flow builders, and these workflow rules are getting outdated nowadays. So that is why it is asking here that flow builder is the future of low code automation, and you can use it to create most of the automation found in workflow rules. So that is why it is asking to use it in a flow builder. But here, as per the project, we will do it with the help of workflow rules only. And now we have to select the object. So we will select the object as course. So take the object here, course. Now click on next and give a rule name. So it will be workflow, or you can take it as rule for course. Now you can select the evaluation criteria whenever a new record is created and anytime it is edited. And the rule criteria will be run this rule if all the criteria are met. Now you can select the field, and here you have to take the course priority. Let me read out the question. So if the priority of the course is high, then update the course name to high priority plus course name. So here we have to take the field course priority, and operator will be equals, and value, you can click on the search icon and you can select any value. So here we'll take the high and insert selected. So whenever this rule criteria will be met, so a task you can assign to this workflow rule Now click on save and next. And now you can select any action. So here we have these two options, add workflow action and add time trigger action. So we have basically two types of actions. One is add workflow actions, which is an immediate type of action, and this is add time trigger action. So if you want to be happen your action at like whenever the rule criteria is met, so you will use this immediate action. And if you want any action to be happen after a certain time of period, so we will use this add time trigger action. And in the immediate actions we have four types of actions further, like assigning a new task, new email alert, and updating a new field and send the outbound messages. So we will select this new field update, and then we have to provide the action name, and you can give it as update name, select the unique name, and here the object is already selected as course, so you can select the field which you want to update. So we will select the update course name, and after selecting the field you will get further these options. So click on this use a formula to set the new value, and then click on show formula editor so that you can see this formula field, and here you can add your field or apply that action which you want to perform. So here first of all you can add your field, so you can take it as course name and click on insert. Now you can insert one operator, that is add, and after this you can apply your string. So the string was high priority plus course name. So here in this double inverted comma, take the high priority, and with this high priority string, your name of the course will come whenever the rule criteria is met. And the rule criteria was if the course priority is high, so it will change the name of the course with this high priority plus name of the course. Now you can click on check syntax, and there are no syntax errors in this field or function, so you can click on save, and after clicking on save you can click on done. And now you can make this workflow rule active by clicking on this activate option. So just mandatory you have to click on this activate option, otherwise this workflow rule will not be work for this course object. So this rule is now activated. So in this way you will be applying a workflow rule for the course object, where we have selected the task to update the field, where the name of the course will be updated with as high priority string plus name of the course. Now the second workflow rule we have is if the course lead amount is greater than USD dollar 1000, then give update the name field to top priority customer plus name. So this time we have to create the workflow rule for the course lead object. So again go to the workflow rule and just go back. Okay, let me find it again in the workflow and open a new tab, and here click on continue. Now to create a new workflow rule, click on this new rule and then select the option continue with workflow rules, and then select the object, and this time we will take the object as course lead. Now click on next and give a rule name. You can give the name as rule for course lead. Select the evaluation criteria, and this will be applying if all the criteria are met. Now you can select the field. So once again read the question, that if the course lead amount is greater than USD $1000, then we have to update a field. So this time we have to select the field as course lead amount. So from this field, click on this drop down menu and select course lead amount, and operator will be if it is greater than. So take the operator greater than, and value you can type as 1000. And now click on save and next, and then you can choose the workflow action. So we'll select here new field update, give the name for the action. So it will be action to update. Select the unique name and select the field which you want to update. So we want to update the field here, the name. So from this list, choose the course lead name, and after this we will be getting the option of using a formula. So click on this radio button, and now click on this option show formula editor, so that you can apply the formula here. Now insert the field which we want to take the updated name. So select here course lead name, click on insert. Now insert operator, that is add, and then we have to add the string. So take it in a double inverted commas, and the string is top priority customer. In this way, you will be taking the string plus the name of the field which you want to update. Now click on check syntax. So there are no syntax errors. Now you can click on save. And in this way, you will create a workflow rule for the course lead object, where we have applied some rule criteria that if the course lead amount is greater than $1,000, so it will update the field, that is course lead name, with the string as top priority customer. So here the next question is, we have to create a flow using the below scenario for creating a case. And first, the user should enter the following fields in the case, where the fields are name, phone, email, course enrolled, subject, instructor name, and query description. So these are the fields for which we have to create the flow builder. And after the case is created, assign the case to the course instructor. And if the instructor is unavailable, assign it to a specific executive of the company. Further, when the query is resolved, update the case as resolved. So this is the fifth question, where we have to create a first flow builder for the case object. So let me clear out these tabs, and now we'll create the flow builder. So in the quick find box, search for the flows, and under the process automation, you can find this option and select here new flow to create a new flow builder. And it is automatically selected as screen flow. So click on create. And now from this option, take the free form, so that we can have more flexibility to create this flow builder. Now from this element section, we will drag and drop this screen element under the start option, and here you can give a label to the screen. So you can give a label as flow for user or flow for case, and click on this API name. So now in this component section, we will search text, and you can simply drag and drop this in this new screen, and this text field is added here. Now you can give a label as per the question. You can enter here name and then API name. And again in this component section, you can search the next component, that is phone. So simply again drag and drop it under the name. So whenever it will turn into green, which means now you can drop it. So the label is already given here. So click on this API name and give it as phone. So we are creating all of the fields that are asked in this flow builder. First, we have taken a text field with the name as name. And then we have taken the phone data type with the label as phone. So in the same way, we'll create the other fields. And this time from the components, I'll search for the email and now drop it under the phone. Give it the API name as email. And again, from this component section, I'll take the next component as text and drop it under the email and see what is the next field. So we have next field is course enrolled. So from the label, you can type it as course enrolled. Give the API name and select one more text field and give it the label. The next one is subject. And then we have further two more text fields which you can drop it at same time and just scroll down and select one more text field. So first of all, give the label to this text field. So you can take the label as instructor name. Let me see the question. So first is instructor name and then we have query description. So now select the next text field and give the label as query description. So in this way, we have created all the fields that were asked or required in this flow builder. That is name, phone, email, course enrolled, subject, instructor name, and query description. Now click on done after this is finished. And then we have to connect these start dot with the screen flow dot. So you can simply connect it like this. And now from this element section, you can take this create records option and drop it under the screen option. So now you can provide a label. Let's say here we are taking the label as user info and select this value, how to set the record fields, use separate resources and literal values. And from this object section, okay, now can anybody tell me what object we will take here? What is the object which we will select here? So we have to create a flow for using the below scenario where we have to create these particular fields, name, phone, email, and etc. So now tell me in this flow builder, what object we will select here? We will select here case object. And why? The reason is we have to create this flow builder for creating a case so that all of this information can be connected with the case object and these information can directly go into this object. That is why we are creating this flow builder for the case object. So from this objects list, select the case. And after you have selected the case, you will see this option, set field values for the case. And here we will search the fields that are in your actual case object. So first we'll take the field that is name and take here supplied name. And in this value, again we'll search for the name field that we have created in the previous screen. So with the data type as text, so we will select this name, the data type text, and now click on add field. And here in this field section, we will take or search for the phone, select the supplied phone, and in the value, search for that field which we have created from the screen. Now after this, it will ask you these options, label, pattern, and required. So you will select this dot value. And now again click on add field. And this time select here email, take the supplied email, and now search for the email component which we have created and again select this dot value operator. So what is this dot value operator and why we haven't given this option in this name field? So you must have remembered that in the previous step, while creating these fields, we have taken the name field as a text and the phone and email we have directly taken it. So these are predefined. That is why it is asking for this dot value operator. And for the rest of the fields, they were text type, so we don't require this value. And after this, we have next is course enrolled or subject. So from the field, select the subject and select the value with the text data type. And now the course instructor. So the course instructor is not in your real case object, so you can select here any field that you want. So you can select here supplied company, and now in this value you can select here course enrolled. Again, click on add field, select here any field that is in the case object, and here you can select instructor name, and the last field that is in, you can take here description, and in the value the field which we have created is query description. So basically what we are doing here, we are doing the mapping. So in your fourth module, you must have done the data management. And in the data management, we are also doing the mapping. So what is mapping? Mapping means that we are just connecting these fields with the another so that these particular values which we are entering in this form can directly go into the case object, like name record will go into the name field and the phone record will going into the phone field. So this is what mapping is. So here we are just taking rest of the fields as for reference, and these fields we are taking which we have created in the previous step. So after all of these mapping is done, like name, phone, email, subject, course enrolled, and query description, now you can click on done. And then we have to connect this screen dot with the create records dot. So after this is connected, you can save this flow builder, click on save, give a label like case flow, give a API name, and click on save. So this flow builder is saved. So now make it activate, click on the option activate, and now we have to run it. So click on run, and here it will take a minute to get load. So here your form is created where you can fill all the information regarding name, phone, email, course enrolled. So let me take the name here just for your reference, anything, and take the email at the rate example.com, course enrolled, let's say Salesforce, subject, take the admin, instructor name, again I'm taking it, and query description is, let's say project. And now let's read the question once again. So we are done with the flow builder creation and all the fields are created. Now they are saying after the case is created, assign the case to the course instructor. So whenever this all information is filled, you can click on this next option, and by this information will get saved into the case object, and now the case is created. And if the case is created, the case you have to assign it to the course instructor, and if the instructor is unavailable, then you can assign it to a specific executive of the company. So you must have done your module number 5 where we have some case assignment rule. So with the help of case assignment rules, you can assign this case to the course instructor or to the specific executive of the company. And how you can do that? You can simply go into the setup and in the quick find box, search for the case assignment rules. Now open this link. And to create a new rule, click on new, give a name, rule for case flow. Now click on save and open this case rule. And now we have to provide the rule entries. So click on new, and here you can select the sort order And what is this sort order? Sort order means in which order your case assignment rules will applied in your organization. So if the sort order is 1, so first it will perform and then the next. And then the rule criteria will met if all the this rule will work if only all the criterias are met. And now you can select here field. So you can select here if the case origin, and you can select the operator equals, and value you can select here. You can select here web, then click on insert selected. So if the case origin is equals to web, then you can assign this to the particular user from this, and by clicking on the search icon you can select the user whom you want to assign this case. So let's say here I'm taking this user Sam, and you can also select the email template. From this we have basic email templates, and if you want you can also create your customized email templates by just typing the classic email templates or the customized email templates in the quick find box. And as per the question, we have the two option. We have to assign this case to the course instructor or to the specific executive of the company. So first we will be creating these two users, the course instructor and the specific executive of the company. And to assign it, whoever will be available. For that, first we will create a queue. And what is a queue? In a queue, you can add multiple users, and as per the availability, whatever the user is available, it will be assigned that case to the particular person. So to create a queue, you can click on this queue and you can find it under the users. And now you can click on new to create a new queue. As I have already created one, let me show you that. Case queue. So click on this view all users, or you can click on edit. Now first you have to provide the label for the queue, and you have to select the object. So we are doing it for the case object. So simply take the object from this list and then click on add, so that it will be selected into the selected objects. And here are the queue members. So we have these users from which you can select what are the users which you want to select for the queue. So I have selected here two users, Jane and Sam. So you can simply select any user and click on add. After this, click on save and your queue will be created. And then in the case assignment rule, you can select instead of this user, click on this drop down menu, and instead of this user, you can select here queue, and now click on the search icon to find the queue. First of all, clear the search results. Now you can see this queue, case queue, and once this rule criteria are met, so it will be assigned to this queue. And in this queue we have two users. The one is course instructor and one is specific executive of the company. So in this way you will be creating a case assignment rule. And the last step is, further, when the query is resolved, update the case as resolved. So you can do this part with the help of a case auto response rule that is exact similar to this case assignment rule. So you can also search this in your quick find box. So here we have case auto response rule, which is exact similar to this case assignment rule. Here you can also create a new rule name, and then you have to provide a new rule entry where you can select if the case is closed, then update it as resolved. So this is all done for the fifth part of your project. And now we are also done with the all the questions in your capstone project 1.
So let's start with Salesforce admin interview questions. And our first question is, what is Salesforce? The answer to the same question is, Salesforce is a company that makes cloud-based software designed to help businesses find more prospects, close more deals, and wow customers with amazing service. I hope so you got an answer for this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is CRM? CRM means Customer Relationship Management. CRM is an application used to automate sales and marketing functions by using a software called CRM software. That forms a perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, which architecture does Salesforce depends upon? This is also one of the most important questions. Now, the perfect answer to this question is that Salesforce architecture is a multi-layer architecture and it follows the MVC architecture, which stands for Model, View, Controller. Model basically contains custom objects and standard objects. View contains page layouts, screen flows, visual force page, Lightning Web Component, and Aura, whereas Controller contains standard and custom controllers. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are different editions of Salesforce? And the answer is, the first one, Essential Edition. Then we have Professional Edition. Moving ahead, we have Enterprise Edition. Then we have Unlimited Edition. And finally, we have the Developers Edition. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, how many types of portals are available in Salesforce? And the answer is, the first one, Self-Service Portal. Then we have the Customer Portal. And finally, we have the Partner Portal. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is an object in Salesforce? Now this is also one of the most fundamental questions which can be asked by the interviewer. And the answer is that an object is represented as a database table which stores organization's data. Object consists of set of fields and we store data against the field. Common businesses objects like account, contact, lead, and opportunity are all standard objects. Custom objects are objects that you create to store information that's specific to your company or industry. That forms a perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the different objects in Salesforce? And the answer is, the different objects in Salesforce are, the first one, we have the standard object. Second, we have the custom object. And finally, the third object is the external object. This is also one of the most important questions which can be asked. So keep a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what are standard and custom objects? The answer is that standard objects provided by Salesforce.com are called standard objects. Examples of standard objects are accounts, contacts, opportunities, leads, products, campaigns, cases, users, contracts, reports, and dashboards. Whereas the custom objects are the objects which are created by us, which are called the custom objects. Custom objects stores information that is unique and important to your organization. Custom objects provide a structure for sharing the data. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is profile? The answer is that a profile is a group of settings and permissions that define what a user can do in Salesforce. Types of user profiles in Salesforce are the standard profiles and the custom profiles. While a standard profile is a profile already provided by the Salesforce, whereas a custom profile can be created by the users based on their specific requirements. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a role? The answer is that a role is a record level access in the Salesforce that defines the visibility access of a user. Roles determine what records a user can see relative to others in the organization's hierarchy. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are organization-wide default settings? And the answer is, it defines the default access level for an object's records with organizations' wide sharing settings. Organizational wide defaults are used to restrict access. Custom objects and many standard objects have separate organizational wide sharing settings. Internal, external, and guest users can all have different levels of access. I hope so. You got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is sharing rule? Guys, this is also one of the most important question which can be asked in the interview. So, the answer to the same question is, sharing rules in Salesforce is the rule that must be followed in order to grant access to the information and data to various clients in a certain company or group of areas. Users can use sharing rules to share records based on conditions. It is primarily intended for objects with organization-wide default sets to public, read-only, or private, as sharing rules can only extend access rather than restrict it. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is manual sharing? And the answer is, in Salesforce, the manual sharing records are shared individually with other users by using the shared button on the record. Manual sharing gives other users access to certain type of records including accounts, contacts, and leads. For example, if you grant another user access to an account, the user automatically has access to all the opportunities and cases associated with that account. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is permission set? And the answer is, a permission set is a collection of settings and various tools and functions. Permission sets extend users' functional access without changing their profiles. Users can only have one profile, but they can have multiple permission sets depending on the Salesforce edition. Regardless of their profiles, you can assign permission sets to different types of users. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the different types of relationships in Salesforce? And the answer is, the first one, we have the master detail relationships. Moving ahead, we have the lookup relationships. Then we have the self relationships. Then we have the external lookup relationship. Moving ahead, we also have indirect lookup relationship. Then we look for many-to-many relationships. And finally, we have the hierarchical relationships. Guys, this is also one of the most important questions, so you can keep a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a master detail relationship? And the answer is, master detail relationship is a strongly coupled relationship among Salesforce objects, which means that if a master records get deleted, then the child records associated with are also deleted. Data from these objects can be joined in one report using master detail relationships. The master object, the detail object, and the other lookup object. I hope so you are clear with it. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a lookup relationship? And the answer is, lookup relationship is a loosely coupled relationship among Salesforce objects, which means even if a parent records get deleted, the child records remain in the system. A lookup relationship links two objects so that you can look up one object from the related items on another. One-to-one or one-to-many lookup relationships are possible. Because a single account can have many related contacts, the account-to-contact relationship is one-to-many. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. So the next question we have is, what is self-relationship? And the answer is that self-relationship is a lookup relationship to the same object. For example, we have a field on account, which is parent account, that allows us to choose any account for being a parent account of the existing one. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is roll-up summary? And the answer is, roll-up summary is a read-only field which is used to calculate the count of child records, sum, minimum, maximum of a field on the child object, and the total number of all the records listed in a related list. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a junction object? And the answer is, in Salesforce, you can create many-to-many relationships by establishing two master detail relationships on the same object. The object on which these two master detail relationships are created is known as the junction object. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a flow? This is also a kind of intermediate question. So guys, the answer to the same question is, flow is a tool for automating the complex business processes, which is known as flow. Flow enables you to create complex business automation using clicks rather than the code. If you need to generate a new automated business process or user-guided experience that does not reach the complexity threshold for Apex code, then Flow is your go-to tool. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question we have is, what is Process Builder? And the answer is that Salesforce Process Builder is basically an automated tool that allows you to control the order of actions or evaluate the criteria for a record. Process Builder supports three types of processes for your automation needs. The first one is, we have a record change process which starts when a record is created or updated. Then we have an event process which starts when a platform event message is received. Finally, we have the invocable process which starts when something else like another process invokes it. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is workflow? And the answer is, workflow is a Salesforce which is basically container or business logic engine which automates certain action based on particular criteria. With the exception of the first and last steps, each step in a workflow has specific step before it and a specific step after it. In a linear workflow, the first step is usually initiated by the external event. I hope so you got answer to this question. You can also keep a mark on this question, which is most likely to be asked by an interviewer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is the maximum number of data records that can be shared? And the answer is, a file can be shared a maximum of 2000 times. This count includes shares with records, people and groups. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. So now let's start with the next question. Our next question is, how many fields can be created in one object? And the answer is that in an unlimited edition, we can create up to 500 fields per object. And in the professional edition, we can create up to 100 custom fields per object. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, how many workflows can be created in one object? And the answer is, by default, each object is limited to 50 workflows. I hope so you got answer to this question. This was pretty easy, and also you have to remember the numerical values involved in certain interview questions. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is mixed DML error? And the answer is that a mixed DML operation error comes when you try to perform the DML operations on setup and non-setup objects in a single transaction. To avoid this error, we should perform DML operation on standard or custom object records in different transactions. I hope so you are clear with this question. Our next question is, what is Schema Builder? And the answer is, Schema Builder is a tool that lets you visualize and edit your data model. Without having to move from page to page, the Schema Builder can retrieve all fields from object, perform basic impact analysis on changes to an object, and displays all dependencies on an object. I hope so you are clear with this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Now let's discuss some of the scenario-based questions. The first question is that what kind of relationships does account and contact have? The answer to the same question is the type of relationship which can exist between account and contact is cascade delete. You can create a contact without an account. It shows up there as a lookup relationship. If you have created contact with an account and if you delete the account, the contact will be deleted and this shows the master detail relationship. I hope so you are clear with this. Guys, this is also one of the most important questions, so please have a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next scenario based question. Our next question is, suppose if the interviewer asks you something like this: I wanted to delete 30,000 customer records but do not want anyone else to recover them. Then what can I do? This is also a very interesting question, and the answer to the same question is, Salesforce makes it easy to bulk delete records permanently using the hard delete option. The difference between delete and hard delete is that the former sends the deleted records to the Salesforce recycle bin, where it remains for 15 days. The hard delete erases all the records permanently from the Salesforce system with no way to recover it. I hope so you are clear with this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what are the kinds of reports? And the answer is, standard report is a first predefined report where the user chooses the parameter such as the time, actuality, and the company to make the report for, but the report's content is fixed. Custom report is a report that you design is known as a custom report. You specify how they should be shown and choose the dimension and metrics like sessions, page views, and bounce rate. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question.
And the next question is, which of the following statements concerning data validation are true? Let's take a look at the 4 options. In the event that the blunder message is not set, default message will be incited. Second option is, approval obligations apply to each and every new and refreshed records for a protest. Third option is, approval basic principles can refer fields which are excluded in a page format. And lastly, both second and third.
Our next question is, what are the kinds of reports formats? And the answer to the same question is, the first one, we have the tabular report. Moving ahead, we have the summary report. The third one, we have the matrix report. And finally, we have the join report. This is also one of the most important questions, guys. So please have a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is bucket field? And the answer is that bucket field is a feature that allows you to rapidly categorize values for a field in a report without having to create a custom formula field at the object level. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is dashboard? And the answer is, a Salesforce dashboard is a quick way to view summary data from multiple reports at once. Dashboards allow you to select data from reports through the use of charts, tables, and metrics. I hope so you are clear with this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what are the different components of dashboard? And the answer is, the first one, we have table. Then we have chart. Third, we have gauge. And fourth, we have metric. I hope so you are clear with this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is lead? And the answer is, lead is a default object which is created when you receive new contact information in your database. Lead generation is a process that builds visibility, credibility, trust, and interest from a specific group of people. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. What is trigger? Guys, this is the most frequently asked question in the Salesforce admin interview. And the answer to the same question is, trigger is a piece of code that is executed either before or after an update or addition to a record is made. Triggers enable you to carry out the following tasks. First, apply the business rules, validate the data that has been entered, create one kind of a value for a newly inserted row in a different file. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, how many Salesforce editions are published annually? Guys, this is also a very interesting question, and the answer to the same question is, first one, we have the summer, then winter, and third, spring.
I hope so you are clear with this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is a record type? And the answer to the same question is, the record type is a data type that you use to treat several different pieces of data as one unit. Record types allow you to classify data in contacts, accounts, deals, and custom modules, allowing users of various roles to consume and update data in the CRM in different ways. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is the validation rule? And the answer is, a validation rule is one way to restrict input in a table field or control, such as text box on a form. A validation rule can contain a formula or expression that evaluates the data in one or more fields and returns a value of true or false. I hope so you got answer to this question. Guys, this is also one of the most important questions, so please have a mark on this one. That was all for today's session, guys. Thank you for watching this video.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Salesforce online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.